Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville. No surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
Cricket's mega arena opens its arms, and for the first time the players of India and England fall into its warm embrace. Will it be red? Will it be black? Will it be spin? Will it be swing? One thing we know is the ball will be pink and the sky will be ink by the time we get to tea. The Indian public is salivating. The England fans have their collective tongues hanging out. We're ready to lap it up. It's 1-1. It's all to play for. It's the Modi Dome, and it's Amedabad. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I can barely wait for this match to get underway. But wait we will, as we introduce you to the two of my colleagues beside me in a virtual sense. We have on the left, I think, looking at the screen, I'm not sure, it could be, it's the Bish, it's Tony Bishop.
Hello Hendo, hello Anindo, hello everyone.
And on the right, in the blue corner, or the black corner, or the red corner, or the pink corner, it's Anindo Dutta. Morning, Anindo.
Yeah, good afternoon, Nando. Good afternoon, Johnny. Very happy to be here. Very excited for this match.
I'm very excited too. Now, the first thing we have to say is that the teams have been read out. The toss has been tossed, and England have won that toss. They have decided to bat. Virat Kohli said he would have done exactly the same. But England have, well, it's all change again for England. 4 changes for England, 1 change for India. I'll just quickly read you the teams and we'll come to discuss them very shortly. England going with Dom Sibley, Zach Crawley, Johnny Bairstow, Joe Root, Ben Stokes, Ollie Pope, Ben Folkes, Jofra Archer, Stuart Broad, Jack Leach and Jimmy Anderson. Just the 1 change for India.
Actually 2 changes.
Oh, 2 changes. I do big.
Bumrah Singh.
What have we got? We've got Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Pujara, Kohli, Rahane, Hunt, Washington Sundar, Ravi Ashwin, Axar Patel, not necessarily in that order, Ishant Sharma and Jasprit Bumrah. That's absolutely right. Bumrah comes back in after resting. The main change is that Kuldeep Yadav, after yet another one test appearance, disappears off into the yonder for the time being, and Washington Sundar comes back in. It gives them an extra spinning option, it gives them an extra batting option to some extent as well. The most important figure, I think, Anindo, and you will be able to pick this up, is that it's one spinner for England versus 3 spinners for India. What do India know that we don't?
Well, I think India's been very clear. Rohit Sharma a couple of days ago gave a press conference where he made it very clear that as far as India is concerned, the pitch is going to be a turner. So I think India's wasn't playing mind games with that. I think they've gone along and put the money where their mouth is. Having said that, Sundar's probably not the 3rd spinner. He's probably 2.5th spinner.
Right.
But he should be there more for his batting, and I see that as a bit of a reminder of what happened at Adelaide and the team being a bit careful to have an extra batsman in the middle order.
Oh, that's interesting. So you think the memory of Adelaide, where India scored 36 scores in that second innings, has had an influence on what they're going to do in this game. Now, Tony, I know that Anindo has been reminding everyone, as everyone's been going around saying 36, we're going to get you out for 36. He's been reminding people that England had a little bit of a problem with the pink ball on one occasion, didn't they? And were bowled out for, what was it, 58 in New Zealand. So it's not all one way, is it?
No, it's not all one way. On that occasion, Joe Root didn't elect to bowl to field first, though. On that occasion, that was the decision of Kane Williamson, which did work very much in his favour. It was beginning of was it the first test of the series as well?
Yes.
When England sort of, not only cold but in alien conditions, and 6 and wickets shared, weren't they, between Southey and Bolt? It was the famous occasion when Craig Overton.
Yes,
got something like 60-something%, nearly beat the Bannerman record, or he certainly had it in his sights.
Well, Auckland was the first test of the series for India as well. Although it was the second innings when they got 36 all out, it was the first test of the series as well.
Yeah, so maybe there is something in that. Away teams don't tend to win these day-nighters, do they? Out of 15 so far, it's been done twice, both by Sri Lanka. But by and large,
and in conditions which I think for pink ball were probably not hugely conducive in the Middle East and in West Indies, I think.
Well, that is true. I mean, I think England have looked very hard at. I think they have looked hard at statistics, which you can argue, given that so many of Australia feature so heavily in day-night tests, might be sort of less relevant. But I think they've looked at the average strike rate for seam bowlers being every 49 balls versus spin bowlers every 65 balls. They will have looked at the fact that in the 15 tests so far, fast bowlers have picked up 354 wickets at 24, spin bowlers 115 at 35.
But what about
so you have a third more wickets at a third less cost through seam in day-nighters, but only one ever in India, and that's the secret ingredient that is so different, isn't it?
Well, that's right. It was Bangladesh, wasn't it, Anindo, that India played in their first test, as you wrote in your article?
Yeah, and not only was it Bangladesh, I think it was early winter in Calcutta as well. Which anyway, even with the red ball, is conducive to the ball moving around. And in that match, I think 18 wickets of Bangladesh were taken by the pace bowlers, which is not surprising. Conditions here very different. There were a couple of people on Twitter very surprised a little while ago when someone said that it's hotter than Chennai. It is 7 degrees hotter than Chennai. It is not a joke.
Chennai? Yes. Wasn't that a song by Stevie Wonder, Hotter Than Chennai?
I think it was called Madras when Stevie Wonder was at his peak.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but so the temperature's around 36, where it was about 29 at Chennai. So it is at 29 at Chennai currently. And it's much drier as well. So I think it's it's going to have an impact on the wicket. And Joe Root had an interesting statement just before the match I saw, where he said it could spin, it could swing.
He
pretty much he didn't say anything. He didn't have a clue. Yeah,
no idea.
Well, one of the questions I think is, has England's hand partly been forced by lack of confidence in their other spin bowling resources? They've sent one home, and they've got one who, we rather fear has an attack of the yips, leaving them almost railroaded into believing those stats and going, right, seam it is then. You do worry on that front a bit for England.
I mean, I guess they'll have seen what Dom Bess has been doing in the nets as well, and perhaps those, if we want to call them yips, put it in inverted commas. If that's still a problem, then obviously they can't play him. Let's just move away from that though. Let's talk about England's batting lineup. No Dan Lawrence, no Rory Burns. Zach Crawley, who didn't exactly cover himself with glory in Sri Lanka, is back after spraining his wrist. It gives us another right-hander rather than left-hander. I had a dream last night where Zach Crawley was coming out for the second time having got 2 low scores. Do you think that's going to happen?
Who was that question to?
Well, I don't know. We'll just pile in.
I'll let an Indo take that one, and then I'm kind of.
Are you afraid of Crawley? Do you think Bumrah is and Ashwin are shaking in their boots at the sight of Zach Crawley?
I think they were unable to sleep last night.
I expect so. Anyway,
I can see why they've removed a left-hander from the firing line. When you look at Ashwin's stats, we'll come on to that.
Especially one with the technique that he's got, I suppose.
Yeah. But just one thing to add, to the previous conversation very quickly. When you're talking about one spin bowler for England, I think Root bowled very well in the second test in Chennai, and he could be quite a handful if the ball spins.
Yes, he could. The other thing to think about, of course, is Al Hodge, one of our number, wrote an interesting piece the other day, which is in our news section. You can go and have a look at it. Really saying that basically Joe Root is our other all-rounder, and I suppose that's right. He's got 32 Test wickets, and he's always bowled reasonably well, hasn't he? Anyway, the players are out there: Zach Crawley and Dom Sibley, and the Bear is ready to jingle them up.
Efficient batting. He made huge runs. The rumours spread by word of mouth. This guy's really talented. Dominic Sibley.
Was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley.
First ball of the morning with the pink ball. In comes Ishant Sharma, bowls it well wide of the off stump, left alone by the batsman through to the keeper, and we shall jingle up Ishant Sharma because it's his 100th test.
Ishant Sharma's gonna get you. Gonna look you right in the face. Better get yourself together, darling. Learn how to play pace. How in the world you gonna see? Netting against trundlers like me. Who in the hell do you think you are? A superstar? Well, right you are.
Here comes the superstar into 100 tests. Bowls to Crawley, gets a little bit of in-swing. Looks like that's what he's trying to get. Throwing it a little bit wide of the off-stump, giving it the opportunity. Doesn't really do too much, and Crawley allows it to go through the keeper. Now, everyone must be joining us in, incredible anticipation of this day on the Twitter sphere. Tony, do you have anyone saying hello?
Oh, loads and loads. Silver Humber, morning grillers. Well, here's a turn-up. It's not silly o'clock and the test is about to begin. It's a couples test match, staycation here on the Humber, and we have Marmalade. Gorillas forward.
Ooh, Marmalade. Okay.
Was that a replay?
No, yes, it is a replay. You'll know that, Tony, by the fact that everyone's moving a lot less quickly.
That's my normal speed, Hendo, these days.
Oh, I suppose so. That's a fair point.
That looks quick to me.
Two slips in a gully. He's in again, bowls. He finds an outside edge, a thick outside edge, down into the ground, and then taken at more or less head height by the man in the gully, who is Ajinkya Rahane. And there is no run. Let's talk about Zach Crawley. Let's talk about Zach. Can he do it? Can he produce that end of season form from England, where he scored that magnificent 267 Can he reproduce that?
Technically,
everyone in
I
England
believe he
will
can.
be hoping so. We've got a mid-off, a mid-on, extra cover, backward point. Technically he can. There's a man at mid-wicket and mid-on and long leg as far as I can see. The crowd is milling in. They're not exactly up to 55,000 yet. He's in again outside the off stump looking for that inner swinger. Again, there's a hint of movement but nothing more, left alone by Crawley outside the off stump. And there is no run. More tweets.
Yeah, Messi Jazz says, it's live! Sounds like the guy on Sky Sports. And it's live. And Gorilla Hendo has actually
Martin
let some
Tyler.
light in so we can see his morning happy face.
Yes!
Well, there we go. Good
Yes.
morning all. Can't
Well,
wait
I
for
wouldn't-
this.
I'm more happy when there's cricket on, let's put it that way.
These things are
than
relative,
anything
though, of
else.
course.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, you know, I never want to think that I would get too excited about anything. Although, of course, Wimbledon scoring a goal a minute from time
89th
to win last night
89th minute.
has buoyed me up a little bit. Here comes Ishant again into Crawley. Crawley's thinking about the drive there. It's looking to me as if he's gone the other way, trying to take it away from the right-hander, but he leaves it in the end.
Second
And,
bounce
he
to the
rather
keeper as
dribbles
well.
through to the
Yeah.
keeper.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
first one
absolutely,
just
yeah, that was a-
buzzed through.
It's in different bounce already. This pitch is a disgrace, Nindo. How can you stand up?
I
for
love it.
You love it. You love it.
I love
yes,
disgraceful
just
pitches.
wait till we get to August at Lords. Well, we'll look up. We'll
But we know
arrange-
what that's going to be anyway.
Well, we're arranging for the clouds to come in as we speak. It would say August the 13th. We want heavy cloud at Lords, please. We've been onto the gods of weather, and that will be arranged.
That's the only way the Kiwis are going to win. So.
Oh, well, yes, true. Onto the front foot comes Crawley. For the first time, lays a bat on the ball. It's the final ball of the over. It's a maiden. England are none for none. Tony.
Yep, Jimmy Danger is with us on Jimmy Danger is with us on YouTube, as is Colin, who says red seats. This is going to end well. Diana Craddock. Hello again, Diana. Lovely to have you back with us. Morning all from Junquera in Andalusia in Spain.
Yeah.
Indeed. Sumanag of What a Player fame says, good morning England. He's just saying hello to everybody.
Good morning,
in
England.
Good morning England. Hello from America. We are in for a cracker. I think you may be right. James Humberston. Hello, James. Preparing for a staff day at the Conservatoire in Sydney, down by the harbour there. Tomorrow, while listening to Guerrilla Cricket, commentating on England batting versus India. Brilliant. Glad to have you with us as ever, James.
All right, we'll get on to all these people who are joining us on Crick Tracker and Hot Mic and YouTube and various places like that. It's going to be Jasprit Bumrah. He's been rested. He's had a lot of time off. He's going to be raring to go. He's going to be coming in to bowl to Dominic Sibley. And here he is, on his way. What are the ends called, Amedabad? It's the Adani end, outside the off stump, left alone by Sibley, too wide. And there is no run. The Adani end, and what's the other end? Anyone for anyone?
Well, they might have renamed it today when they renamed the stadium, so I have absolutely no idea.
Right.
Maybe
okay.
it's the Reliance end. That's the
Reliance-
most likely.
The reliable end, the
Reliance.
unreliable end, and the Reliance end.
Seems a
We've
bit
got the
late in the
agent.
day to change the name of the stadium. What do they
Sorry?
do? Change all the signposts as well, like 5 minutes before people get there.
That's why that's why it's not full up yet. No one can find their way.
Have
Two
you gone
slips to
somewhere
Kohli. Ring of three, ring of two, long leg. In comes Bumrah to Sibley, who goes back in his crease. A discernible movement just before the ball is delivered, and this one swings away ever so slightly and is left alone once more. We're looking for England's first run. They won the toss. They decided to bat, and of course, Tony. I think the stats on batting first are quite good, are they not?
They are. I'll see if I can hold that thought, Hendo, and I'll come back to
I'll
you.
hold that thought. I thought you might have it on one of your many screens.
Well, I do,
that
but
are
it's a
around
question of
your
where.
room. Oh yeah, I know you've got to shuffle through the papers. I understand. Now, is there going to be a change made to the field? No, we're just swinging round and looking at this ground as it fills up. Bigger than the MCG, would you believe? 110,000 they reckon they can get in here. Bumrah in. They brought in an extra slip. This is wide of the off stump and left alone by Crawley. By Sibley. Interesting, they brought in another slip. I didn't see any great swing, but they've already decided to bring in a third, reinforce that cordon. Bumrah is up there at 139 Ks at the moment. And very
The bear wants to play his jig.
Now the
Oh,
bloody Bumrah
Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
There it is, short and sweet. I thought we'd already played it. Outside the off-stump, swings after it goes past the bat, and Rishabh Pant is forced to go across more or less in front of first slip, and he takes it cleanly. We've talked about how Rishabh Pant's wicket-keeping in the second England innings was superb, wasn't it? In Chennai. Two fantastic catches. That very important one, really, to get rid of Ollie Pope, when Ollie Pope, that was in the first innings, I think, wasn't it? Was batting pretty well with Ben Foakes, and he got that ball from Siraj down the leg side. It was a bit of a strangle, but a very important wicket at that point. In comes Bumrah again, turning at the top of his run. He's into Sibley. Sibley is forward, then snatches the bat out of the path of the ball, and it goes through the keeper. Rishabh Pant thought that was the end of the over. He was off and running, and then had to be reminded by his slips that 6 balls in an over. Although, of course, that changes once the 100 gets underway in England this summer. Which some of you may have read, Gary Naylor's piece on our news and comments section about the 100. It is a horrible and worrying thing that actually the 100 may turn out to be quite popular, simply because we've been so starved of live cricket in this country. I don't really like the 100, you probably guessed that by now. Anyway, we'll see how it goes. Here comes a Bumrah, his little start run up into Sibley, gets that to swing into him quite dramatically. He waits for him, plays it well. In front of the stumps. That is the end of the over. Second maiden. England are none for none. Tony?
I can tell you very quickly, the team winning the toss has chosen to bat 13 times out of 15.
They've chosen to bat. How many times has the batting
Well,
side
according
won?
to the stats I'm looking at, won 8 and lost 7, so it's fairly even. But
it is indeed.
well, it was what was in the Times, so you'd like to think it was right. Anyway, back to some messages. Jeff Thomas says, big thanks for the stream from Bangkok. Thank you, Gorillas. So delighted to have you with us. Siram says, England have overrated their seam attack and have got carried away with the pitch. A long tail and just one spinner in Leach might lead to a long day at the park. Did they even see how the Australia pace trio were decimated? Decimated is the word he uses in Australia.
Well, Ishant Sharma, the locks are flowing. He's running in to bowl to Crawley. Crawley's onto the back foot. Good length delivery. Defends it back down the pitch. And there is no run. Now, I should say that the GPL is open. The GPL is open. And there's £53 in the pot. If you go to gorillacricket.com/competition. See GPL on the back of Tony's screen there if you're watching us on YouTube or Cricket Tracker, Facebook, wherever you may be. The GPL, you guess how many runs will be scored in the day. You have until lunch to do so, or in this case till the 20-minute break that we get around about 11 o'clock. If you get it on the nose, you get everything that's in the pot. Of course, every time you have a guess, you have to pay us a quid, and that quid goes into the pot, so it just grows and grows the more of you that take part. We also have a new $10 Patreon. I'll tell you all about Patreon in a minute. Here comes Sharma, full ball, and Crawley aims the drive without a great deal of foot movement, drags it a little bit up to mid-on, and there is no run. Patreon.com now. This is the way that you can help Gorilla Cricket survive. That's all we want to do, is survive. We don't need the riches, we don't need palaces, although it's quite nice, I suppose, but we do need money to keep us going. We have overheads, we have costs, and if you can go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket and donate a monthly amount, you will go onto our carousel of gorgeous people that to go around our YouTube and Facebook feeds. You will be known to the world as someone who puts their money into important projects. Anyway, here is Sharma again at the end of his run into Crawley. Can England get a run? Yay! They can! There's an appeal as it strikes Crawley on the pad, but it was swinging down the leg side, and England are finally off and running. What do you make of it, Anindo? It's a no ball as well! It's a no ball! And a no ball and a leg bye.
Well, at least it isn't a free hit.
It's not a free hit. The Bear would like it to be a free hit. He says free hits in Test matches, absolutely.
Yeah. I'm a bit disappointed that Umesh Yadav is not playing. Yeah, that was a bit of a marginal call. But anyway, it was a no ball.
We love his jingle.
Would you have had him, instead of Washington Sundar?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
I just don't see, the purpose of an extra batsman at that slot. I just think three seamers would have been better on this pitch.
Well, especially when you've got Ashwin in
This
such
ball,
good form at the
rather than
bat.
the pitch.
Yeah. And in fact, you actually got with Washington Sunder, even without Washington Sunder, you're batting down to number 8, really. It's a pretty strong batting lineup, isn't it? Sharma in. See, Sibley's found the edge, and he's been caught at second slip by Rohit Sharma. And England have lost their first wicket with only 2 runs on the ball. It wasn't to spin, it was to pace. Ishant Sharma on his 100th test has taken another wicket, and England are doomed. Yeah, I couldn't hear much of that jingle, but I believe it's finished now. Dominic Sibley goes for a big round duck. Not how he would have liked to start his career in cricket's biggest mega arena. And off he strolls from 7 balls, dismissed at 244. What's he going to do with the rest of the day? Well, he'll probably be out there fielding before long. England are 2 for 1 and coming to the crease, we believe. A man who's not played any cricket since Sri Lanka. He's been on an enormously long journey to get to Amedabad, I believe. It's incredible. He's had to get buses, trains, automobiles, all sorts of things. It's Johnny Bairstow.
Johnny Bairstow's smarter than the average Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow's been this good since daycare, so all put on your wigs and let the crimson hair flow. I want the Pope to give him his own Lord's Prayer. Oh, he can hit the 6s, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Johnny Bairstow's smarter than the average Bairstow.
Well, we need Johnny Bairstow to come to Amedabad and make it his own. He's striding out to the middle man, familiar to Indian audiences, of course, in the IPL with the Sunrisers, though lost his place a little bit, didn't he, towards the end of the last tournament when Riddiman Sahar kind of took over. It's going to be interesting to see whether he gets in there or whether it's Riddiman Sahar, because of course if you can have a local player who's also your wicketkeeper, it means you can find room for another overseas player, doesn't it?
Exactly. And but I have a question for you guys. What is it with English wicketkeepers looking unhappy 24 hours a day? I mean, other than folks who doesn't look that unhappy, I think Bairstow and Butler both look exceedingly unhappy whenever the camera pans on them.
I don't think Joss Butler does, but it's a default state for Johnny B, isn't it?
And Indo, he's a Yorkshireman. You need to say no more. That's the answer.
That's right.
The second slip did for Dom Sibley. We had 3 slips for Jasprit Bumrah at one point. Johnny Bairstow comes out into his 73rd Test match, and he's going to be greeted by, I just think, 2 slips. No one scored a run from the bat so far. Here comes Sharma again into Johnny Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow leaves a ball about 8 inches outside off stump, fairly full, and through to the keeper it goes. Tony.
Yes, Adelaide Barmes said, morning chaps, 1 spinner and Leach. Interesting. Suman Nag says, first time a 4 a.m. national anthem. Suman's in the States, not in India. Still the same feeling, bloody pumped. The next Leah says, but I don't know those either. Oh, that's a conversation about songs. Going on all night, I think.
We just had another no ball, by the way. Shame for Dominic Sibley that the one that got him wasn't a no ball, but Ishant Sharma has now bowled a couple of those. And England have advanced in extras to 3 for 1. As, Sharma is on his way again. Bowls. Johnny Bairstow's onto the back foot looking the force, but it's on him a little more quickly than he expected. Has to be content with a defensive guide up to mid-off, and there is no run. More Tony.
Yes, Martin Lawrence has a question for Anindo, saying, question for cricket writer, when did Chennai get its current name?
I believe that was 1996.
1996. Diana Craddock echoes the view of a nation when she just says WTF Dom Sibley.
Bring back Rory Burns. I don't know which openers to play with, because none of them get enough runs. They have a couple of good innings and everyone says, oh, we've got it nailed down now, we've got our opening partnership for the next 10 years, and then of course they hit a run of quite poor form. Sharma again into Johnny Bairstow, and it's a full ball that swings, but Bairstow waits for it, and he comes forward and meets it with the full face of the bat and pushes it up to mid-on, and there is no run. How long now? We've been 19 minutes of the game, and England are still waiting for their first run from the bat. I'm wondering if I can go through my whole commentary session of half an hour without England actually scoring from the bat. That will be something to put into the stats.
Would that be a record?
Well, I wouldn't like to say it's a record. It probably would be. I'd be very surprised if it had happened before, but it could have done. Final ball.
If that's the case, you would also hope that it hasn't edged, taken an edge.
Oh, that's true.
Yes.
Well, maybe actually we should have a little edge through the gap between second slip and gully for 4 runs. That would be a nice way to get going. Anyway, Ishant Sharma's about to bowl the final ball of his second over, a successful one, and he's in past the umpire. Bowls. Oh, he's looking for big swing. It starts very wide, and Johnny was confident there that because it was so wide, it wouldn't threaten his off stump, but it did swing back a fair way, but missed the off stump probably by about 8 inches. That is the end of the over after 3 overs this morning. England are 3 for 1. Crawley has none. Bairstow has none. Sibley has gone for none, and it's 3 for 1.
Barong says, greetings from Dakar. Stronger England lineup as expected. A good toss win, methinks. Has India erred by selecting 3 spinners and will be batting last? We shall know in a few days. Well, I guess we will. We might be finding out sooner than that, but we'll see. Linux Leah says, morning everyone. I'm a bit disappointed to see India pick only 2 fast men and leave Umesh out. He was a beast in the last day-night test played in India.
He was indeed. This is why I was very upset when I didn't see him in the lineup.
So not for the first time, I think you and Leah are in agreement there. Felix Stock. Oh, sorry. The Night Roller says, joining you again from down under. Gutted I'll be asleep for the last session. I preferred it when you folks had to get up stupidly early. Oh well, I'm not sure we did, Light Roller, but glad you're comfortable.
Yeah, as long as you're happy. 3 slips for Crawley as Bumrah is into him. Oh, he gets that to swing from middle and leg, but there is going to be runs from the bat. It's well met by Crawley, and in fact, the man at mid-on, Ravi Ashwin, is just jogging after that because that is going to run into the long on boundary for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yep,
that push picked the gap beautifully.
Oh, it was a lovely piece of timing from Crawley. Although we saw a couple of instances of that in Sri Lanka, that the first couple of overs from the quicker bowlers, he dealt with quite nicely. A couple of pulls. Then the spinners got to him outside the off stump, swinging further away. Rishabh Pant does really well as the man at first slip gives him room. He dives across and takes that one-handed. And there is no run. 7 for 1. The GPL is open, £53 in it. If you'd like to become a patron, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Please keep this free at the point of delivery by paying us some money, really, on a monthly basis. We'd be very grateful. Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. That's what keeps us going in these difficult times. Bumrah into Crawley. Crawley defends on the front foot. He's going to take a quick single up to Ashwin at mid-on. That's well spotted by the tall man from Kent, and they get through for that one. England move to 8 for 1. Crawley has 5. It brings Johnny Bairstow down to face for the first time. What's the level of excitement in India? I mean, you're not actually in India, are you? What's the level of excitement in Singapore and Indo?
Well, the level of excitement in India, as perceived from Singapore,
yes.
is very, very high. I think people are very excited with this. Clearly, pink ball tests are something which I think are going to catch on very fast, and it's probably going to be the ones which really bring in the crowds into Test cricket. And it's a new stadium. There's a lot of the hype around it, and the series is poised amazingly, right?
It really is. It really is. It's poised this morning. It's a difficult first hour, crucial first half hour that India are winning at the moment. England 8 for 1, 3 slips for Johnny Bairstow, and a fairly fine gully. Not a massive gap between that third slip and the gully. As Bumrah approaches into Johnny Bairstow, and he was having a horrible little prod outside the off stump. I'm not even sure whether he got a little bit of an edge on that, but it's fallen short of Rishabh Pant, who's taken a bit of a blow, probably on the hard part of the hand at the bottom where it joins the wrist, and has taken his glove on to give it a little bit of a shake. Anyone perceive an edge on that, or was it just a prod?
I had to look twice, I've got to be honest. I sharp intake of breath the second it went past the bat. He was definitely going towards it rather than away from it, wasn't he, with a little tentative
I think it just went fast. I doubt if it was an edge.
We're going to have a look on Ultra Edge. Nope, there's nothing there. Nothing there. So it was just a good ball. In comes Bumrah again, bowls to Johnny onto the back foot, plays it towards mid wicket, and there is no run. Don't forget, of course, there are wonderful, wonderful T-shirts that you can now get. You can get anything. In fact, you can get shower curtains, you get bath mats, you can get duvet covers, you can get clocks, all in the various designs that we've had done for us by the wonderful Hombre Nuevo. Not all of them, but I would say now about 80% of them done by him. You will be able to get the wonderful Shit Gets Wickets T-shirt. You can get the wonderful You Effing Muppets as made iconic by the Bear. Bumrah in, Johnny leaves it outside the off stump, rising this time through to Rishabh Pant, and that is the end of the over. From 4 overs this morning, England have advanced to 8 for 1. Let's get some more tweets in.
Yes, indeed. Mayank says, "Good morning, all. My turn to do the 4 a.m. start. Don't have it in me to get out of bed, so I'll have to watch on my phone for the first session before I can get the energy to get up." Andrew Veer says, "Morning, gents. Would you say the first 60 minutes are of huge importance?" Yes, we would, and yes, we have.
The first 60 minutes.
Suman Nag is sending us surprised that Cook didn't play a World Cup game versus BVS Laxman. Cricketers have played 100 or more Test matches, but not even a single ODI World Cup game. Include Alistair Cook, BVS, Colin Cowdrey, and Justin Langer. Apparently.
Colin Cowdrey, I can't imagine he would have played T20. No. On to the front foot comes Crawley as Ishant Sharma starts a second over. Curiously for Ishant, I mean, there's a bit of seniority going on here, although in a reverse sense, Ishant Sharma's got 2 slips. Jasprit Bumrah is getting 3 slips.
ODI World Cups, this was. And Ishant Sharma joins that list today.
Okay, thank you for that. Before play today, we see Ishant Sharma being presented with a plaque and a cap on a tray. A cap on a tray to mark, presumably, is a 100th Test match.
100th, yeah.
Yeah, they gave him one of those little sort of corridors of honour. Virat Kohli slaps him in a friendly way, and he led them onto the ground.
They started their careers together in first-class cricket. They were roommates, actually.
Outside the stump from Ishant, left alone. That's interesting. I may have mentioned this before, but I saw India under-19s when they were playing a Test against England in 2006 or 7. I can't remember which it was. And I remember Ishant Sharma, and there was a lot of hype around Ishant Sharma, but I was looking back at the scorecard of that game, which Adam Live batted really well, and Billy Godleman, for all those people who know him.
Derbyshire,
yeah, indeed, ex-Middlesex. And Virat Kohli was in that team, but I had no memory of him whatsoever. He obviously didn't impress me. You've got to do well to impress.
That's where he came out from. I mean, I think he was the captain of that team.
He might well have been. Here is Ishant Sharma in bowls outside the off stump to Crawley, who leans forward but then takes the bat out of the path of the ball, and once more it goes through to Rishabh Pant.
Virat Kohli told an interesting story yesterday, I think, because the two of them were roommates when they played their first class match, and during that season Ishant got picked for India. And he was sleeping, so Kohli had to wake him up and tell him that he's got picked for India.
You'd still think you were in a dream, wouldn't you? Oh, what do you mean I've been picked for India? Surely not. Yeah, it's wonderful, isn't it, when people find out strange ways through. Sometimes you'd get in England, you used to have CFAX and teletext, and various sportsmen would find out through teletext that they'd been selected or dropped or whatever.
In India, it's usually journalists calling you or something.
Oh, right, nice. Sharma bowls a full ball, beautiful straight drive from Crawley, minimum of effort, he's put that away, and England have their second boundary of the morning.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A lovely couple of boundaries from Crawley this morning. He does look the real deal. He's got beautiful strokes, he really has, and England need him to be there for a long while playing those sort of shots. Yes, of course, don't forget to get our t-shirts. Go to our website, GorillaCricket.com. The Bear is going to put one up on Twitter for you to see for your glorious wonderment.
It's on the screen. It's going out.
It's going on the screen, in fact. It's going on our screen. I don't know how he's going to do that, but he's going to do it. We are going to have 2 more balls in this over, and then it will be time for a change. It will be who's coming in to take over ball by ball? I believe it's going to be Dave Brooke. In comes Ishant Sharma, bowls another full ball, whipped away through mid wicket. There was swing there, but Crawley observed it, waited for it, put it away. 4 more runs.
Hit me, baby, one more time.
I have to say a rather unfortunate goodbye to an Indo for the time being. He's got to go and do some
I'm going to
work.
be back soon.
He will be back. He'll be back in about an hour. So don't forget to tune in.
See you then.
If you're purely an Indo fan, if you only turn on to hear an Indo, he'll be back in an hour. So we'll look forward to that. Bringing you the finest news about India from Singapore. Sharma thought that was quite a good delivery, and he seems a bit shocked that was put away for 4. And he's got a hole in his sleeve, at the top of his sleeve, underneath his armpit. How extraordinary! 2 slips and a gully, a finish gully. A couple of boundaries from the over. This is the final ball of it. Sharma is in, bowls, it comes back into him, but he plays it neatly away off his hip. He's going to get 1. Is he going to chance the second? Johnny Bairstow looks up and says, "Are you coming?" He says yes. They get back, and England, after losing that first wicket of Sibley for a duck, are 18 for 1 after 5 overs. I'll just stay on for a couple of minutes because Dave hasn't quite appeared yet.
Crawley
has 15 of it. Yeah, do some tweets. Yeah.
Here. Morning all. Are we doomed yet?
Yep.
Very close. Shubman Gill says, agree, Washington was a marginal call, but why Umesh? Please don't give some stats. He's no good. So there's no arguing with that. Shubman Gill says, Bairstow jingle is more like a nursery rhyme. Sorry. Well, it kind of is. It's Yogi Bear. It's the Yogi Bear theme tune, actually.
There you go.
Barbara.
Johnny Bairstow is the average bear. Stow.
Hey. So it's a picnic basket.
Yay.
Kiwi Callie says, try Gorilla Cricket. She's obviously telling someone. I'm glad it is. Oh, Le Freewee is who she's telling. So thank you for doing that, Kiwi Callie.
Let's hold that thought, and I will hand over to Dave Brooke. Morning, Dave.
You're on mute, Dave. Dave, your microphone is on mute. The man who literally wrote the book on Zoom etiquette has left his mic.
It's actually called You're on Mute. Yeah, thank you, Hendo. You are to the lockdown Britain what Vera Lynn was to the wartime effort. And that's first ball is tucked away from Bairstow. He's off the mark. So Bumrah's first ball of the over is tucked away, and I think Bairstow. Oh no, is that a leg by? Oh, it's a leg by. So he's not off the mark. He's on. He remains. Let's see if that went hit the pad. Is it? Oh, what happened there, Hendo? Tony,
I was dealing with tweets.
Okay. You're going to pass your tweet responsibility over to Sam, I believe.
Giving him
Good morning, Sam. Good morning to Sam.
I'm on mute too. Hello, good morning. One day I will come on and actually it will all go smoothly, but that day is not today.
Well, we don't know. It's too early to call it. So that's edged into the gully, leading edge by Crawley, and it's Rahane there who does the fielding. Tony, sorry, you wanted to say something.
Did I know?
Oh, sorry, I was just seeing on chat that you were saying something, but anyway, normal bit of morning chaos. It's not 4 o'clock, but it feels like it. Actually, I woke up at 4 this morning because my body was programmed to do that, and so there's been 5 hours of anticipation, and I haven't been disappointed yet. It's been a really good first session. That's driven beautifully by Zach Crawley through the covers. That's going to go. Is it going to go? It's just beaten the fielders. The first boundary to Zach Crawley.
1 2 4 4 2 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
First boundary of this over, I meant.
Yes, I was going to say he's hit 4 already.
Yeah,
and he's certainly working that offside. I mean, the feeling was, of course, that batting first would be important on this track. Clearly, Sibley hasn't taken advantage. Crawley's looked quite assured so far, particularly working that offside as he's done there.
Well, he's on thank you. Yeah, he's on 19 now as he waits for Bumrah. There's one of the slips has come out, 2 slips in the gully now for Bumrah, and he's leaving that one go outside the off stump. So good, Zach Crawley looking in good form, which will be heartening news to England fans tuning in today. And Ninja wasn't too happy with the Indian team selection. That's what I detected from that first stint from a Ninja this morning, Tony.
Yeah, he'd said, funny enough, that he was quite funny enough. He seemed to want Umesh Yadav in, which hasn't gained universal agreement on Twitter, but then that was his point of view. So it sounds to me like he might well have played a seamer rather than the third spinner.
Well, he wouldn't be the first not to get universal agreement from the Gorilla Twitterati. I mean, it's not a popularity contest, is it? Commentating on Gorilla, or is it, Tony? Outside the off stump. Crawley leaves that one alone. Yeah.
But say what you think.
Well,
stand by it. Doesn't matter if everyone agreed with everybody all the time in life. Life would be pretty bloody boring, wouldn't it? To be honest.
Well, I agree with that.
Providing you can back up a point of view, it's perfectly okay for it not to be the same as someone else's.
Well, exactly. I agree with that too.
Stop agreeing with me.
Well, I agree with that point that we shouldn't all agree with each other.
I completely agree. We should never agree. I love it.
Yeah, no, you're right about it. I hadn't seen it like that, Tony. Here's Boomer, and that's tucked away nicely off his legs by that's flying off the bat. Down to the boundary. It's another 4.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
Beautiful. Is this a 5-minute argument or the full half hour?
That was just tucked nicely by Zach Crawley. It was on his pads, and a flick of the wrist, and he's timing the ball magnificently this morning. And is that a sign that the ball is coming onto the bat nicely on this pitch, which has shown quite a lot of carries so far? Good morning to you, Sam. You're on tweet duty. How are you doing?
Good morning. Yes, I'm very well, thank you. Much better for those couple of boundaries in that over. We've got Vector Victoria says, if you are Rory Burns, you must be seriously annoyed about that wicket. You get dropped, so some bloke could get naught. Well, it happens, and actually it wasn't Sibley he got dropped for, it was Crawley, and he is showing some good touches early doors. Pierre de la Touche says, on the plus side, the ball does swing and there is movement. Broad and Anderson should be cashing in. Farong, collapse has started, question mark, exclamation mark, question mark. I think that's he's gone early with that call now.
Very early.
Seagrave Saab, what are the odds of extras being our highest score in this innings? Anyone? Odds on that?
I don't think I'd even offer them. From what I've seen, it was one very good ball that just shaded away, but generally no general alarms. May change now the ball's turning though.
And there's a change of bowling into the attack comes Axar, and the very first ball, there's an appeal for LBW. He's given Bairstow is given out LBW. He's going to review that. Very first ball from Axel Patel, and Bairstow yet to score is LBW adjudged out. England review.
Yeah, it went through him, didn't it? It certainly got extra bounce, which I think is interesting. That it turned. I think Johnny felt he'd got an inside edge, but I'm not sure we're seeing that. It looks loads of space between inside edge. The Bear is sat in the studio with his finger up. He's either sending us a message that he's not especially polite, or he's saying that Johnny Bairstow is gone.
The Bear, if Bear's, in my experience, if Bear gives it out, it's closely followed by the batsman walking back to the hutch. And of course, he's already been given out, so just impact in line, wickets hitting. That's Johnny Bairstow's return to the Test match team. He's LBW bowled Axar Patel with his very first ball without troubling the scorers.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Classic left arm orthodox delivery, really, wasn't it? Just enough movement.
Absolutely.
The concern then for England would be, the one spinner versus the three. As soon as India have made the change, Patel has done the trick.
Yes, one of these teams has got it spectacularly wrong with their selection, one of them. And there's an early side that it could be England, because one side's picked three spinners, the other side has just gone with two if you include Joe Root, but he's not as good as Axar Patel, that's for sure. And I thought Axar Patel was really good in that first in that last Test match, made a huge difference coming in. And that's his very first ball. I'm quite happy I've backed him to be the leading wicket taker, Bear, in this India innings. And let's see if I can get the double with Joe Root at 5-2 to be England top scorer. Bear's given me the seal of approval. He's usually probably done his usual bet this morning, which is to go under or over. Or no, he hasn't done that. Okay. Sam, are you betting? Could you be tempted on the 3-1 now England, who've gone out to 3-1? Would you be tempted?
I am a betting man, but that doesn't tempt me. No, right now. I think it would have to be a longer odds than that. I know. Well, what are we? Half an hour or so into the Test, but yes, 3-1 seems a bit short of a price for me at the moment.
Is the new batsman?
pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
And he's been in a rich vein of form. They'll need to continue that in this match. It's Joe Root who tucks the first ball away. Will he get off the mark? No, he doesn't. And he's coming in because Bairstow has been LBW to the first ball of spin bowled in this test match. A lot of speculation about spinners or seamers and very interesting stats that you produced, Tony, about day-night matches. And well, that's gone against the stats, hasn't it? Because the stats are heavily favouring the seamers. Here's Patel to bowl his third ball, and again a little bit of purchase there. There's a short leg who looked interested briefly as Root fended that off. The stat, as far as I could read your stats, Tony, it was seamers took all the wickets in the last day-night match in India, and here's Patel. He's come on and taken a wicket with his very first ball of spin in this match.
Well, it's broadly speaking in day-nights overall, it's about it's a third more wickets to seam at a third cheaper cost. Is a sort of the simple maths.
That goes on with the arm. It's left by Joe Root, but quite an uncomfortable leave in the end because it didn't go wasn't that far away from the stumps. Was that a good leave? Well, didn't get him out, so I guess it is. That one's floated up there, and there's a man in short extra cover who parries it, and so this is a really good opening over from Axar Patel, who reminds me very much of a young Ravi Shastri as a bowler rather than as a coach or commentator, of course. He's got that sort of regal bearing and a nice delivery. This one is tucked away by Joe Root. He's going to go off the mark here. He's going to think him about 2 runs. So the first 2 runs towards Joe Root's double century. At the end of that over, it's England 29 for 2 wickets. Sam.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, Messi Jez says no balls looking to top score here. The crowd is so loud that they drown out the TV comms, but not the Guerrilla Cricket comms. Perfect solution. Do not, in capital letters, do not bring back Burns, Hendo, unless he removes that ridiculous haircut. Not a fan of the pirate look for Rory Burns there. Harriet Atkinson, morning Gorillas. Lovely day for listening to you while watching a field of lambs bouncing about. That sounds glorious, actually. I'm very jealous of that situation, Harriet. Matt Hardy, evening, hope all is well. 2 days of 35-degree heat here in New Zealand, far too hot. Just settling down to listening to cricket. Hopefully you won't fall asleep. Come on, England.
Yeah, if you fall asleep during this opening of this match, then there's not much hope for you. I hope you wake up in time for the 100. That's all I can say. It's a really interesting start to this match, that's for sure. Here's Bumrah, and he's bowling now to Crawley, who's forward defensive. Crawley's made 23 out of these 29 runs, and frankly he's the only batsman he's the only one who's put bat to ball so far. 5 boundaries for him, and Joe Root's the other end on 2, and the wickets to fall, 1 to Patel, and the other wicket was the very first one to fall, which I'll find on the scorecard in a moment. Tony got it at his fingertips, but I'll tell you in a moment. And the first wicket to fall was, of course, Dom Sidley caught Sharma bowled, and his Bumrah bowls, and that's played an airy drive by Crawley outside the off stump, and it goes through for no runs.
Sibley was caught Sharma. Bowled Sharma.
Yeah, exactly. I had to pause there.
One Rohit and one Ishant.
Yeah, because they've got the old Rohit and Ishant. You sometimes forget that they've got the same. Well, I did. They've got the same surname.
He was well and truly Sharma, David.
Yes, caught R.G. Sharma, bowled I. Sharma. No score.
Sharma.
Johnny Bairstow, LBW bowled Axar Patel for no score. So Crawley on 23. He had a good waft at that last one, and he tucked this one away, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So, Bumrah, that's going to keep Jasprit Bumrah interested if Crawley continues to go for those full pitch balls, Tony.
Yes, I mean, he's looking for the one that ducks in, isn't he? Is Jasprit bowling full? So, yes, it'll be an interesting competition. 1 wicket to seam, 1 wicket to turn.
And Crawley now waits for Bumrah, and he's very solidly behind that. So pretty good start by Crawley this morning. If you're a student and you're just waking up, for this day-night match, and James Knight is one of those students. Stokes was saying that earlier that when he was interviewed yesterday, that this pink ball was really going to play up potentially on this surface. So England have left out Dom Bess. That's the news on the England selection, and they're going to go with Archer, Broad and Anderson together again. That's looking. Crawley looks to play it off his pass, doesn't make contact. Who would have thought? I thought we'd never see the two of them again. It'd be like Simon and Garfunkel.
We're not seeing them
going
together in this game, David.
Well, I expect to.
Well, I don't. I'm expecting to see Archer. And did I miss? Unless I missed something completely.
Yeah, Broad's in the side, Tony.
Oh, he is. Oh, I beg your pardon. I take that all back. For some reason I thought. We have got a seam-loaded attack then, Lord above.
Well, yeah, so Broad, I'll continue with my point then.
Quite right.
Broad and Anderson, first time together. I thought, you ruined my punchline. There's Simon and Garfunkel back together again. Lennon and McCartney. I know, one of them's died. Outside, and Crawley plays that down onto the offside, and there's no run. So 29 for 2, end of that, over. Crawley on 23, Root on 2. Can we have some social media messages? Sam?
Absolutely we can, Dave. Messy Jazz again says this session is sponsored by Gorilla Cricket's wonderful new t-shirt. There is no run. Of course, 20 minutes behind on the tweets there, so we've had a few runs since then. Suman Nag has asked Hendo, do we all also get masks? Kiwi Calic, hi Gorilla, haven't tuned in for a while, but nice to hear you. Nice to have you here, Kiwi Cali. I've suggested your dulcet tones to Le Fruit, a Kiwi in France. Please say bonjour to him. Bonjour, Le Fruit. Leah, outside context problem. Why are England fans so pessimistic when England lose an opener early?
Because they usually lose the second one, and Patel, and they have. Axar bowls, that's defensive by Root, and there's no run. Could be the reason. Long history of collapses, Patel bowls, and that's tucked away by Root. He's going to get a single here, and Patel looks as though he had the better of that, but seemed like it was fairly comfortably put away by Root. So yeah, welcome to Gorilla Cricket's coverage of this match. We're guaranteed a Kevin Peterson free zone, because I noticed Kevin Peterson was infecting the radio coverage earlier this morning on other airwaves, so you're better off here. We're going to have a ninja coming back later on, our special expert on the pitch, who said that this grass is for cows, was his comment early on when you looked at this wicket. Patel bowls, and that's defensively by Crawley, and there's no run. There's a short leg in and a slip for Zach Crawley, and he will want to put that Sri Lanka tour out of his mind when he didn't perform, but he'll be thinking about the double ton he scored last summer. Patel bowls defensive, solid from Crawley. Yeah, so people are making jokes, I see on Twitter, about the length of England's tail today, with Archer carded to bat at 8.
George Dobell had a picture of a lizard, didn't he, with an enormously long tail that seemed to wrap around itself about 3 times.
Yeah. Defensively from Crawley, and there's no run. Bear in the green room, resplendent in his new Gorilla t-shirt, which is one of a number of merchandise range that's available on the website, along with an interesting range of news articles, and that's forward defensive from Root, ends that over, from Crawley. England 30 for 2.
Yes, and we've got a few more tweets then. Hembranevo, morning Gorillas, been looking forward to this, but now a little bit nervous. Understandable, I suppose. Thankfully, extras are one of our best current openers. Might be my internet, but GPL is saying it's currently closed. Oh, we'll have a look into that one. Harry Atkinson t-shirt has arrived. I bought the You Effing Muppet one. It's fab and good quality. So buy one, Gorilla fans. There you are, an endorsement for the t-shirts. Messy Jez, things you expect to hear on Gorilla Cricket number 260. Hendo is to lock down Britain what Vera Lynn was to wartime Britain. And Adelaide Barmies says it's a road, isn't it? India versus England.
Wow, I'll leave that question hanging in the air. Is the pitch a road? There's already been signs of spin and a little bit of movement as well. But I like the French accent, Sam. That was very authentic.
I don't think I've ever been complimented on my French accent before, so there's a first time for everything. I didn't expect it to come during an England versus India test match, but there you go.
Bien joué.
Jess is picking me up on my pronunciation of Axar Patel. Is he with Guns N' Roses too? Here's Boomer. And Bear's waving at me.
Yeah, I just want to say the GPL is open. I've just opened it. Sorry, I made a mistake in the back end, and it is now open.
Right, yes, GPL, that's the Gorilla Prediction. You can win money by predicting the number of runs scored today, and you go to the Gorilla Cricket website for the details of that. And we've got dignitary, we've got Mr. Modi in the ground. Not Lalit Modi of IPL fame, but Prime Minister Modi, who was paraded with the players earlier, and the stadium now named after him, Bumrah. And that's Joe Root looking solid behind that. And it's now called the Narendra Modi Stadium, of course, scene of Donald Trump's triumphant pronunciation of Tendulkar and Virat Kohli, I think is what Trump said when he was a guest of Modi at this stadium. And it does look a sensational stadium, a capacity of, they're saying 132,000 you can get in here. I reckon they could squeeze a few more into that. Today 50,000 is forecast, not there yet. That one spits a bit, and from Bumrah, and Root has to take his hand off, one hand off the bat, so something there for the bowlers in this wicket. Tony, I've got a great person for you to interview next in your fantastic interview series, another author, Indian. Have you thought about how maybe you've contacted him already, the Indian author Ramachandra Guha, and his latest book, The Commonwealth of Cricket?
I have indeed, because I was seeing that talked up yesterday by Emma John, I think. So yes, I did make a mental note, and his previous book, both of which look very interesting.
Looks a great book. I love the subtitle of the book, Tony. It's called A Lifelong Love Affair with the Most Subtle and Sophisticated Game Known to Mankind.
Sounds perfect.
What a great subtitle for the book. And it's called The Commonwealth of Cricket, Ramachandra Guha, and a lot of people talking about that. So yeah, another one for you there,
Tony. Should we let
Tony?
Sam catch up here, because I know we were falling behind on all platforms. So as we've got time, well, I have to say Root's got in a little bit of discomfort there. But Sam, do you want to...
I absolutely can. Concerning there for England, and Joe Root clutching his hand. Mog says, hello, I can confirm it is a popularity contest. So there we are, definitively on Twitter. Greg, double take. Was that me mentioned? Sweet, cheers. Yes, Greg, it was indeed you, Lafuri mentioned. James Humberstone, that's not an argument, it's just a contradiction at Tony Bishop.
Yeah, there's a few Monty Python references seeded through the Twitter feed now.
Messi Ches, we've done that one. Axel Patel, David Izzy, we've already pulled you up on that one. Matt Hardy, wow, Johnny Bairstow, boy scoring runs. Who'd have guessed it? John Thompson, if you don't have Gorilla Cricket on, you're doing it wrong. I would agree with that. Leah, outside context problem. Johnny on a pair, say it ain't so. Pierre de la Touche, Root or bust, and Root's hand might be bust by the looks of things. Mayank, quick, someone get a concussion so England can get a spinner in as a sub. Well, yes, that would be an interesting tactic. Josie Oak, Axel Rose Patel, question mark. Barney Spender, most irritating phrase in sports commentary at the moment, worldy, to describe any fine piece of play. It should stay in Australia or Radio 1. Humph. That was Barney Spender. Sally says, thank you, Johnny. Test cricket has been crying out for Watto's LBW review replacement. That was an audition worthy of Watto Lotto. It was indeed. It looked very out, that. From even on a first look, as you said, Tony, it was a perfect left arm spinner's delivery. Pierre Latouche again, looking like we have new sponsors for Amedabad, the Grim Reaper. James Humberson is. Yeah,
this is the ongoing. Is this a fool? Is this the room for an argument? Gag.
Yes.
It'll pop up a few times.
I think
Watch out for it.
Messi Jez is not, which presumably is. We're again on the same thing.
You're picking up on this now, Sam. I can see.
I am. It's funny when you're catching up, you're reading things for the first time and then thinking, well, I don't know what that means. But yeah, Sussex Fox, totally horrible verbage. Middle-aged men trying to sound hip. Shit, commentating. I mean, they've tagged Test Match Special into that as well. So,
I thought they were referring to us for a moment.
Yes, indeed. I think that is in response to Barney Spender's tweet about using the phrase worldy. So as long as we avoid the phrase worldy, we are okay in Sussex Fox's book.
Okay, yes. Sorry, I thought we were still seeing replays. You're not missing any action because Joe Root's injury is being attended to.
That's a big concern for England, though. Sorry to interrupt Sam's flow. But if Joe Root was to fall, if he was to be got out by a cracking delivery, then you just go, well, c'est la vie. These things do happen, but they need his runs. And I think England will be in a terrible state if he was to be retired hurt. That would be a shocker for England.
Would be far from ideal. So I nip over to YouTube. Have we done any YouTube comments yet this morning?
There are indeed. There's several there.
Have we done any?
We have. You can start with Dean Semister.
While you're looking for that, Sam, I'm going to tell you about this new over from Jasper Bumrah. Sorry, it's a continuation of the over because, of course, Joe Root, there was a pause whilst he attended to his injury. Seems to have recovered. Both got two big gloves on, Tony. Come on. And he plays that onto the offside and there's no run.
Yeah, it was just the length of time they were taking, the precautions, I suppose, you do these days with any kind of injury, particularly head injuries, but just something in the body language suggested more concern than just a quick bit of spray and carry on, Joe. But I think he's okay.
Yeah,
although he took his hand off that, didn't he?
Well, he did, but that's Test cricket, Tony. If it was easy, we'd all be doing it. Outside the off stump, Root leaves it alone, and there's no run there. He picks up on 3. I should have said that in a Yorkshire accent. If it was easy, we'd all be doing it.
No.
Test cricket. Are you missing Jeff Boycott?
Not when I aim carefully.
Crawley on 23, Joe Root on 3. It's been a fantastic start to this Test match, full of interest, this pitch, and we've got the day-night floodlights to come. And what a day of cricket for the cricket fan. I'll explain what I mean in a moment. Bumrah bowls, and that's angled down by Root. You see, you could do a whole day of cricket today, Tony. After the Test match, you could go for the for Karachi Kings versus Islamabad United, which kicks off at 2 o'clock in the Pakistan Super League. And then, for good measure, you could then, the highlight of the day in the Caribbean Super 50, Trinidad versus Guyana.
It's
at 5 o'clock.
It's literally all go. I'm wondering if England have got a secret plan here to get themselves bundled out so they can have a bowl in twilight. But
the twilight zone.
I suspect that's not actually their intent.
Well, Patel is going to resume here, and he's bowled 2 overs just for 3 runs, and he's taken that vital wicket. Johnny Bairstow back without troubling the score as Bairstow out for naught on his return to Test cricket after a 72-hour coach ride and an enforced rotational break at home in Yorkshire, shopping at Lidl's instead of being here, getting into the nets and playing properly. It's England's rotation policy at fault again, over-engineered and counterproductive. Patel bowls, and that's played out onto the leg side by Crawley. I thought I'd get that in and then absorb the flack from the Twitterati at Gorilla listeners who don't like me talking about the rotation policy.
I was wondering if you had some sort of insider knowledge about his supermarket of choice.
Well, I mean, it reminds me of Graham Gooch, who didn't tour that time, and I'll pause while Patel bowls. Oh, that spun sharply, and it was a nice bit of keeping from Pant, but the back foot was firmly in place. Yeah, Graham Gooch famously took that tour off because he wanted to spend more time shopping with his wife or girlfriend or whatever. I don't know whether he actually said that, but that's what he ended up doing anyway, spending the whole winter in going around Sainsbury's.
That ball was worth looking at again, by the way, David.
Really?
That one from Akhtar Patel did rip. It got both, the dream combination of spin and bounce.
He has bowled incredibly well this morning, and but he's given that one some air, and it's driven nicely by Crawley. There was a dive from short extra cover. He had no chance of stopping that. It's gone very sweetly for Crawley, for another boundary for Zach Crawley.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Zach Crawley showing some of the form that took him to that score of 267 last summer. That was beautifully driven, and short extra cover had a good old dive to try and stop that, but he's timing the ball so well. And but that's the first boundary off Patel. He's bowling really well. He's got a silly point and a short leg as he bowls, and that one doesn't spin, and it's played defensively by Crawley. Akhtar Patel in his 3rd over, 1 for 7, and he could be a really important player in this match, and that's before we've seen Ashwin and Sundar. Washington Sundar recalled to the India side. as Patel bowls, and that's played defensively by Crawley. He's when he's in form, there's no better player to watch. Zach Crawley, he's really entertaining, and England fans will be hoping he continues in this mode.
Well, he's found his slot, hasn't he, on that with those cover drives and extra cover drives.
Absolutely, he plays this one defensively, and there's no run. So 34 for 2. I think we're due for a change pretty soon. We've got the might of Gary Naylor going to be joining us in some capacity. And I think, Tony, are you taking over the old ball by?
No, I'm on a break.
Ah, you're on a break, a well-deserved break, if I may say so. So I think, is it Hendo back?
No, it's me and Gary and Sam.
Oh, the bear. Don't go anywhere. The bear is about to take over. Over to you, Bear, with England 34 for 2.
Well, Sam's going to be doing your ball by ball for you. I'm just here with Gary. Morning, Gary. Morning, Sam.
Morning. Morning all. Morning, Bear. Morning, Gary. Nice to meet you virtually. Yes.
Yes, indeed.
I believe I am on ball by ball duty. I'll read Dean Simister's YouTube comment out because I'm sure he was hanging. You know, he was 5 minutes ago. He was thinking I'm going to get a mention, and actually, it's very apt. He says, Zach more graceful than creepy Crawley. I mean, he has looked very graceful this morning, Zach.
He has indeed. All right, there's two things I'd say. I'd say, first of all, yeah, you can. It's always easy to lose a wicket early. After this,
Sharma comes in, back into the attack, outside off stump. Root leaves well alone, and it goes through to the keeper safely. No run.
And secondly, look, Bairstow played down the wrong line. It's the first ball he played against a spinner, and that can happen. And whilst I'm annoyed about it, it does happen. The spin isn't massive at the moment. It's not taking chunks out of pitch from the moment. If England can get a score on the board here, I'm sure it will break up. But if England can get like 300, 350, they might well be in the game, you know. And with 34 for 2, you know, you'd take a couple of early wickets if you get a decent score at the back end of the innings, wouldn't you? So I'm not too pessimistic yet.
Absolutely, I'm with you as Sharma continues. Again, almost a repeat of the previous delivery, left alone by Root outside off stump. Just Pant taking it on the up there. Good bounce, good carry through to the wicket keeper. We've seen some balls. We're just seeing a replay of that now, actually. The very first ball of the game, really, Pant had to juggle because it came through at head height for him. And it's a lot of the swing that we are seeing is coming after it's beaten the bat. It's making life difficult for Pant there behind the stumps. There has been that movement, but it's been very late.
Yes, and decent bounce on the pitch as well. And you know, obviously the pitch is going to play differently, but it won't be too alien to the batsman this at the moment. I'm sure if the pitch breaks up and things start turning square, it's a different matter, and that's when the spinners will come into it. But it's not doing that yet, and so I'm happy. How about you, Gary? Or have you frozen? Is Gary frozen? No.
No. I'm just reflecting on your views, rather different to mine. I'll come to them after this ball.
Again, Sharma outside off stump, too wide there. Root not interested. And having said the last one went through with a lot of bounce, that one has gone through along the ground. Pant does well. One bounce through to him. So variable bounce, definitely. Gary, go on.
I think England are in the game if they make 250 here because the pitch is too paced already. That's only going to get worse. Root has got an absolute snorter off Bumrah that hit him on the fingers, and it was even worse than the ball that Kohli got at the end of the last test. Quite how you're supposed to play a shot to that ball, I have no idea. Ashar has turned a few. He does get revs on the ball, that's fair enough, but it's going to be difficult in the final session of today. And I think England are well in the game with 250. They might be in the game with 200.
Sharma comes in again, a bit straighter that one to Root, who drives back towards him, back at the bowler, who it's an easy one for him to stop. He ends up on the deck. I think he just lost his balance slightly there. 34 for 2, just seeing a replay of that. Nice drive from Root. Yes, Sharma sticks a hand up, slips on the turf, but I think he's absolutely fine there.
I think
what we should be wary of is reading too much into Crawley's driving, because he is an absolutely beautifully balanced batsman and can drive balls that are half volleys and even balls that are just about length or just over pitched a little.
He's a tall man.
Other batsmen, and I think Crawley is something really special, by the way. Other batsmen are going to really struggle on this. England have Archer in at 8. Wow, 250 would be a great score.
Well, go on, Sam.
Sharma bowls again, outside off stump, through to the wicketkeeper, dot ball. Not a very decent over this from Sharma. No run conceded so far. 1 ball left.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. But I mean, you want to try and win the game, don't you? If you think you're winning the game, is the chance of you having Broader and Anderson in this. If they've targeted this pink ball test clearly, in which case you've got to go with Broad, Anderson and Archer, which doesn't leave you a lot of choices. They've gone to drop a spinner, which necessitates you lose something at the bottom of the order. But if you're going there to win the test, you've got to be positive and say your batsmen have got to score runs. You've got 8 of them. They've got to score the fucking runs.
I agree. England have got to take 20 wickets in this test, because if they don't win this test, I think the series is gone, because I don't think they're going to win the 4th test. So, I understand why they've done that, and having some pace and craft in the side is a good idea.
Gamble as Sharma switches to around the wicket straight, and that is a beautiful drive. He's come around the wicket there, Sharma, over pitched it. Root has just punched it back down the ground for the first boundary of his innings.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
We've got some tweets coming through. Suman Nag says, when in form, no better player to watch. Crawley, wow, bold statement. There's something in that. Maybe it's a little overstated at the moment, but there's definitely something in that. Adelaide Barmy says, morning Sam, morning Gary, morning Hendo. It's a road for seamers. I'm sticking with my original, but 300 will be a great score on this. I think it will be. We've got Nestle Boy saying, I want my money back. The pitch is not exploding. And Messi Jez, the wise old fox of Western Australia, says, yet.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, I think 300 would be a very good score on this. I think England had... Well, they probably would have taken it before the innings started, but they would certainly take it now as Axar Patel continues to Crawley, who just works it into the leg side, takes a single to Ashwin doing the fielding. He moves on to 28 off 40 balls, flying along Crawley relatively. Roots on 7 as we just see a replay of that one. In fact, we're watching Axar's last over and that one that turned away from Crawley, because just playing with the line, and so if it spins, it looks like you've missed it, but outside off stump. Root had a waft at that one. It was taken by Kohli at first slip. It just bit from the pitch and popped. There was a puff of dust, but actually Root missed it by a considerable distance in the end, but definitely turned there.
That went through the top.
It did, as Akhtar continues, fires it in on Root's pads, and Root goes back, pushes it out to deep mid wicket, just walks through to the single, comes back, held across his body.
What's wrong with your mic, Sam? You keep coming in, out. Last minute you were really loud. Now you're really quiet.
Am I okay now?
You sound like you're coming through the computer desktop rather than the mic on your headset.
It's not my headset. In theory, it is the mic that I'm holding in my hand.
Oh, okay. Keep it close to your mouth then.
Okay, fine. It does. Is that better?
Yes. That's too loud now.
Too close. Right. I'm learning as Axar continues. Crawley gets back onto the back foot, pushes it back towards the bowler. No run. 5 balls gone in the over. Just a couple of it. We see. Looks like quite windy. See the 2 flags, India and England flags up there on the top of this magnificent stadium. Very windy. Patel a bit short there. Crawley latches onto the back foot, but well fielded by the man at cover there. Rohit Sharma gets across, and they just take a single. End of the over, 41 for 2. I
want to take a little issue with you regarding Bairstow, Bear, because you said he just played down the wrong line. It's one of those things, which inevitably is the case.
But it was the first ball. Like he hadn't seen anything yet, so.
Well, it was the first ball from a spinner, but my contention with Bairstow and why I think he keeps getting beaten through the gate is that he doesn't watch the ball closely enough. If he's watching that ball, he can make an adjustment, because his head wasn't in entirely the wrong place, but he's already kind of decided where the ball is, and he's pushing hard at it with hard hands. And that means that that any kind of variation, either with the arm ball or one that turns, is getting him into trouble.
Yeah, but my point is, with the very first ball, he hasn't seen anything turn, so he's guessing that that's going to turn enough that he's playing down the right line.
That's why you've got to watch the ball all the way onto the bat.
Well, then you play back, but you played forward, and you have to choose a line that you're going to play. I mean, that's just how it goes, sometimes.
Well, I think he gets bowled through the gate too often.
Well, he does.
Playing at the ball without watching it all the way onto the bat.
Yep.
You can join us at Gorilla Cricket if you wish, and let us know what you think.
Sharma then, to continue at the Adani end, strays onto Crawley's pads, and in the form he is in this morning, there's a man out at deep mid-wicket, but it's gone to his left, and that has raced away to the boundary. 4 more to Zach Crawley.
Dare I say it, he's doing a Rohit Sharma.
Yeah. He's one of the most balanced, tall men that I can recall watching back, because he's 6'4", maybe a little bit more than that, and he's not light on his feet, but he has that preternatural balance that's the gift that's given to all great sportsmen. He's not yet a great batsman, but he's got every chance of becoming one.
Yeah, he really did. Unfortunately, as Sharma comes in again, Crawley looks for a quick single, but it's turned down by Root, and in the end goes back. There wasn't one there. Yeah, unfortunately, he lost his balance in the changing room a couple of
tests ago. Yeah,
but I don't think that was his fault. I think it was a very slippery marble floor, was it not? And I did read that he was slightly disappointed that the equivalent area in the Indian dressing room did have carpet down.
Well,
I don't know. It's who knows what went on. I heard it was a marble floor and he'd slipped over on his spikes or something. So
he did. I think he was the first one out, and just a bit unlucky, really. We've all done it. It's just a shame it happened. That's the danger of spikes indoors, I suppose. But just a shame for England. He was ruled out those first couple of tests, but he's back and looking like a man who is on a mission here as Sharma steams in again. Full outside off stump. Crawley makes no mistake. That is a beautiful punch drive through the covers. Races to the boundary in a matter of a second or so. 4 more for Crawley.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I imagine we're miles behind on Twitter, aren't we, Gary?
No, we're not that far behind.
Okay,
Actually,
cool.
Lawrence Jameson says Crawley bats better at 3 than opening. Like there's any difference when playing for England.
Well, that's
Nestle Boy says, I want it exploding from ball 1. And Lee, outside context problem, says, no wicket has fallen in the last 7 overs. Surely England are ahead of the game now.
At 49 for 2, considering we didn't score virtually a run in the first half hour, we scored virtually 50 in the next 40 minutes. So
absolutely flying as Sharma again outside off stump, left alone by Crawley. Decent line, but no need to play at it. It kind of doesn't, not quite trickles through to Pant, but it didn't get up in the same way that some of the balls have before. Those fuller balls definitely not carrying through to the keeper, but Pant takes it and flicks it to first slip. No run. We're just seeing some examples of Crawley's balance, as you were saying, Gary. It really is. What is he, 6'4"? He must be something like that. Really tall man.
But it's the timing. I mean, a lot of these are just block drives. The timing on them, they just scoot off to the boundary, man. I mean, it's beautiful to watch. It's beautiful to watch.
It really is. Oh, if only one could play a shot like that, as Crawley with his grey knickers in hand just twizzles that multicoloured handle around, gets ready to face the next ball. 5th of the over from Sharma. A couple of slips in a gully, outside off stump. Decent line from Sharma. That one carries through to Pant. No run. 37 off 48, as you said, doing a Rohit. Absolutely flying here, Crawley. And just saw a stat pop up. 25%, I think, of his boundaries have come from cover drives, and he did play that cover drive really well a couple of balls ago, wasn't it?
I tell you who he reminds me of, and it'll be older listeners who will have to make this leap of imagination here. For a man of his sort of size and build, with the balance that he's demonstrating here and in the 267 he made at the Rose Bowl, and in other innings as well when he's looked very good, he reminds me a little of the young Clive Lloyd. Obviously, Big Clive was left-handed rather than right-handed, but he has something of that time that comes from the balance and then the immaculate timing of the strokes.
And we see another one as Sharma strays onto the legs. Crawley just pushes it into the leg side, doesn't quite race away. He just kind of pushed it. I think they picked up a couple as Axar Patel comes around and does the fielding, but another lovely shot as England finished the over. 51 for 2, 14 overs gone. Twitter.
Yeah, I'll just finish that point because the later Clive Lloyd was slightly hamstrung by injuries, the kind of 1980s Clive Lloyd. But the 1970s Clive Lloyd was a different beast altogether and a batsman of the very highest class. Mayank, talking of Crawley, says Crawley is going for a Bannerman in this innings. A reference, of course, there to Charles Bannerman, who holds the record for the greatest percentage of runs within a completed innings. Oxymoronica says at least we won the toss. Very hard for Bairstow to be airlifted into the number 3 position. He looked nervous. Crawley showing how to do it. The ball is doing something, but you can hit it if slightly over pitched. Going to be interesting come night time. You're telling me.
Well, they are over pitching quite a bit, I think.
And Crawley is latching on to anything over pitch as Axar Patel continues to root, just worked into the leg side for a single, into his 5th over. Axar, this is second test for the 27-year-old.
Can I just get this comment from YouTube in, because it's going to please Gary. It says, Jimmy Danger says, Gary, what colour is Merseyside? And even though I'm a Liverpool fan, I'm a red. That hurts, but yeah, it's turning into a terrible season for us.
Thank you.
Good times as Patel continues. Straight ball, Crawley pushes it back towards the bowler. No run as he has a look around. What have we got? A slip, a mid-wicket, short leg, short fine leg, point, cover, man mid on, mid off, man out deep on the leg side. So already he started to spread the field. Just the one slip in as Axar bowls again in those sunglasses of his, reminding me of a Ashley Giles from my childhood, left arm spinner. He used to bowl in sunglasses. No run there for Crawley as Patel comes in again. Ooh, he plays the line of the ball. It just turns away from his bat. Pant takes it well. It stays a bit low. It takes the bails off, but I don't think Crawley moved. He was very still. But yeah, that a little bit of turn there from Axar Patel.
Yeah, it's turning. I mean, the one that when Root drove and it went to first slip, I mean, that did take a chunk out of the wicket, but it was wide of the stumps and appreciably wide. It's when it starts shaking chunks out the straight you've got to start worrying.
Indeed, it's got to speed up a little bit. The 92 and 95 kilometres, the last couple of balls as Patel again. Crawley gets onto the front foot, pushes it back to the bowler. No run as we see Graham Swan in the commentary box. They've swapped a batsman for a spinner in the commentary box with Mark Butcher outgoing and Swan in as Patel bowls again. Last ball of the over. Crawley we'll give him some credit, turns it round to leg side, takes a single, 53 for 2. Crawley on 40, not out. Social media?
Yes, Colin on YouTube says bowling is far too full and Crawley is eating it up. Well, I mean, I think there's something in that, but Crawley's footwork is so decisive, and we've mentioned before he's such a tall man. You can be only just full of length and it begins to look like a half volley when you have the technique and the physique of this man that we're talking about. Over on Twitter, they're beginning to come through. Echo says, making some home brew beer while listening to Guerrilla Cricket. Gonna call it Tracer Bullet IPA. And
Nice.
Woy Palm says, watching on sick leave rather than just skiving off, and sends a photograph of himself wearing a neck brace. So we send our best wishes in your way, Woy Palm. Hope that you're back out of Tiger Woods like bandages there at the earliest opportunity. Albeit, I think it's more leg than neck for the golfer. We wish him well too.
We have a change of bowling here. Ravichandran Ashwin into the attack for the first time. Over pitch to Crawley, but it goes down to long leg, who Jasprit Bumrah does the fielding, takes a single. Do we have we jingle up the new bowler?
He's going.
I just want to correct you there. I'm sorry, because we've been eulogising Crawley, but even he can't drive it to long leg. It was to long on.
Did I say long leg? There you go. That's just the magic of Crawley. I mean, under his spell as he continues to root, who just pushed it down to mid-wicket rather than long leg, and it's no run. Ashwin again, third ball of the over. Root gets forward, defends it. Yeah, Ashwin, of course, England's nemesis in the last game. He took 8 wickets, got that 100 in the second innings. He's just 6 shy of the 400 Test wicket mark. Quite remarkable from just 76 tests, although his record against left-handers is unbelievable. And England just have the one of those in Ben Stokes in this test as Root goes back and pushes it to the man at short leg. We've got a short leg in, a man at leg slip, a first slip as well. Root on 9/12s is bat around. Still quite sparsely populated, the crowd. I know it's only going to be half full, but it's way less than that at the moment as Root pushes it into the leg side, takes a single. The man comes in from deep square leg, and 55 for 2. 1 ball remaining of Ashwin's first over of this test match.
I think they'll start coming in as the light starts going at the end of the day, blah, blah, blah. And it'll be raucous for the last session, I reckon.
I think you might well be right there, Bear, as Crawley faces his first ball from Ashwin. No, he doesn't, because he faced the first ball of the over, which he pushed to long leg, of course. And it's a dot ball. Over's gone, and 55 for 2 off 16.
Anything on Twitter, Gary?
Yeah, just one coming through here. Adrian Lowe says, well, guys, great to hear you. This is going to be an interesting couple of days. Just returned from a trip to the kitchen where I found a lonely sausage roll.
Ooh.
Winning at life.
Yeah, I haven't had breakfast yet, I have to say. But it was nice not to have to get up at fucking 3 o'clock in the morning. Jesus. Leisurely get up at 7:30 it was, and mose it on over here. It's sunny and warm in England, which is incredible considering it's just late February.
I think we're up to 17 degrees here, and as Axar continues, Root flicks into leg side. Shubman Gill does well under the helmet, threatens to throw it back. Can you still hear me? My computer is completely frozen, so I've got nothing on the screen.
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent.
Yeah, your mic does go in and out. I don't know what's wrong with it. But yeah,
I will do my best to rectify that for the next session. But yeah, I've just completely gone. It's making all kinds of noises. Very warm. But if you can still hear me, then absolutely fine here. As England 55 for 2, we're into the 17th over. Patel continues, kind of fires one in at Root's body, who turns it round the corner to Pujara at short fine leg, does the fielding. They take a single, just ticking the score over nicely as Patel's into his 6th over of the morning.
Yeah, he's a lovely bowler, this Ashar Patel. Varies his line, varies his length, particularly he varies his pace. And he's at the batsman all the time. You've got to decide whether to go forward or back.
Indeed, and Crawley went back to that one, which was looked an unusual decision. It was not a full ball, but it was a decent length, and it's taken by Pant outside off stump. But Crawley's miles away from that by the time he's played it. It's probably about the first false-ish stroke Crawley has played. Didn't judge the length well at all. It was a decent delivery, and Patel comes in again. Crawley just turns it round the corner. He has a look at Root, but there was no run there. And
what he did well there, Crawley, is that he sees the ball pitch on off stump and then turn, and he doesn't follow the ball.
Yeah.
What's critical in that position is not to follow the ball with the hands, so the hands come back in towards him rather than out towards the ball.
As Patel continues, Crawley drives. They scramble through for a quick single. I think it was relatively comfortable in the end. It was good running there from England. Yeah, they did that well particularly in the first innings of the second test. They play the line, and then if it turns and beats you, absolutely fine. But as you said, what you don't want to be doing is following it. As we just see a replay of that now, comfortably home. Good running, both batsmen on their toes there. Patel with that high release point. Good delivery from Root, gets right behind it, forward defensive. That is the end of the over. 57 for 2, 17 gone. Have we got any more social, or are we up to date?
I was going to say, Sam, your picture's now frozen as well, but it's all right, your sound's coming through.
Okay. Yeah, I still can't do anything on my laptop, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, Chris Acquire is having rather a better day than you, Sam, because he points out the sun is out, the cricket is on Channel 4, and Gary's on social media. Happy days. Well, happy days for me too, Chris, and lovely to have you along. Adelaide Barmy says, Sam, computer issues. Have you thought of switching it off and switching it back on again? Hashtag top tips.
Yeah,
I have thought of that, but that would cut my sound out. So I am going on the basis that as I'm hanging on by a thread with my sound, so I do intend on trying the old on-off trick as and when I finish my
Yes.
stint on commentary. And I'm having a good day as well, you know. All of the above were also true. It's sunny, there's cricket on. Gary's on social media for me as well. It's just I can't see anything.
And now we've lost him totally. So I'll just take over. That was just played into the leg side, down to leg slip, and there is no run. Crawley is 42 off 60, 57 for 2 England. We're in the 18th over, and Ashwin is in his second over. He just went for the 2 in his first. Crawley gets a thick outside half of the edge, goes back down the track, playing slightly down the wrong line, and there is no run. It's just me and you, Gary.
Yeah, I think Sam's either completely astounded by that delivery or his screen throws, one or the other.
I think his computer's crapped out on him, hasn't it? First, the sound was getting weird. Defended, back down the track. Did Ashwin just appeal for that straight out the face of the bat? I hope he didn't. And there is no run.
Graham Swan there in the commentary box with Sunil Gavaskar and Lakshman Shiva Ramakrishnan. It's sort of increasing in height there, rather like that famous sketch with Ronnie Corbett, Ronnie Barker and John Cleese.
Well, yeah, that's just defended into the leg side in front of what's her name? Short leg, and there is no run. Yeah, it's not been a bad start by England, really.
I think it's a good start, yes.
Well, it started off being eternally slow and losing wickets, but Crawley has really done it. Defended back down the track. There's a very short mid wicket, and it goes to him. No run.
Well, Crawley is just batting like a dream. Doesn't mean to say he'll continue to bat like a dream,
but
he is batting like a dream.
But 42 is a valuable score. That's way down the leg side. I think he missed out on that. Phil Crawley swatted at it. I think it came off pants pads and drilled off towards a long leg, and then got it through for I think what would be a leg by. No, he must have got a bit bat on it because his score's gone up. Not much, I wouldn't have thought.
Mog joins us and says, if we're busy describing how awesome our days have been, I've got to have 3 injections in my foot this afternoon. Most of us have the old COVID in the arm, but 3 injections in the foot doesn't sound too good. Speaking of which, Wowo Pom says, had 2 prolapsed discs removed and 3 vertebrae fused. I now have that brass neck people accusing me. I now have that brass neck people accuse me of having. Well, we wish you well.
Wish you well, man. That sounds
nice at all.
Ooh, that doesn't sound nice at all. And neither does Mog. Why are you getting 3 injections in your feet, Mog? I had my AstraZeneca jab last week.
Oh, did you? Oh, good.
Yeah. That's full and beautifully driven by Crawley. He does that so well, and it races off to the boundary. Extra cover for another 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, since we lost Sam and you're here, Nindo, we might as well go through until the official change anyway, so you can just hang in there.
Of course.
I'd like to know what you're thinking now.
I think India could do with a few more wickets.
Yeah, of course. Around the wicket, Axar Patel.
Oh!
That one does turn.
I like the turn.
Yeah, the turn. Yeah, it's starting to take off already. We've had an hour. The first hour, I was thinking, it'll go later. But I mean, there have been a couple that have gone the kind of turn you'd like.
But you don't have that puff of dust which you're looking at. So it's much harder, clearly, than the.
Yes. Well, there was one outside off stump that Root drove at. That's too short by Axar Patel outside the off stump, and Crawley crashes that away once more for another 4. Bloody hell, he's hit a lot of 4s this morning, and I think that brings up his 50. It does indeed.
Great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball.
50 runs, you're 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, you're 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
And that's really well batted by Crawley.
Yeah, you've clearly missed. England's clearly missed Crawley's batting. Yeah.
Well, it's difficult. I mean, he didn't do much in Sri Lanka, it has to be said. That's played out square on the offside.
Well, Burns did even less. So.
Well, this is true. I mean, this is it. The perennial problem of England's top 3. I think it isn't as big a problem as people think. I think this is alien conditions, and of those top 3. They may have played Lions tours, but they never played at the top level apart from that tour in Sri Lanka, and Burns didn't play there. So you know, this is a baptism of fire for the top three. Axar Patel around the wicket, and an attempted sweep by Root. I think it got glove and dribbled out on the leg side. It was well outside his off stump. It was half a peel by Axar Patel, but it ain't going to be out.
I think it's not only England, right? I think every country in the world is going through an issue in the top order, or at least the opening pair.
Yes.
So it's common.
I mean, yeah. I mean, even Australia, who were probably the most settled for a little while, that's defended inside edge onto pad, dribbles out on the offside by Root, and there's no run. Warner seems to have lost form, and they're struggling. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
India. I mean, when they went out to India with, who did they go out with? Mayank Agarwal, and who was the other opener at the start of that series? There you go. Can't even remember.
It was the other young lad, wasn't it? Shubman Gill took over from him. Yeah,
Pretty
sure. That's right. And now what? Now you've got Shubman Gill and you know, Rohit Sharma. So yeah, you're right. It's never easy opening, though, is it?
No.
You know, a lot of
it's going to be
times
even harder here.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of times you're going to get low scores, and then when you cash in, you got to cash in.
Toby Kenyon says, doesn't Jimmy bat left-handed too? Let the shredding begin. Well, on this pitch with a pink ball under lights, Jimmy Anderson could have a left-hand bat and still wouldn't hit it. So
that's a reverse sweep by Crawley. Good one as well. Ashton from outside his leg stump hit it sweetly, but straight to Ishant Sharma, who's at backward point.
Adrian Lowe says, GC sounding more and more like my Teams meetings. Can you hear me? I can see you. Are you frozen now? Etc. Etc. Etc.
Defended by Crawley, and there is no one. We're going to have a change at the end of this over. I don't know who's on next. Who is on next? It's Gary. You're taking over ball by ball.
I'm staying on.
I'm doing ball by ball, I think.
And Dave should be back. Dave Brooke will be back to join the pair of you.
There he appears. Up and disappears.
He's on. You're on at the end of the over, Dave. Hold on. Defended at by Crawley. There's a big appeal. I don't know. That hit the glove for me, and then dribbled to on the bounce to slip, and probably pitched outside leg, and was probably a little bit high. But other than that, it's got everything going for it. Well, I would quite like you to review that, because I really don't think there's any chance of that being. Thank you very much. Kohli obliges me, and he's gone for a review.
I think Ajinkya Rahane held Rishabh Pant's hand firmly down. Said, "Don't even think about it."
Well, I
thought that bounced up and hit. It bounced up and hit the glove, didn't it? If it hit the glove, it's the same as the bat, in which case it can't be out, and it certainly didn't carry the slip. So let's have a look.
Kohli shaking his head after taking the DRS, so I don't understand what the hell's going on.
Maybe because that's a big edge onto his back of his leg.
There is no edge.
I don't know. It's difficult to tell from that angle, but certainly
I
don't think be an issue.
It's hit the back leg.
Yeah. Other than that, it's not a bad call. Other than the height.
Well, it's difficult to see from that angle. It's not straight on.
No idea what we're doing. So
I thought it had come off the glove, so I was wrong. Which was my reason. But I think it's probably sliding across anyway, isn't it?
I thought it hit the gloves as well, honestly, but it just...
Well, we're going to have a look at... there's nothing on Snicko.
No, there's nothing on the Snicko.
Now, the other question is, did it pitch outside leg? It does seem to be going on. Might be clipping the outside of off stump, and he might get lucky here. I don't think so. It's pitched in line. Wow. It's hit in line. Fuck me, he could get lucky here. And it's umpire's call. They've changed the call on that. It's hitting the top of the outside of the off stump. Well, it's closer than I thought.
Oh, that's
unlucky.
Really unlucky for India. Yeah,
it's not a bad review. It turns out in the end, I was a bit wrong. That's because I thought it hit the glove, though. Just to be fair. But have a look on the replay. It's not a bad shout. It just wasn't turning enough.
Yeah, the thing I've got against reviews like that is if it's to pitch in line and it's to be an inside, in other words, to defeat the umpire's call, the ball has got to turn quite a bit.
Yeah, well, it's got to turn a little bit.
This one didn't turn; it just went on with the arm.
Exactly,
that's the problem.
That's the problem. Exactly, as Gary says. Defended out into the covers, and there's no run.
Because bowling round the wickets, the ball is angling across, so. If it's going to go on to hit the off stump, it's pitched outside the leg. Or if it's pitched inside the line, it's umpire's call.
Exactly. That one does turn a little bit, straightens a bit.
on the line of off stump, but Crawley's well forward and just defends it, presses it back to the bowler, and there is no run. 67 for 2 England after 19.5 overs. This is my last ball. Dave is going to come in. Gary's going to take over on the ball by ball, and Indo will be giving his expert summarisation and hoping and praying that India take a couple more wickets before lunch.
Absolutely.
Look, as I was saying on my bit, Crawley's kind of doing what Rohit Sharma did in the last test, didn't he? Ashwin around the wicket, last ball, defended back to him by Crawley. That's the end of the over, end of my spell. Dave will be joining you. I'm out of here until after what is tea or whatever the first one is.
Well, it shows how brilliant Rohit Sharma was, because Crawley's been pretty brilliant, but he's still some 28 runs short of where Rohit took the break in the second test. Extraordinary innings from Rohit Sharma. As I said at the time, I think one of the best innings of the 21st century. It hasn't quite been received in that way, but I think it really is in the top 10 innings of this century. But there we are. Let's have a look more from the bowling perspective, because we talked a lot about Zach Crawley. Ashar Patel and India. I think he's a decent bowler.
He is indeed. I mean, before the second test match where he made his debut, I had only seen him bowl white ball cricket, and I really thought he was going to have trouble here. But
well, Joe Root gets down on one knee and gently paddle sweeps this in the air, but there's no man at leg slip, which is always a mistake, and helps himself to 4 runs. He tried that shot earlier and didn't connect, but he gets the pad outside the line of the off stump and just watches the ball onto the bat. And Virat Kohli has now placed a kind of short, fine leg to cut that easy boundary off. So there's now just a forward short leg and a slip, and Root helps himself to a very easy single on offer into the leg side. Okay, he's got to hit slightly against the spin, but not much. So Root there pretty much delivering the batsman's 2-card trick, boundary single. He goes to 16. England are 72 for 2. Zach Crawley has 52, and he's on strike, and he defends, and there is no run. We'll be coming to your social media at the end of the over.
Yeah, it's impossible to do anything else but wait for the end of the over when Akshar Patel bowls.
Yeah, and that's to his credit, because the over rate was pretty dilatory in the first hour, but they've caught up a bit. We're in the 21st over as Crawley goes back. He's not really judging the length from Ashar as well as he could be. He goes back to a ball probably should have been forward to, ends up playing a little bit of French cricket, and I think a little inside edge onto the pad, and the ball just dribbles at his feet. Ashar back in to bowl. This is the 5th ball of this 21st over, and this is outside off stump, and Crawley looks like he played and missed at that, but I'm going to give him the credit there, because he sees the ball pitch and then turn, and he just withdraws the hands from it, and I think that's a pretty safe shot, really. Or maybe not, maybe he went to it a little bit. Yeah,
I think it was a bit faster than both he and Pant anticipated.
I think that's absolutely correct. This ball is fuller, and for once Crawley misses out on the half volley. I think that was the previous delivery got him that get out of jail card there from Ashar, because Crawley was not looking to drive that. He was happy just to push it to short extra. Virat did the job. And speaking of doing jobs, social media. Who's on it?
We can't hear you, David.
Well,
I don't know if you're not plugged in.
Good morning, Gary. That's better.
David, good to hear you.
Did you update? Yes. Hello there, Gary. Did you update El Chopanos on his Bannerman tweet, where he's watching? He's not watching us, but he's checking in on the status of his Bannerman, which is, of course, refers to Zach Crawley percentage of runs scored by one batsman in the match. And,
yeah. I think Joe Root needed to get out quite early if that was going to be in play, and he hasn't so far. He's on strike to Ashwin, and he sort of takes a couple of hop steps down the wicket. Ashwin is bowling round the wicket, so as long as he gets forward enough and gets his pads behind his bat, he's got 2 lines of defence, and he's able just to nudge it into the vacant space on the leg side and take another easy single. He goes to 17. England go to 73. And Crawley likes the reverse off Ashwin, which is good to play positively against India's trump card, but a bit of danger there. But he gets a single into the offside from the reverse sweep. He goes to 53. England playing positively, having lost 2 early wickets. As Ashwin is in again, this is down the leg side, and Root goes back and flicks it, but he only picks out Crawley at short mid-wicket, and there is near ran. Short leg, a leg slip, and a rather deep set slip for Root to Ashwin. And Root comes forward, and he defends the ball, and then uses the bat to knock it back to Ashwin. There were some days in which that might induce an appeal, and then all kinds of diplomatic incidents would arise.
Only in the Lancashire League, Gary.
Perhaps only in the Lancashire League. It might be an opportunity for the man after whom the stadium is named to get involved. Such things happen. There's a big appeal here for LBW, and Ashwin, it's been given, and I think that's pretty good. He went back to Root to a length ball, and I think he's been given LBW. I think this is hitting top of Midland leg.
Did it pitch outside?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think Root's going to get away with this one.
No, I don't.
He had to ask for the review, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, given the price on his wicket.
Yeah, I think that's so. And there is a bit of doubt. It may be high, but we're seeing the ball. It comes down the track. It pitches and turns. Now, what might be saving him here is that is quite a significant turn with a puff of dust. Root missed that ball by a good 3 or 4 inches. It's taken him on the knee roll. I don't think it's going over the top. It may be turning past the leg stump. We're going through the protocol here, but he's missed the ball by miles, which has probably induced his appeal. But I think also it's tactical.
Umpire's call, so it's probably going to hit the outside of the stump. I don't know.
It's missed another set, Ninja. It's missed another set.
Well, we're getting 2 different views here. I think it's just clipping. I think it's going to be...
My record's very poor.
Here we go. It pitches on off stump. It turns like Shane Warne to Mike Gatting, and it is indeed umpire's call, clipping the top corner. In fact, doing a bit more than that. It's really hammering into the top corner.
I had to get 50% right.
Root has gone. England are 74 for 3. That was a good ball.
This is really fucking bad.
No.
India would be very happy with that one.
That was my wallet talking there, Ninja, because I had Joe Root to be the highest scoring batsman, and I didn't want to see him walking off at this point. But I tell you, the way Zach Crawley's playing, I'll be very happy if he ends up as the
he's really batting well,
the top scorer. And Ninja, you weren't happy about the Indian team selection this morning. I heard you really getting stuck into the selectors again. Not since the first test have we heard you doing that.
Yeah, I was just a bit unhappy because I don't rate Sundar very high as a spinner. But on the way it's spinning right now, maybe I'm wrong, and he's the right pick. But I just think he was picked more as a hangover of Adelaide as a batsman, and
the first test.
And the first test, yes.
Batted beautifully.
But Umesh Yadav is just the most amazing bowler at home. He's sort of Jimmy Anderson for the first part of his career in England. I mean, keeping someone like him out in a pink ball test, I think, is a bit.
Well, Josie Oak says we're doomed, and Christ the Choir has a go at Virat. Not for that one, the one before. Can't stand it when captains walk away, shaking their heads as if they know better than the technology, especially when the umpire was correct in the first place. That was a reference to the previous review.
Yep.
And Mox says, all credit to you, Gary. Everyone else is wrong about that innings. Stick to your guns, Gary.
Well, I think it's a bit harsh to say that Virat was wrong. It was an umpire's call. So I think when a captain gets...
I think it's more the reaction. It's more the shaking of their head.
I think that's
and
okay.
all that.
I think
that's the kind of personality he is,
Indeed.
Right?
Yes.
I think there's a difference between expressing disappointment and maybe even getting the crowd going.
It's good to see Virat back.
Dissent to the umpires and pressuring the umpires is different. No. A shake of the head is fine. An argument is different. Comes forward, does Ben Stokes to this ball from Ashwin. and the ball takes the inside edge, and they go through for an easy single. Or did it take the pad? It may have taken the pad. In 75 for 3, it did take the pad.
You're probably sorry, Gary. I was going to say, Ninja, you were probably more worried when Virat Kohli was so calm when he came back in that first test. The first innings, he didn't seem to be animated at all. And it took him a while to warm up, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. I think he warms up. He's one of those personalities who warms up with the crowd as well. Yeah. So not having any crowd in the first test and then having some in the second, you could see him really animated in the second.
Yeah, I think
it does make a difference to his personality.
I absolutely think it does. I just want to say one other thing about Joe Root's dismissal there, because I think it's smart work by both Ashwin and Kohli, because very early on I think Ashwin went round the wicket to the right-hander, so he was telling them this ball is turning, and he also brought the LBW in, because if the ball does turn, as we saw there, it pitched on off and was hitting the top corner of leg stump, then your margin for error in terms of being able to pitch the ball on the stumps, intercept the ball with the pads in line with the stumps and go on to hit the stumps is so much greater for the right arm off spinner bowling round the wicket to the right hander than it would be if he was bowling over the wicket to the right hander. And I sometimes think that Muralitharan left some wickets on the field by not bowling round the wicket to right handers more often, as Crawley just defends this ball to short mid-wicket. But Ashwin's never shy of going round the wicket to the right hander whenever he's got anything in the pitch to work with.
It's Stokes, Garrett, yes.
Yeah, it is Stokes, I do apologise, It's Ashar is over the wicket to Stokes, who again has taken on the pad. He looks a little rusty, and perhaps wisely he's just given himself a minute by taking his helmet off here and just having a short break.
And the bear wants to play a jingle, sorry, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not coming through. Can I fill the void by saying that, the pink ball, this is from Ed Clark, who says that the pink ball, the lacquer wears off after 10 overs, so it's more advantageous to the spinners. I think he's got that from Graham Swan, who you'd be pleased to know we're saving you from on the telly.
Stokes goes back and clips this to Pujara, who's found himself at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. 3 men round the back for Stokes. I'd be inclined to put a 4th in there.
10 overs is a bit harsh, right?
Yeah, I think it's a bit harsh. This ball is defended, and again, Pujara's in the game. I think this ball's going to go round corners in the when the lights come on and the dew settles. Regardless of lacquer, age, whatever it is, it won't be reversing. It'll be conventional swing, but it'll go round corners tonight. As over the wicket again is Ashar in the left-handed duel with Stokes, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, I understand, and you may be able to enlighten us, Anandia, that Aksar is what we see on the screen, but his name is Ashar, as this ball is swept by Stokes through the 2 men at forward short leg and backward short leg or leg slip, and they take single, so Stokes is hogging the strike a bit from Crawley, and England are 76 for 3. We'll come back to the pronunciation of Mr. Patel's name, but we'll take your social media in the meantime.
Oh, thanks, Gary. Yes, old fart at play. Love that handle. Says you can't blame the batsman for not walking. There's a pandemic on, and I find it hard to go for a walk at the moment. Very good point. Jeffrey Kitching picks up on, was it Bear who said the AstraZeneca jab is shit? He said, are you medically qualified to assess the benefits? Tony points out from the green room that England's plan is to unleash the 3-seam pace attack in the twilight hours. That plan seems to be on track by the virtue of the wickets that have fallen. Old fart at play back again with the Kinks. He sent us a little link to the Kinks singing a song about cricket. I'm keen to find that out. It's on our Twitter feed. Join us at Gorilla Cricket.
Stokes is down the wicket and just lays the pad on the ball from Ashwin. Ball goes into the offside, no run. 3 men close to the bat on the offside, and the ball goes down the leg side, but there's a man round the corner who cuts off the single. Stokes has 2 from his 8 deliveries, but he's looked anything but secure. He's kind of groping for the ball.
He's Ashwin's bunny at the moment.
Yes, he is. He's groping for the ball, and Ashwin likes nothing more than having a left-hander to work with. He's Around the wicket again is Ashwin. Stokes comes forward with a little more certainty this time and offers the full face, and Ashwin cleans up.
Yeah, Oxymoronica chips in an injury behind your point, saying he hopes that Stokes better make sure that he doesn't become Ashwin's bunny. Everyone's onto that now.
Down the wicket comes Stokes and says, "What, bunny? Me?" Lifts Ashwin back over his head. A couple of bounces into the fence for one of these.
The bear's gone to get.
It's a 6. Super shot.
That's a 4.
Oh,
it's
4.
It's Nissan
It's Nissan She. Just bounced in. Oh, sorry, couple of bounces. Sorry. Must go to Specsavers.
Yeah, Stokes goes to 6. England are on 80 as Ashwin comes in.
Ashwin won't be unhappy with that.
Yeah. There is no run. We'll solve the mystery of Mr. Patel's first name.
As long as Stokes is, still groping around, Ashwin won't mind him going after him.
No. And on names, I was somewhat surprised because I don't think I would have said it, but I think it was one of the Indian commentators on Channel 4. It may have been Murali Kartik, I'm not sure, who said that the ground was christened the Narendra Modi Stadium. Because I would have thought that was an unusual verb to use in that context. I certainly would have
that's
been
the English we grow up with, right?
Yeah, so you just call it christened, even though it's obviously related to a different religion.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it doesn't matter. We're a secular country, even if.
Yeah, of course. But I would have been.
We don't have a state religion, so.
Yeah, and all the more laudable for it, considering the tapestry of cultures and heritages that make up the largest democracy in the world. I would have been reluctant to use the word Christian name for any of the Indian players, mind you, as this ball is defended back to Ashwin. But let's just stay on that point there. Mr. Patel's first name.
Yeah. So his name is Akshar, which used to be spelled Akshar. I suspect he wasn't being picked and went to a numerologist and got his name changed to AXAR, which is what half of Bollywood and half of cricket does.
Yes.
So I guess that's how he got his AXAR.
Yeah, there is something of the Bollywood about Akshar Patel in his sort of status. And India, I've been dying to ask you this. I see you very much as the Harsha Bogle of the Guerrilla cricket team, combining as you do cricket wisdom with your lucrative business interests. How have you found I very much enjoyed your Guerrilla cricket contributions. How do you find the Guerrilla cricket Twitterati compared to the sort of standard Indian fan? How does the Guerrilla cricket tweeters, how is their take on cricket different to the Indian take on it?
Akshar Patel bowls defended no run.
Well, I think they're far more widespread. Obviously, the Indian Twitterati have either one view or two views which are diametrically opposite from each other. But I think
Akshar's in again. Crawley lets this one go, perhaps surprised to be on strike after a good 10 minutes without a delivery. And it's taken by Rishabh Patel, but you don't want to be leaving those. That's a bit of a tight one.
Yeah, and I think the beauty of the Guerrilla cricket Twitterati is that there are people from all over the world. So there are English, Aussies, Indians. Leah from Hanover. So whether you call it German or not is another matter.
That one pitches on a length. Crawley offers the full face, but the ball absolutely spits at Rishabh Pant, and Jack Leach will be very interested in that.
Indeed. So I just find it fascinating the different views in there. But what I love about Guerrilla cricket and the Twitterati is the amount of engagement, with what we do, and that's really laudable what we've done.
Take on the pad as Crawley's a huge appeal.
That should be out.
Crawley has been given out.
Yes.
He played for the spin from the previous delivery. He's asking Ben Stokes whether he should be reviewing this. England have only got one left.
That was middle stump.
Johnny Bairstow having burned it. I think this is out. I'm not sure it's middle stump. It looks a bit more like leg stump to me. But Crawley is not reviewing it. It's the end of a splendid innings by Zach Crawley. England are 80 for 4. Crawley has 53, and Ben Stokes has kept the review for himself.
I agree. That would have been leg stump.
Great bowling. I mean, I'm really impressed with Axar Patel and Ninja. I mean, his first-class record's not bad, is he? Averages 26, 140 wickets in first-class cricket. But he didn't. I know he appeared on the scene as a white ball bowler, but it's the pace he bowls that. Yeah. It's perfectly suited, isn't he? He makes Leach look a very pedestrian.
He's exactly like Ajay Jadeja, and Ravindra Jadeja, and he has come along so well. I mean, this is just his second Test match, right? And he's bowling with the maturity of a bowler with far more cricket behind him, red ball cricket or pink ball cricket, whatever. He's been very impressive, as opposed to Nadeem, who was there in the first Test and who's got years of experience.
He doesn't seem intimidated. He likes the stage. If he stands up when there's a crowd, that he just has a sense
this is
of
what
presence.
IPL has done, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the upside of the IPL. I mean, these kids don't they don't look at anyone and be in awe of that person, because they just stay in the change rooms with the same people, and they come out here and they don't care who's there on the other with the bat.
I mean, he set him up there with a kind of boxer's left jab followed
Then
by
the
the big
arm ball.
right cross, because it was the turning delivery that Crawley offered the bat to, and then the next ball is quicker, as you say. It's the arm ball, it slides on, and Crawley was playing the previous delivery and not the delivery that was on its way down towards him, and he was stitched up like a kipper. It was a brilliant innings from Crawley, something of an ignominious end though, because I say Ashar really did him there. Well bowled, sir. He has a couple of wickets now, there's Ashar, and he's into Pope, who was immediately beaten by a big spinning delivery that was outside the off stump. England 80 for 4. Well, they take 200 now, definitely. As we're looking again at this ball, it gets that beat Ollie Pope. I don't know why we get that angle, because we can't see much from it. But that's what they give us. It's an angle from kind of wide mid off, which is where you wouldn't want to be sitting in a ground. Pope comes out rather hoping to reach the ball rather than with any certainty, and it takes the inside edge, and he will be happy to have survived those two deliveries. Shah has 2 for 29, and he's deserved both of those wickets. England are 80 for 4, 25 overs gone. There's probably time for one, maybe two more.
Let's squeeze in a few tweets, Gary. Christ the Choir says, is the Kinks reference to the day-night test, England facing their Waterloo before sunset? Perhaps. I like that, Christ the Choir. James Humberstone, I'll put this question at the end, James, to the commentators right at the end. Martin Lawrence wants to know how many test venues now in India. That's one for you in India, I think. And Mog said, does the gorilla Twitterati swear a whole lot fucking more than the Indian Twitterati? And James Humberton says, pretty amazing session. Who do you think is on top, gorillas?
Well, Ben Stokes has just pushed that ball back to Ravichandran Ashwin. He has 1 for 10. He's in his 6th over now.
I think we'll have to debate long and hard to answer that last tweet.
And this ball is defended. There is no run. This is a bit like Trigger's Broom, though, isn't it? Or is it the Ship of Theseus? Because is this a new venue? Because cricket was played at this venue. But with the whole ground being reconstructed, is it new? As this ball is defended by Ben Stokes, and there is no run.
Perv says, sorry, just while we're pausing on that, he said, can you, I haven't got time. He wants to read out, I've got a very witty remark, I'll read it in a moment.
Ashwin, round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, and Stokes plays for the ball, came one on with the arm, but it spun past him. The ball has beaten the bat as often as the ball has hit the bat in the last half hour.
Perv says, can you read out, Gary, that naming the stadium Narendra Modi Stadium made him think of Nero and Caligula?
Oh, yes. Well, some would say that's rather apposite, but I won't get involved. As this ball dribbles off the outside edge to backward point, and there is no run, and England are really under the cosh here. That was just a beautiful piece of bowling by Akshar Patel to get Crawley there. Really beautiful arm
He's
ball.
bowled fantastically all morning.
Yeah, he goes back to Ben Stokes and just pushes it to Virat, who's like a cat on a hot tin roof round the corner there at short leg. And India, turn it round quick, lads! Turn it round quick! They're going to get one more over in before England take this tea break. It'll be a 20-minute break. We remind you, this is a day-nighter. So the longer break will come at the end of the next session, where they hope that the short twilight that one gets at these latitudes will be completed, and therefore we'll go from cricket under natural light to cricket under artificial light or thereabouts.
Peter in... Oh, sorry, Gary.
Go on. No, go on.
Peter in Southsea says, long tail and only one specialist spinner. It's not looking good for England. Peter Frawley says the tail is looking even longer now.
That ball crept a bit low from Akshar Patel, but Ollie Pope was watching the ball and jabbed the back down, and there was no run. I mean, I think England seamers are going to bowl well on this wicket, especially with pink ball in hand. As Akshar is in, and this ball is just pushed by Ollie Pope into the leg side. That was a run-scoring opportunity because it was a leg stump half volley, but Pope was only the fourth ball he faced, and he may be an immaculate stroke maker, but he's not quite up to driving that one so early in his innings. Last over before the break, as we tell you, and Pope comes down the track and just defends the ball back to Akshar Patel.
About England bowling and the pink ball, after this over, we can have a chat on something I heard Virat Kohli say yesterday at a press conference. It's very interesting.
Well, we will. It'll be the break, so we'll have time to come to that along with your tweets. As Akshar is in again, and Pope comes down the wicket and then has to make a late adjustment and rather clumsily crabs the ball out to the off stump. He'll be very happy to survive this next delivery and get out of the cauldron that is Ahmedabad, Motera, Narendra Modi Stadium, and enjoy a little tiffin as this ball is defended into the leg side, and had forward short leg been a little more forward, that would have been a chance, but he wasn't, and therefore there is no run. Beautiful speeds from Akshar Patel. Whole 10 kilometres an hour difference between these deliveries with no discernible change in action. And he gets the half volley away, does Ollie Pope. He's off the mark with a single to deep square leg. England will take the break at 81 for 4. Ollie Pope has, I think, 82 for 4. Ollie Pope has 1. Ben Stokes has, I think, 7. 27 overs bowled in that session, 4 wickets to India. They've made very good use of some quite challenging but not unplayable conditions, with the pink ball swinging early for Ishant Sharma and Jasprit Bumrah, and then turning for Ashwin and Akshar Patel. In the last hour in particular, India have bowled particularly well. 81 runs in the session, an run rate of exactly 3. 4 wickets down, England. India's session, but very much to their credit, England did play 1 or 2 injudicious strokes, but I don't think any of the wickets were entirely given away. I think England have been bowled out to the extent of 4 wickets going down rather than got themselves out. A crucial session coming up.
Patel leading the team off quite rightly, Akshar Patel. And Imagine says, Gary, in these COVID times, each team has 3 reviews as there aren't neutral umpires, so England have 2 left.
Oh, I don't think so, because I think Bairstow burned one early on. I may be wrong, but I thought Bairstow burned one, and then the second one was burned by...
but I think if it's umpire's call, you retain the review.
Yeah, you do. I may be wrong in that. I'm happy to be corrected.
And Leah says out 3 out of 4 wickets on the first morning fell to spin. Does anyone have any suggestions on what goes well with Crow? Some beans, perhaps. Well, whatever you're going to have, make it a short lunch, Leah, because it's only 20-minute break. 20-minute break. Leah also says, well, the Prussians won't come to England's help here because they don't have test status. Can we go back, please, to the James Humberston's point? Pretty amazing session, which it was. A ninja. Who do you think won it?
Maybe just by a whisker in there. 4 whiskers, if you like.
I tell you what, that's a tiger's whiskers rather than the tabby cat's whiskers.
I think it was a very, very good session of play, and very interesting because there's been so much talk over the last few days about the pink ball and its impact early on, and And what people were unsure about is when there's a turning pitch, what the pink ball is going to do. And I think that question was answered in first over, right? That the pink ball also spins, and if there is spin to be had on the pitch, the pink ball will spin as much as the red ball will. It's just that, and when we started, I think Hendo and Tony went through some numbers where they were talking about the fact that you had 1/3 the success as a spin bowler historically over the past 15 Test matches, but I think that's only because you've played on surfaces which were good for pace bowling. So this is a very interesting match from that perspective. That it's the very first time a spinning track is being tried out for the pink ball.
Yeah, there is something about the pink ball which may be relevant to the spinners here, and I remember a quote from Gary Sobers where he was asked about, I think it might have been someone like Prasanna, Arapali Prasanna, one of the great Indian quartet of spinners with Bisham Bedi and Bhagwan Chandrasekhar and Venkatragavan, I think, with a quartet. Anyway, he was asked about playing one of them and said, do you read the ball from the hand or do you read it off the pitch, talking about which way it was spinning? And Sobers sort of looked back and said, no, I just watch the ball. And we have to remember sometimes that these people are a kind of different species to the rest of us, and they watch to see which way the ball is spinning in the air and the extent to which it is spinning in the air. And one of the ways that they will do that is by identifying the seam as it's coming down the track towards them. And I think there is an issue with the pink seam being as visible as the seam on the red ball, or indeed the seam on the white ball.
Actually, this is, if I may just interrupt you for a
second. Of course, yeah.
The ball that is being used in India, the SG ball, first, I think it has a bit more of a prominent seam than the other two. And secondly, it's black seam on the pink ball. So logically, it should not be that difficult to see it, unless it's under lights.
Yeah, that's the issue. And I think for 25 years I was a motorcyclist, and when you go under lights, you can often see things just as well as you can do when in daylight. But what becomes more difficult is depth perception.
Right.
So the contrast that you get, particularly with black on white, and especially under artificial lights, you know it's there. But if you're asking me if it's 100 yards away or 120 yards away, or whether I need to brake now, or whether I can go on a little bit before I hit the brakes, that's somehow much harder under lights, and it's much harder when you're looking at black versus a contrast of pink or other colours. That's why you often see, and very early on in my motorcycling time, I bought the yellow glasses, the contrast enhancing glasses, because they really make a difference. They don't make you see more. I mean, physically, you don't get more photons hitting your retina or whatever it is, but you do get a better contrast. And I know that sometimes with people who have dyslexia, they find it helps with computer screens where they put up the yellow filter on the screen, and that helps with depth perception. And I think there's probably something in that. It may, of course, just be lack of familiarity, or even a psychological thing. You know, the bowlers may be saying, well, you know, once it gets under lights and the ball is spinning, can't quite work out, you know, its length, how much it's spinning, we can beat you in the air, and that can get inside batsmen's heads. But if anybody's got any actual sort of ophthalmatics, or whatever the word is, ophthalmologist's view on the contrast of different colours, I'd be delighted to hear.
How many ophthalmologists do you think we have listening, Gary?
Well, if Jeff Lawson is listening, he was an ophthalmologist, wasn't he? The Australian Test bowler.
Oh, I'm with Marlon Samuel on that one. He took Jeff Lawson to court over a libel, suggesting that Marlon Samuels was part of a street gang. And Marlon Samuels successfully sued him. Good on you, Marlon.
Marlon likes a fight, whether that's in a street gang, it's obviously wrong, but Marlon is not going to take a backward step, is he? Yeah, well, I'm going to get off because even I'm fed up in my voice now, and that takes quite something.
Here's one to chew on. Just one last tweet to leave hanging in the air. Mog, it's being controversial. This may be a contentious question, but Gorillas, are you likely to cover the 100? And Ninja, do you see that as a format that's going to take off in the subcontinent? Does the world need another short form format?
I don't think it does. I think it's a marketing gimmick. And I've been, although it's not going to be played outside the UK as of now, I've just been very vocal about it right from the beginning because I just don't think it adds anything to cricket whatsoever.
Because England are pinning their hopes on. They think they can sell. ECB have said they think they can sell the format internationally.
Well, it's probably not going to be to India because there's just too much going on, and the IPL is too well entrenched. So,
absolutely, and dispensing with the concept of the over in order to make cricket more accessible.
Seriously,
replacing it with the block.
Yeah,
and then saying that you want to have the kids coming in and then getting liquor companies and who have you to advertise, right?
Yeah, I just want to blow my own trumpet. I wrote a piece for Guerrilla Cricket's website. It's news and views section on the 100, which includes references to Christopher Nolan, Peter O'Toole, and Jeffrey Bernard.
Top piece that, Gary. I enjoyed that very much.
Oh, well, that's
Can we have a Bear? Give us a Gary jingle before we sign off. Give us a penetrating insight from Gary. We got to have that. It's not the same.
Point made with hyperbolic conviction, indeed.
I can't find it.
Sorry, Bear. Sorry to do that to you. Just on the point of lunch stroke tea.
I'm going to get off and I'll be back later. Such fun, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, we only have 10 minutes. Don't forget, the Gorillas out there. Don't forget to rejoin us in 10 because it's a short break, isn't it? It's just tea rather than lunch, which has completely thrown me and my plans, I have to say, because I'm meant to be doing a podcast at 11:15, which means I'm going to be missing most of the second session, which is poor planning. Yeah.
It's lovely being with you, David.
Well, I've really enjoyed it. You've been such a fantastic addition to the Gorillas in India. I noticed, I was saying to Bear that your comments have changed in tone dramatically since you've been starting commenting on an India series. All that impartiality, well, no, you're still impartial, but you're much more animated on the subject when India are playing. We noticed that. We would expect that. We'd expect nothing less.
No one told me I need to be impartial.
We would expect nothing less. I'm very rarely impartial myself.
Right,
over to you, Bear, in the studio.
In the studio, we're going to go to Ebony Rainford-Brent for 10 minutes. I don't even think we'll get the whole interview in, but we'll be back in about 10. Till then, bye.
Václav Havel, Graham Saville, no surrender, Percy Fender, guerrilla cricket.
In December 2020, before the UK's latest lockdown hit, the ACE programme invited me to one of their training sessions at the Oval. There, as part of our partnership with the Cricket Supporters Association's Every Cricket Fan initiative, I spoke to the programme's chair, England international, Surrey Director of Women's Cricket and broadcaster, Ebony Rainford-Brent. I started by asking Ebony to outline the nature and scale of the problem that ACE exists to solve.
Just to give you some stats, which I've mentioned a few times, but there's been a 75% decrease in players, which is huge. You know, you think about the interest from the West Indian community and the British, say West Indian community and Black British community, 70s, 80s, earlier. That's a big drop. Participation numbers around the 1% or less, which, you know, needs to be significantly higher. And then when you look at the game as a whole, you take areas like London and what's around us. You know, the numbers are really, really sad, but it's sad in the sense that it's sad that we haven't engaged, but also the opportunities there that we know that if we turn things around, we put investment, the kids, the young people want to be engaged. So yeah, big problem. I'm not going to pretend that we're biting off something that's easy to do, but what we have seen is a bit of investment, a bit of connection, and we can make a difference.
To get that investment, Ebony went to Surrey with her plans for the programme. But how long did it take to get Surrey to buy in?
Do you know what? It was the first time with my existing chief exec that we had this conversation, and it was a simple let's do something. I think there's a few things that were different. Jofra Archer at the World Cup final and his impact, and also knowing there was a role model that we could leverage off almost for the next 10 years. I think it helped create questions. Why are we not seeing more players from the community come through? Then the celebration around the World Cup final here at the Oval, actually, there were a lot of kids who were inspired by that and came down and met some of the players. I think it just got us asking questions. So when we sat down, it was a let's do something. But I think the piece that's changed is knowing that him and Sophia in the England side could be playing for 10 years and having that visibility. Chris Jordan, with the success he's having in the white ball setup, has made us go, look, the inspiration piece is there, the visibility is there. I think we've got to do something. If we don't do it now, when are we going to do it?
Speaking of timing, what impact did the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement have on ACE?
What's been massive about the Black Lives Matter movement, in specific to the programme in this summer, is that I think prior to, earlier in the summer when I think a lot of people were really excited for the programme, then you could be doing something different. But I don't think people were prepared to really examine the question. I don't think there was a huge amount of accountability or questions being asked as to why this community and other communities as well aren't progressing through our game. So what BLM has done, or I know people get funny about it, but the movement specifically has done is it's created conversations, it's created questions of accountability, it's created questions around action, like actually what are we doing in this space. And I suppose for ACE it's accelerated a lot for us as an organisation, because we started with high hopes of doing some engagement, but now actually the conversations are being wider and how we can work with others. So I think what people can't do now is avoid the realities anymore of the lack of action in this space. And I think when you have a global movement like that, where people are marching around the world saying, look, you cannot ignore these issues or these opportunities anymore. And it can be as simple as lack of access through to what we saw in America, the extremes there. So it's helped accelerate the conversation in a way that we never would have imagined. And I think therefore it's time to really capitalise on the momentum.
Is that momentum sufficient to get England's cricketing authorities to treat inclusion as necessary rather than nice to have?
I think the pressure is there now from the media because of the year that we had, where there was such a kind of a break in what was happening. There wasn't as much international cricket or domestic cricket, and the media started asking a lot of questions. I think that's created a lot more pressure, more questions about accountability, responsibility. So I think first and foremost there's that, but what the narrative I want to push is, and the reason why I suppose ACE has it, is there's value and there's talent in these communities. It's not a nice thing to do because it's a nice thing to do. Diversifying types of people into environments makes it stronger. Creating opportunities for your local community is really important, and there's a source of value there. So this sort of nice to do charity thing isn't for me what it's about, and I hope that the authorities, which I believe they're starting to realise, I think first and foremost is the pressure of accountability, and then second of all, I hope when they start to see results of things like we started to see, that they'll realise that by investing it will make a difference. So I think we're going in the right direction. It takes a long time to create that sort of change, behaviour change, thinking change. But what now we kind of keep sort of saying is that is aware that the pressure is there and the visibility of the issues are there.
Ebony herself was a major factor in that visibility with her famous piece on Sky Sports alongside Michael Holding. But how in 2021 can we move the conversation beyond sharing trauma to doing something about it?
100%, yeah. So for me, everything I keep talking about is action, and I'm almost over the kind of, this is an issue I've known and been aware forever. I'm sure many people feel that same emotion. And this summer has raised awareness, great. Now it's about action, and I think actually specifically around measurable action. So I would like to see results of different groups, how we're seeing more numbers getting involved, whether that's at coaching, board levels, grassroots, at all parts of the levels of the game. I want to see reports, ideally quarterly or annually or whatever it might be, sort of demonstrating what action is being taken and the difference it's making. I think a lot of things can be tracked, and without tracking and measuring, these things end up just sort of being, loose, as in we want to make a difference with this community. Okay, well, specifically, how many people have been engaged? Are they still engaged in the game? What's been happening sort of with their journey? I think you can really drill into some numbers and specifics about the actions. And I hope that we start to get more sort of reporting on what is taking place. So I'm specifically speaking about cricket, but I think, you look in the business world and more will now sort of say how many people have recruited from diverse backgrounds. Let's look at our organisations and see that progression exists. And you can measure a lot of that. So I think it's important that we get really focused about what's trying to be achieved and measurably what the success looked like, and then track it. Otherwise, it will just be more of creating awareness, but no real tangible change.
So, what do tangible change and measurable success look like for ACE?
So for everyone it's different. I'm going to look at the game as a whole, and I think there's 3 P's that I'm looking at: power, performance and participation. So power for me, at the moment the number is 0 in most of these columns, or pretty much all board members, directors of cricket, head coaches of academies, captains, in positions of power within our game, the number 0. So I think without shifting that, people making decisions, it doesn't work. I know the result I've had being able to be at Surrey, we've been able to create something like this quite quickly because we can bring the conversation up. So unless there are people in positions of power, nothing changes. When it comes to performance, how we look for talent at the moment, unfortunately, is the well-trodden paths that have existed for a long time. And I think programs like ACE, and hopefully other counties do their own version or other areas do, could go and look for talent in different areas and really develop and support through the system. So I think that performance piece, having coaches who can develop that talent to a high level is important. And then the participation, it's difficult in all sports, but you find access is always harder in lower socioeconomic areas, and unfortunately that is a direct, often crossover with diverse communities as well. So more and more resource, great charity like Chance to Shine actually does a lot of work with street chance programs. Can we marry up and do work there and bring those young people through? So I think those 3 P's have to be explored, and actually the one that's most important that has zeros in it is the power position. I'd like to see possibly some board members on county boards, on ECB boards, captains, head coaches. Until we see those people, I don't think we'll get sustainable change.
Players like Azim Rafiq and officials like Ismail Dawood and John Holder have gone public with their experiences of systemic racist discrimination by those in power. What needs to happen so that their experiences are not those of future generations?
I think we've seen ECB recently made an announcement about they're looking to have sort of independent, it's not quite a commission as such, but an independent body that's going to oversee a lot of this work and the new diversity and inclusion. And I think that independence is important because unfortunately within environments we get into echo chambers, and trying to make change with difficult issues, doing it kind of in your own house, sometimes you end up giving yourself the answer. So I think that independent piece with really good people, and it's sort of the case we've seen, as you mentioned, up at Yorkshire sometimes needs the people to, from an outside perspective, to kind of have a China lens.
And we're on.
We are indeed. We are indeed. And I believe the first ball has been dealt with comfortably enough by Ollie Pope, but that's a shout from Ashwin. Got it to turn again. Pope had a big front foot forward to him. I think that was sliding down the leg. I think umpire Chowdhury thought the same thing. And we're all eyes on Kohli, but no response. Sorry, Henry.
It's already getting very difficult for England's batters. I mean, a fluent 50. I think that's probably the only 50. Well, the only 50 that England will see today from Crawley. Very unfortunate to get out. I thought a little bit unlucky.
Well, I have a genuine question for both you chaps very shortly, and that one takes the edge.
No,
he's gone through him. He's gone, would you believe it? Ashwin has got one to nip back. It has taken Pope's stumps. England are 5 down, and as Hendo was alluding to just before that happened, they are in a right old 2 and 8.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. Yeah, another one bites the dust. This has turned into a shit show.
Indeed. That one looked like it was the one that It was his wrong one, wasn't it?
No, it just went straight on, didn't it?
went
I
straight on,
think,
yeah.
yeah,
Straight on
just went straight from
the
around the wicket. It's incredibly difficult. You don't know which balls are going to turn and which ones aren't. And I reckon they've probably got 3 wickets from balls that actually haven't turned so far this morning,
Yes.
out of the 5 that England have lost. I don't know. England needed to get runs really quickly, I suppose, or get as many as they could before it got too bad. And it's already getting pretty terrible.
This is what I was going to ask you, Hendo, is now, and this was even before that 5th wicket went down, Ollie Pope.
Yeah.
I mean, do you feel you've got Ben Stokes at the crease, you've got a long tail, although we know folks can bat. Do you now just go into one-day mode, pile on what you can by chasing runs, and think our best chance of getting anything is, we've bet the farm on Anderson, Broad, Archer at twilight. You now surely are in a position where you think, well, let's get them on at twilight.
Let's get out at twilight.
Get our runs quickly. Even even if I was Joe Root, I'd be wondering, unless no more wickets fall, whether I declared in time to get India batting when it's the most advantageous to us.
No, you can't do that. I really don't think you can't. I mean, you've got to have a little bit of faith in your lower order. I mean, as you say, folks can bat. Stokes, we know, can bat. Archer doesn't show any signs of batting in this form of the game. He can swipe the ball in franchise cricket, but doesn't show any signs. And then you've got Broad, Leach and Anderson. Broad, he's a century maker. Leach is a man who's got 92.
He can stay there.
He can stay there, although he was out first ball in the second innings in the second test at Chennai. It's massively difficult, but I do think England have got to try and attack to a certain degree. I certainly don't think you throw away your wickets, but you've got to attack. Otherwise, you're going to get a ball that gets you.
Absolutely.
Well, they're 5 down for 81, and the new man who we were discussing, who can bat, is Ben Folkes, and he's at the crease.
And he got a jingle that goes like this.
Ben Folkes, that's who I am. Back a keeper for England. The gloves are on, up to the sums. Not too much better than the
Ashwin is around the wicket to him, and Folkes is very nicely forward to that. Uncomplicated, correct, and away into the offside.
But first they've got to pick me. I wouldn't be a liability.
I mean, that was a cracking ball by Ashwin, really. I mean, even though it did go straight on, I mean, it was tempting him. It was on that line. He had to play at it. And I guess he assumed it was going to turn, because quite a few
Well, he must have. That was what fooled me. That's why I said, was it his wrong one? Because the angle I was looking at it at the time suggested that it had moved away from the bat. And so forward nicely again comes Stokes, and he now has plenty of company. A slip, a leg slip, a forward short leg, all waiting to pounce. But he survived that over.
That was Folkes, by the way, not Stokes.
I said Folkes.
You said Stokes.
Any social messages?
Well, no, to some extent. I think it's stunned us into silence. Barry, Big Sexy Barry says, so Hendo's saying that we need more faith in the lower order than we have in the top order. Well, I don't have much faith in the very top order. I have a little faith in the lower order. England's middle order is what's kept them alive a lot of the time in Test cricket in recent years. And you've got to have faith in Stokes. I mean, he's got to play some shots. He did play a couple down the ground, didn't he, before tea? And he's probably got to continue in that vein. Look at those: Sibley 0, Bairstow 0, Pope 1, Root 17. I mean, those 2 wickets in the last half an hour before the first break were just
they were
devastating for England.
Well, they were indeed. As Axar Patel comes back into the attack, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who just pushes him away, and there is no run. He's bowling from the Reliance end. Onto the back foot goes Stokes. Again, just pushed gently to where forward short leg would be, and there's no run.
I mean, you could argue that he's got to go into Rishabh Pant mould, couldn't you, about Stokes?
Well, that's what I was saying. In order to pile the runs on quickly, this one is just pushed back to the bowler by Ben Stokes solidly again. I mean, he famously these days takes his time to get going, doesn't he, and plays very correctly. That one kept a bit low and did turn, and Stokes has to jab the bat down way into the offside.
I do think I do think England are going to have no choice but to bowl Joe Root in this test.
No, I think they're dead right now, aren't they?
Bowling last, yeah, perhaps that's the thing, isn't it?
Bowling in general.
Salpatelli's in, and that one gets a bit of bounce.
And he's gone!
Given out!
Oh.
I thought they took him much higher up the leg there. Will Stokes review?
It's difficult. I mean, he was right on the back foot. He has reviewed.
Stokes, I think he will. He's standing his ground, so he clearly has reviewed.
Well, it's a question of whether it's hit him in line. The umpire seems to think so.
The crowd has little doubt, I feel. But they weren't the ones staring down the track. We will have a look. Pitches outside off. It does beat the outside edge. It takes him high above the knee roll.
I think that's going to be given out.
I think the impact is in line. We will find that out. It looks high, but umpire's call would give it to India, of course.
Back pad rather than front.
Already been given.
That might have made a difference as well.
Yeah.
Back pad. Yeah, it was indeed his back pad.
I think it's going to be umpire's call on off stump.
Yeah, I agree with you, Bear.
I think we all kind of feel that. Just comes back in a tad. Stokes plays inside the line. It is umpire's call. The original decision is out. England's possibly last hope of quick runs, indeed runs, may be departing the scene. England are 6 down for 81, and this could scarcely be going worse from an England perspective. Goodness me.
Now you're gone.
Well, I guess we could skittle them out for 90.
It's again though. It's the fourth one where they've been done by the non-turning spinner.
It didn't seem to turn that much. You're right.
He played inside it, playing for the turn. And this is, when the spinners are bowling well, and you've got that significant turn, it does make that other ball very, very dangerous. It's absolutely fatal to England here. 81 for 6. 3 or 4 noughts now in the team. There is really now, I think, with Stokes gone, the only alternative is for Archer. It's the only way he knows how to play well. I think is going for the big shots.
Out on the attack, go for the big shots. If you've pitched your whole strategy around a pace attack that can do damage when the conditions are most favourable, try and get them attacking when the conditions are most favourable. As round the wicket to the right-hander comes Axel Patel. He plays it nicely, does Archer, away to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that in one sense. I don't think there was any doubt that India were going to bat today, even before Pope went. Now it's even more certain they might be batting before the equivalent of the second break. I'm not sure at what point it turns dark and it gets dewy. But as I said in my intro, we're going to be bowling under an inky sky, it looks like.
Not as dewy here as in other places. That's one of the things, because you do have the warmer, although the temperature drops dramatically. Reputedly, it's less of an issue here in Amedabad. So it remains to be seen. But right now, England's let's go with pace rather than spin strategy is looking dubious at best, and this one really hurries up folks who didn't look his elegant, stylish self as he kind of got himself into a bit of a tangle and just about got the bat down in time as Ravi Ashwin predatorially is in once more, flicked off his legs straight to mid-wicket. No run again. India right on their toes, tails are up. England's tail is exposed, and in the tail of tails I think you could say it's the Indian tail that's wagging, as this one is flicked nicely indeed by folks straight to mid-wicket. They just take a single, they might as well. Putting runs on the board seems to be a sensible strategy, and by doing it quickly there's no point in seeing out the day for naught and thinking it's going to be any different tomorrow.
Obviously not, but I think while you still had Stokes at the wicket and you still had Pope at the wicket, then you play relatively sensibly. But I think we're now beyond that. 5 LBWs out of 6, is that right?
Something like that. Yeah.
It is.
First wicket was caught.
No.
No,
Pope
right.
was bowled.
No, Pope was bowled.
That's true.
So it's an LBW and a bowled and 4 LBWs.
Sorry, that was me renewing the licence for the jingle player. We're now cool.
Oh, good. Oh, that's good to know. we can still play jingles, although probably not for many days, because this game is going to be over before Saturday.
Renewing a licence sounds all very correct and proper. As this one swept away through mid-wicket by Archer. He's going to get 4 for that.
Nice.
He has gone in the attack, played it beautifully. England have 4 more.
Tony, you'll have to maybe catch up on tweets because they're coming in thick and fast at the end of
they
this
will,
over.
they've all woken up now.
They have. It's nothing like an England collapse to wake you up, is there?
Absolutely.
Might I hazard a guess, potentially for a sum of money, that someone in there is saying doomed?
Well, I haven't seen one yet, but as I scroll up, I imagine there will be something.
Ashwin is in. Over the wicket to the right hand of that one again, goes on with the arm, and Archer played inside it. Did he actually, attempt to play a stroke? I don't think he did. But it's past the outside edge, into the gloves of Pant, no run.
Well,
go on, Bear, but I need to get through these.
No, you go through the tweets, I'll come back after.
Go on.
Okay, well, I was just thinking, well, maybe because the pitch isn't spinning on every ball, maybe our seamers will have a chance. Maybe there is something for the seamer here.
Well, maybe Stuart Broad can bowl like Anil Kumble again, like he said he was doing in the second test at Chennai, with nothing being in the pitch for him. At this rate, says Farong, India will be batting in the final session, perhaps earlier if the collapse is on. Armchair Cricket Podcast says India have taken out the England middle order in the 30 minutes on either side of tea. A couple of soft dismissals led by the set Crawley. Well, yes, soft, but I mean, it's hard to bat when you don't know whether the ball's going to go on or it's going to turn 2 feet. Bloody Nora says Bulldog Central, 6 for even before the night session.
Pushed away into the onside, no run.
He says that we're royally cooked, I would suggest. Harriet Atkinson is shouting the same thing as the T-shirt, "You effing muppet!" to one or two England cricketers.
Stokes' best score, folks, I beg your pardon. Best score, of course, of 107, which he got there in Sri Lanka. This one's away into the offside. No run. 3 for 30 from Akshar Patel. I
can't imagine what Akshar Patel's average in Test cricket is now with the ball. It's absolutely astonishing.
2 slips for him to the right-handed folks, who is forward. Again, it looked a little bit outside edgy, but effective enough. Keeping Akshar on this occasion.
The one thing I'll say is, looking forward to the end of this year, we get to get revenge in England, and that's green pitches and swinging conditions.
Well, they'll have to be, won't they? But I mean, to me, this is. I'm not going to go on about the pitch because it's not taking chunks out by the looks of it, but it is turning considerably. But it's not 100% great for Test cricket, is it? If your games are going to be over so quickly, because the ball is doing extravagant things. I mean, people talk about swing, but the swing may not always happen. It might happen on the first morning. It might change by the second day. Once spin has started on a pitch that turns, it doesn't normally flatten out and get better.
Gets worse.
It's true. 3 balls left for Akshar Patel in this over. 3 for 30 for him, 86 for 6.
I like 5-day cricket, and I want to be here for 5 days, which is what annoys me more than anything. That's just my feeling about wanting there to be.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from. I also see the other arguments about maximising local conditions has been done for years. As that one's a huge shout. It's away into the offside. Akshar Patel turns imploding. I nearly said. Imploring is what I meant to say. Imploring the umpire, but that looked to me.
No, it comes right. It's
right off the bat. So I'm really not quite sure what he thought he was.
Well, he was
excited about.
He was excited by
the catch, maybe.
Kohli at silly mid off.
Oh no!
That one has taken the pad. No, says umpire Menon. A man with the poker face when it comes to giving decisions. Never show doubt, he says.
And Ashwin and Akshar won't enjoy things so much over here. That can be assured.
But that's months away, Bear. We can't be looking forward to that now. We're just looking forward to what England can do here now.
Well,
we can't take refuge in that.
150 would probably be a triumph, as that one dug in to the turf and does turn a wee bit, and folks just dabs it to the offside. It's the end of the over. 31 complete. England are 86 for 6. Folks 1, Archer 4. India are bang on top. Hendo.
Knuckles says, hello everyone, joining in a brief break between classes. Curiously, I'm able to watch less of the cricket now it's a day-night test. Faf du Plessis tried declaring early to get a bowl in the twilight in a day-night test in Australia, and it didn't work. Nitin Bajaj, hello folks. India facing Jimmy in the third session should be fun. Might turn out to be a good toss to lose for India in all. Big Sexy Barry says the notion of England bowling last relies on us getting more in second innings than they get in their first. Yeah. Well, that is the problem, isn't it? If England fall short here.
It's true. Ashwin, those 3 men round the back, onto the back foot goes Archer, keeps it out. Slip, a leg slip, a forward short leg, very conventional spinner's field for Ravi Ashwin. He also has a man at shortish extra cover as this one is dabbed into the onside, no run.
What I think he's got here really well, or done really well here, is he's got this fantastic in-out field, hasn't he? He's got 3 men out on the boundary on the leg side, so if Archer does go for the big shot, he's got a chance of a catch.
Once again, pushed away into the onside, no run. Remember, he's taken more left-handers dismissed in tests than I think anyone else. 51.3% of his test wickets have been left-handers. Ravi Ashwin, he's bowling at a right-hander, of course, at the moment. As this one is whipped away down to long leg, they will get a run. Versus England, let me see, he's got Ben Stokes 10 times, that's irrelevant now. Anderson 7, Moeen Ali 4, Stuart Broad 3, Rory Burns 3.
I'd like to know what Swan's average against lefties was, percentage-wise.
Well, Swan's out there now. I think we might put in an emergency call for him, mightn't we?
Yeah.
I think he might
I don't think his shoulder's up to it, is he?
I don't know. I think he might be quite effective, to be honest.
87 for 6 with 2 balls left. And Ashwin's over looks to torment England some more. Not on this occasion, though. Hands go on heads, but it looked comfortably enough played to me by them folks. But you just sense the atmosphere at the moment is absolutely crackling if you're an Indian fan. Well, every ball you feel like a wicket's coming. Things have mightily gone their way. That's nicely played again by folks. Very correct, very proper. Away into the onside, no run.
Let me catch up with some more tweets. Sister Rosie says, great interview with Ebony, Rainford-Brent. Love what I'm hearing about Ace. She's so right. The talent is out there. It's all about tapping into it in a meaningful way, not just for show. Hearing her talk about accountability and measurable success is reassuring. Yes, indeed. A.D. Bryan says, fuck me, this is an abject batting display from England. Mayank says, this test has 3 days written all over it. Not good advertising for Channel 4 on Test cricket. Or, alternatively, very good advertising for intense, interesting cricket. Pirate Badshaw says, been busy doing other things this morning. I see things are going badly for England. Adrian Lowe says, oh wow, this is looking grim.
It is. It's interesting how, as this one is played nicely by Archer from Axar Patel, bowling from that Reliance end. Onside, no run.
And on cue, Adrian Lowe says, your wish is my command.
I'm not sure it counts if I actually have to ask for it and it happens, but thank you anyway, as this one's into the offside this time by Archer. Again, quite correctly played, and there is no run. 87 for 6. We're in the 33rd over. England, remember, won the toss. They chose to bat. They have 3 seamers and 1 spinner. How's that one? Well, it doesn't really turn. It's just helped around the corner by Archer, but he won't get a run. And having said he ought to give it a go, he hit that one beautiful pull to mid wicket, and he's pretty defensive ever since, Hendo.
Yep.
As that one, well, he didn't know much about that one. Did turn, takes the top of the bat, away it goes to cover. There is no run. 88 for 6. Sorry, they take a single, don't they? What am I saying? They were.
You said 150.
Grateful to that.
150. England would absolutely bite everybody's hand.
Well, exactly, and get to it at a point where you can bowl in the most favourable conditions, which is, I think England just seem a little bit uncertain about how to tackle things from here at the moment, because they're very defensive, because the bowling's so tight. Forward again comes Folkes. Correct, solid.
This is what I've said that England spinners don't do. And this is what I said this before the Test series
build
started.
Pressure.
Well, we just can't build pressure because we don't bowl the dot balls and the maidens.
Axine again. Looks not quite to the pitch of that. It spits up at him. It's uppish, but it's safe. Into the offside. Goes to Pujara. Pujara, man with 2 caps on his head at the moment. He's relinquished 1. selected for the IPL.
Yeah, that's extraordinary.
Are we going to see him going into crash bang wallop mode?
That'd be interesting.
It just seems all wrong to me.
It does seem wrong, and especially he's not been picked for 6 years. He's been picked on his test form, which is curious. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, good opportunity for Jofra Archer to show what he can do with the bat in Test cricket. England will want these two to keep looking for some runs. After the dinner break, there may be some swing and scoring, may be more difficult. We're not 100% sure that the ball will swing round corners and at what precise time it will do it. I think that's the difficulty for England. Leah says, well, I'd hoped England would at least drag the match into Friday. C'est la vie, I guess. And Ashwin is already back.
Say the old folks, and Ashwin, as you rightly say, is back from the Adani end. There was no run on this occasion. 88 for 6, England. So this one played again very tidily by Jofra Archer. No run.
Can I get some YouTube content in, or are you monitoring them, Hendo?
I'm not monitoring them, no, because there's so much coming on Twitter at the moment. You can do that at the end of this over, yeah. That'd
cool.
be good.
I expect we have a few, as this one's waited for nicely and cut. Pass point by Jofra Archer. It was short for once and gave him the time, and he tucked in, and it's 4 runs off the bowling of Ravi Ashwin.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Maybe India get a little bit lax for a little while, and that allows us to come through. Sam, your video's on. Can you turn it off? There you go. He crashed before lunch. We lost him for 10 minutes.
Nitty says Jofra to long handle a few and score a 50 in a jiffy. In other words, a jifty.
Well, he's swept at this, and I think he might have. No, he's not going to get 4 more. He didn't get hold of it at all.
No, he's hit the man at short leg. Tony.
Hit the man at short leg and then dribbled a bit further on. And it's Shubman Gill who is rubbing. Well, he's got his pads on, of course, under his whites there. But it was too high for them. Caught him on the thigh, and I suspect that will have stung. Forget what Brian Close says, that doesn't hurt, the ball's only on you for a second. It didn't actually, no, it caught him on the calf, didn't it? From what I could see as he turned away.
He did it into the ground. If he'd hit him on the full, that would have probably hurt a lot more. I think.
Yes.
Took some of the pain away.
Took some of the pace out of the ball, I think.
By the bounce. Round the wicket comes Ashwin, forward comes Folkes. He just did get a single. To the discomfort of Shubman Gill and Ravi Ashwin, a single was taken and brings Folkes back onto strike. 93 for 6. Getting to 100 will be the next little landmark for England. Forward comes Folkes. Nicely played. Ashwin with a real skip and a spring in his step. Goes to his right field. It's the end of the over. 5 runs from it. 93 for 6, England.
Right, let's have some YouTube.
Get some YouTube.
Yeah, Joyce Gupta says India need to bat 4th, and Diana, anything over 100 to chase might be enough. They're having a conversation here. Brian Ellis says hello from Australia. Diana Craddock gets back to Joyce and says thank you for your encouraging hope to our Indian friend, which might be all that we can live on, let's be honest. Colin says let's not default to Englishmen, dislike turning pitches. I don't dislike turning pitches, I like them.
I do.
Joyce Gupta comes back. I'm an Indian and worried looking at the swing our paces get early in the morning. Anderson will be incredibly...
Sorry, we're around the wicket. Defended on the back foot, away to cover by Archer. No run.
He thinks that Anderson will be tricky under the lights. There's more, but I'll get back to them later.
Here, there's more. Archer batting very correctly at the moment. 11 for him off 17. Oh! And around the bat, that one's through him. They've taken the off stump, and having said he's playing very correctly, he's looking very tidy. He's been bowled. Axar has another wicket.
Awful
the
shot.
Half-capacity crowd, who seem very tightly packed, are fairly united in their joy. England have lost another one. It's 93 for 7.
He just wafted at that with a massive gate, didn't he? And just let it just came straight through it. It's a terrible shot.
It's an awful shot. He's barely moved his front leg.
Well, he seemed to play it after the ball had gone. He just seemed to hold the bat there and almost seemed to move the bat after the ball was past him. It'd be worth having another look at that. But it was I think, as you were probably about to say, Hendo, it was an awful shot.
It's a terrible shot. I mean, he was batting okay. I don't know what he was thinking of there. He just hasn't got a foot forward. He hasn't committed to the shot. And as you say, it's almost an afterthought. It's just a straight ball, really, as well. I can't imagine what he thinks he's doing. England could have done with some quick runs. That's not the way to get them. He's got to work a little bit on his defensive technique, Archer, if he's ever going to get any runs in Test cricket, because that was just poor.
So, Bear, you're in Joe Root's shoes. You're in that England dressing room. Jack Leach is just tucking his bat under his arm, ready to walk out. What are you going to say to him?
I'm going off to the toilet, Tone.
You are? Or he is?
No. That's what you said on Joe Root. I'm off to go and have a business meeting in the toilet. And you lot can sort it out on your own. Fuck this. That's what I'm saying.
That's your approach, is it?
I'd be pretty
lads.
livid. I'd be livid with myself getting out that way. But I mean, England cannot. I mean, it seems to me that once Root gets out on this tour, everyone's like panic mode hits. And I think we even feel it watching it. You kind of think, shit, where are runs coming from if Root gets out? And he got out for 17, and Crawley did well. And other than that, they've been pretty poor. They've been beaten by straight ones that haven't turned. As Sendo says, I think it is quite difficult to bat in these situations. But that's your job. That's what you're out there for. You've got to expect it, and you've got to stick in a little bit harder, I think. But
I must say, Jack Leach is walking out with the demeanour of Sidney Carton in the closing scenes of A Tale of Two Cities, I'm afraid.
Well, let's give him a jingle.
A man who may not be there long, but we shall see.
Let's give him a jingle.
Coming up is a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach.
3 around the bat.
On Jack Leach.
And nicely played by Jack Leach from his first delivery. We're looking at that. Yeah, it did. It was a wafty shot, wasn't it? They were just looking at the dismissal of Archer as his off stump was pegged back.
It was just a flat-footed waft.
Punch to the air. It was a flat-footed waft. No, less than textbook shot. That was more textbook, though, from Jack Leach. Back foot solidly pushed back into the ground. There's an average of just under 16 with the bat, but a best score of 92, of course. A game of low scores. A very seeming wicket at Lords against Ireland. Tim Murtagh ripped through England, only for, I think, was it Wokes to rip through Ireland.
Yeah, it was. I think that's
indeed.
his best figures that Wokes has got in that test.
They'd only had to get about 90 or 100 and something, didn't they, to win the test?
I just looked up, they say, I'll hold that thought for a second, as around the wicket comes Patel, takes the outside edge. It will get England some runs. It will get Leach off the mark. And he'll get a single. Yeah, I looked at that day. I just looked at the sky. I looked at the Lord's wicket, at least from a distance, and I said, if Tim Murtagh gets to bowl on this first, England are going to be out for 100 or so, because I just knew it was a Murtagh wicket, and so it proved to be.
Yeah,
easy to say retrospectively, but it was just the feeling I had in my water that morning.
Which just goes to show you that England don't necessarily bat that much better on seaming pitches than, say, India.
Well, no, not when you have a master craftsman like Tim Murtagh bowling at you at Lords. Forward. And nicely defended by Ben Folkes. He touches his helmet. It is the end of the over. It's 94 for 7. I believe we are due a change.
Well, let me get through some tweets while we wait for the Bear to get into position to do ball by ball. Ravi says this is just going to be Chennai's second 2.0, isn't it? We'll all be out soon, and one of their buggers is going to score a century and will get 120 or so in the third innings, will not be able to make them bat again. England depressingly poor against spin. England would surely have included Curran SM had he been available for selection over Stuart Broad here. I don't think they would have necessarily. My Zoom call got 4 wickets, says the Irish outsider. That's Mike F. Bear, licking your lips about the Series v India later in the year right now. You wear them out, man. Start in July, I'd say. Ravinez says, first time I've heard of a triple jab for the COVID vaccine, but who are we going to question? Australia. I don't know what that's about. That seems to be in a conversation with Mog. Most LBW dismissals in an innings is 7.
As Leach faces up and Ashwin bowls at him outside half of the bat, goes into the ground past the slits, but they don't take a single.
Let me just give some advice to Gary. I'm with Farong 11 minutes ago on the tweets. That's where you need to pick up.
Ashwin around the wicket, defended by Leach outside his off stump. 2 point. Thought of a run, but I don't know why. Folkes goes back, it's hurled at his end, and there's no run. Afternoon, chaps. When I last left you, Crawley was doing well, wasn't he? And then your computer crapped out, I gather.
It did indeed, yes. Having been smug, I think, a couple of minutes earlier about how the sound was still working.
Defended by Leach to silly mid-off, no run.
But yeah, I've come back. I'm not sure who's had a worse hour or so, myself or England, because I then jumped straight on a work call where my other computer also crashed. So,
oh God. Punch square by Leach off the back foot, only as far as cover, and there is no run. I mean, there isn't a lot of turn when it doesn't turn, Gary. But the old one is turning sharply, which is really doing the heads of England's batsmen.
Yeah, there's a bit of dip here as well. You can see it from the way the batsmen are playing it.
Yeah, lunge forward to Leach. Very correctly, pushes it out to Rohit Sharma, who's fielding at cover.
I mean, I'm just going to throw this out there. I think we could see England batting again before the end of the day. I mean,
well,
it's going to be tough.
It is going to be tough. It's going to be interesting. That's defended into the offside and there's no run. I mean, could it be that the conditions are just bowler friendly and therefore it doesn't matter whether you've gone for the seam approach or the spin approach, it's the bowlers going to win, and therefore it'll come down to a fourth inning shootout. Maybe that's a bit optimistic. I'm sure someone in India will get hold of the ball and cuff it about. Mind you, only one England player did, and if only one of theirs does, maybe it'll be highest score wins.
Well, Adrian Lowe says if this ball doesn't seam about later, then this could be terrifying.
Yeah.
Nitin Bajaj says, when was the last time you saw an Indian skipper under the lid at Silly Point, short leg? I can't remember.
As Folkes faces up to next over, Axar Patel continuing 4 for 32 he has, and it's defended back up the track and there's no run.
Parrot Badshaw says, Tony says caught him on the carve. My tinnitus addled ears heard that as caught him on the carp.
On the back foot, folks, after pressing forward, defends it with a very straight bat to City mid-off. Who is the skipper? Bloody hell. I mean...
It's changed though, hasn't it, that position? Even not so long ago, it was the junior member of the side just got shunted under there just because they needed someone. It was more about having a body or having someone in the batsman's eye line, but it's such a specialist position now.
Well, yeah, defended inside half of the bat by Folkes, squirts out the leg side square, and they'll get themselves a single, 95 for 7.
The other reason for it is it's a key position in assessing height for reviews. You expect the bowler and the wicketkeeper to work online, but if you're getting close there and you're watching for height, it can be very critical.
Yeah, that's not a bad shout.
Yeah.
I think he likes to feel in the game, doesn't he? I'm surprised, or maybe doesn't think he's a good enough slipper and he's got a better slipper. He's got two of them.
He wants to be definitely in the batsman's face, though.
Anyway, that's line of leg stump. Axar remains around the wicket to left-handed Leach.
You're getting some advice from Barry Goodman, who says, can we just try saying terrible shot to every ball and see if that avoids the commentator's curse?
All right. Terrible shot. Well, he defended it. It wasn't a bad shot. Outside half of the bat, scoots past the slips, down towards the third man boundary. They should get back for 2. England could get to triple figures here. And I'm going to try and get some YouTube comments in as well, because there's a lot of conversation going on there, so maybe I'll leave them to their conversation. I'll try and pick out a couple of ones from there. Joytsna Gupta is enjoying conversation with some of our fans. Haven't seen you before, Joytsna, but welcome along. Leach is going to face up to Axar Patel. There's a Mexican wave going around. Lovely.
The man who says way, I heard.
Maybe they were all doing that. Now there's the one that goes straight on, and Leach pays for a little bit of turn, and there is none. And it just whizzes past his outside edge into the gloves of Pant, and there is no run.
If you're leaving them to their conversations on YouTube, I'll bring Lee outside context problem, who says, don't be too hard on Jofra. He made more runs than Bairstow, Sibley, Stokes and Pope combined, and from number 8 no less. Yes, it's thin gruel indeed. But yes, at least he showed some intent there. Back to Victoria, nice to have her along again, says, even so, I'm surprised Leach doesn't wear contacts. Having both glasses and a grill in your eyesight can't make batting easy. Which is true, because Knuckle had said modern glasses are either made of fancy plastics or shatterproof glass, so if they do snap, they just snap. Or the lens pops out whole rather than glass fragments going anywhere.
I used to wear contacts, and you get vain in your late teens, early 20s. But I found batting with them really quite difficult as opposed to glasses. Clipped into the leg side, it drops on Folks right at the last minute, but he managed to get bat on it, clips it out to Rohit in the deep at mid-wicket, and there's 1 run.
Yeah, I was just...
Go on.
I was the same on that. I mean, a slightly different level I was batting at to Jack Leach, but it just became more fiddly actually to have contacts. And if they come out and you've got gloves on, you can't really adjust them.
They don't really sit on the... You know, you're constantly having to blink to get them to sit right on my pupil and stuff like that, and it was just like things were a little bit blurred even with them in. It was a bit like, nah, I'd rather wear glasses. That's why I ended up giving them up altogether, really.
A couple of points on glasses for me. I'll come to you after this.
Ashwin, over the wicket, that one, he gives it a little bit of air, holds the pace back on it, and it floats past the outside edge of a probing forward Jack Leach, and there is no run.
Up Knuckles' point, really. I was on the M4 motorcycling.
Ashwin. That's much flatter, and that is out. That's really good bowling by Ashwin. The last ball, he just gave it a lot of air, float and dip, and Leach was groping for it. The next ball, he bowled pretty flat and fast, and Leach just went out again, and it caught the edge this time because it was going a little bit quicker, and it had the pace to carry to the slips. Leach doesn't want to go. Maybe they think it's into the ground. The soft signal is out if they're going to have a look at it upstairs. Leach has been given out. But he doesn't want to go. So I guess we're going to have a look at this. England 98 for 8. Will they get to 3 figures? That was a genuine question.
I'll just complete very quickly my story, backing up Knuckles' point. I invested in a pair of Oakleys, and a stone kicked up when I was doing about 80 on the M4 and hit the glasses but did not shatter the lens.
Ooh, now this is going to be tricky. It's one of those ones where did it burst through the hands and hit the grass, and
I think it's very difficult to prove that that's hit the ground, isn't it? I think he's going to have to go there.
Well,
that foot's just in the way of the camera angle as well.
Foot's just in the way of the camera angle there. I mean, it's one of those ones that could go either way. Yeah. It's been given soft as out. It probably looked out in real time. Probably looks not out in slow mo because, foreshortening of cameras. Right, they've got not one single decent angle of this, apart from the one that shows that it might have hit the ground from behind.
That's out.
Yeah, I think that's out.
I mean, it looks out.
I'm a big Jack Leach fan. I love watching him bat. He's also calm and flustered.
I mean, you can't really tell from that, to be fair. I mean, it's a blurred picture, unless they've got super slow-mo that can stop the frame.
I watched 30 years of cricket live and on telly before they had all these cameras and stuff, and that's out for 30 years of me watching cricket.
Well, you see, on that one, it looks like it's burst through the back of his hands, gone onto the ground, and possibly helped him scoop it up afterwards. I mean, you could say that from that picture because it's not very clear. The other two angles, they haven't got it. The soft signal is out, so in this sense I guess you take the fielder's word for it. Everyone else thinks it was out. Leach probably doesn't. He's the batsman. I wasn't out, and get on with the game.
Well, Armchair Cricket Podcast says local boy Ashar coming good on the first day of play. Skipper Kohli seems to have read this pitch right to include him and bringing him on first change. Would England seamers and seamers do the same when they bat? Well, we kind of don't know, but I'll tell you what, if Ashar and Ashwin are not taking the wickets on this pitch, there's no way Washington was taking the wickets, so I think he's a bit of a superfluous selection. What we knew was going to happen has happened.
Yeah, that was the definitive view. Actually, they had stump cam, and it did show pretty much that he caught it, obviously. So we're going to have to say goodbye. Another one goes. Well,
on your bike, mate.
Looks like England might get the bowling conditions they wanted at the time they wanted, with possibly the new ball. Not thanks partly because they can't fucking bat, but
Well, I think we're set up for Broad and Jimmy to be out for 6 and 4 respectively off their second deliveries. So we'll see that coming there. So not to talk about glasses and cricket. What I want to know about glasses is I have to work in my job. I have to wear a mask, which I accept perfectly normally. But why can't they make masks that don't fog up glasses? That's what I want to know. Hats off to the human race for developing vaccines so quickly. Extraordinary achievement that no end of Nobel Peace Prizes and stuff should recognise. But the designers still can't make a mask that works with glasses.
You have to get the nose bit right. If you get the nose bit right, it doesn't happen. But
even then, well, 8 hours, it's just too much. We'll come to your tweets probably at break in innings, to be honest.
Yeah, it's what I've been told as well. I do a lot of watching football, and I can't actually watch the football with glasses on because the mask steams them up. It's very difficult to do one's job.
Okay. Well, that's defended into the leg side by Broad, and there is no run. He goes forward this time, drives pleasantly. Oh, beats the man at cover. Might get some runs. 2 probably. He might bring up the 100. Oh my word, 100 for 8. As they come back for 2. It's been a poor show from England. And what do you reckon? I mean, I was saying earlier, I think England, if Root gets out, there's a collective brain fade. Everyone, suddenly loses heart. I mean, he's the captain. He's the best batsman. And he scored a shitload of runs at the beginning of this year. But someone else has got to stand up. He can't be the only man, can he?
I think this is a really, really good attack.
Oh, yeah.
On a
No
really,
doubt about that.
really trying conditions here. The pitch is perfectly fair.
Yeah,
it's not unplayable.
No, it's certainly not unplayable. In fact, the fact that it's not unplayable, defended out into the offside, and there is no run, is what makes it almost a perfect pitch. It's because, as Hendo said, 3 of the balls have been out to arm balls, the ones that have gone straight on, and whether they're actual arm balls or whether they're balls that just haven't spun because it's a first day wicket, just makes it tricky to bat.
I sent a tweet to the Guardians over by over coverage here saying not every ball that takes a wicket is a Jaffa, but every over and every spell from Ashar and Ashwin is a marionette show where they're holding the strings. They're constructing overs and spells that just create the doubt in the batsman because there's the arm ball, then there's the turner, then there's the dipper, then there's the quicker ball.
That's what
the batsman just doesn't know where to go and what to do.
Yeah, with
and they've done it so beautifully. With no bad balls at all. I don't think they've bowled a bad ball between them.
Well, they have. They've been hit for 4 a couple of times, and they bowled the odd bad
not
ball,
necessarily a bad ball.
Well, I'm not going to argue about that.
Yeah.
That one goes down the leg side and comes off the pad out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But, I mean, I'd like to know whether those are actual planned arm balls or those balls are just ones where it's a first-day wicket and some of them are catching and biting and some of them aren't just catching and biting. They're just bowling a stop ball that's going straight on. And if that's the case, that's even more dangerous because they're not even planning it. Yeah. And I suspect that that's much more the case than, oh, look, I bowled 3 arm balls in that over. I think it's much more let the wicket do the work. As folks defends it out on the leg side and there's no run, and actually balls are just going on and some are gripping and turning, and you don't know when that's going to happen, and the batsman certainly doesn't know, so it makes it triply difficult to bat. That's defended back down the track by folks, back to the bowler Akshar Patel, and there is no run.
We'll see. There's a lot of overs left in the day, so we'll see what happens when England get out there. I think Anderson
this is also
Broad,
true.
like said, will quite fancy it with the new ball.
They will. Defended back up the track, and there's no run. The only problem is with not many runs on the board, it only takes one person in the India side. Because you imagine if India just get 20-30 runs ahead, even if they've got 4 or 5 wickets left in hand, suddenly the game looks a lot easier when you're 30 runs ahead on what you know is a tricky wicket that the opposition can't bat on.
I'm quite pleased I turned down the 3-1 odds on England that I was offered by Dave earlier on.
Exactly. I want 50 to 1 from here at least.
Oh, at least.
Bowled by Akshar Patel, propped forward by folks inside half of the bat. Comes out to mid-wicket, no run, ends the over, 39 overs gone. England are 100 for bloody 8. Have we got any social?
Yes, Oxymoronica says England batting lineup too reliant on Root, should have kept Lawrence and dropped Pope. The team is carrying Stokes, who seems clueless against spin and doesn't bowl anymore. Knuckle points out that Kohli put himself at silly mid-off in the last test. He really feels it slip off spinners because Rahane is so good. The go-to is Shubman Gill at short leg, who is the newest non-bowling member of the side, one we used to call the team boy. Paul Moreau says, did we stop doing red ball 18 tours to Asia? At one point this was seen as an important part of the development of the game, of the team. I think we have done that as part of the cost cutting at the ECB. Somerset Bagpuss, hello, says he has astigmatism, so contacts don't correct his vision enough for batting.
Well, yeah, I mean that was my problem as well. Defended at by Broad. I will say defended at because it spun past the outside edge of his bat
And that's
there
the
is no
problem
run.
with propping the glasses on the nose, or rather on the mask, because they're designed to be right up next to the eyes, not sort of off the edge of the nose.
Yeah, it's true. Defended again into the offside and there's no run. Well, Diana Craddock says something very nice about me, so I'm going to say it. She says that, Bear, as depressing as our batting seems to be, your commentary never ceases to delight me and makes me smile. So thank you. Thank you, Diana.
Well,
down there
Darren
in
Macy
Spain.
says, "What the hell is happening, Guerrilla Cricket? I joined a work meeting just before tea and switched the TV back on an hour later, and WTF!
Yeah.
Bloody England."
Bloody England. Well, there's an appeal there from Ashwin. Maybe pad on to bat is what he's thinking. No one else really went up, but then he sees it from front on, so that's what he thinks. No one else is interested. There's not going to be a review, and there ain't no run as it just goes out to cover. No one likes Vanilla. It's also pointing out something it's one of these situations where one batsman on either side gets a decent score and that could be match winning. Well, that's swept by Broad to Virat Kohli, whose leg slip. He throws it back at the stumps and everyone appeals, and then no one looks that interested.
Yeah, they give the impression they're having quite a good time out there.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they are.
See why.
The old cliche is you don't know what's happened till both teams bat is what we're all laying our hopes on, isn't it?
The only thing we can hang on to right now.
It's the only thing we can hang on to.
Being optimistic.
And they'll probably be about 150 for 2 or something. Smashed it around the park and make it look really easy, and it'll be really depressing. As Broad defends that out to cover and there's no run. I mean, if England go down heavy in this test, the last test is you might as well not bother playing. I mean, it won't be any different. It'll be the same torture. England's mentality would have completely gone. Swept by Broad. Didn't really get a hold of all of it. Looked like he wanted to go the aerial route. Seemed to hit the sort of bottom left-hand corner of the bat and go out to deep square leg where Ishant Sharma was fielding. He gets himself a single though, and catches up with folks, and will retain the strike as that was the end of the 40th over.
And Chris the Choir says, "Time for come into the garden Broad, for the top-ranked bats have flown." Probably gone by the time this is read, though. No, he's still there. He's not moored. He's broad. And the bat is suitably broad at the moment. Wargoy Palm says, "England giving a good demonstration of how not to play spin." Well, it's a kind of case for that, but certainly India have made life very, very difficult. Lee, outside Cricket Problem, says there's still a chance for an Ashwin Pfeiffer hat-trick and ton in a match. Woohoo!
Yeah, Kalpesh on Hotline says, BBC out of England live audio commentary. Is that, do you mean just for this series? Or is that something that's come out in the news that they've lost rights to something else? Maybe someone can follow that up. I presume it's just for this series, because TalkSport are doing it.
Yeah.
And
Nitin
us.
Bajaj says, "Do you wear masks with glasses? You may be entitled to condensation."
Oh, who said that? That's
Nitin Bajaj.
That's terrible. Left alone outside Broad's off stump. He didn't really know a lot about it. Bounces off of pant and goes down towards long leg. They'll get through for a bye, I think. So yeah, it didn't go up against Broad, so he must have missed it. Now somehow these two have got Shepard to 150, haven't they? If they could get 150, life would look a little bit sweeter. It's still not very sweet.
It's a long way away, isn't it?
It is a long way away. Couple of hefty blows. A bit of Moeen last test when he was looking for his IPL contract, and blasted that quick 48 or whatever it was.
Sport Radio AS says, "Pretty shocking display, really. Not an unplayable track, just an Indian one." I don't think this is shocking batting. I think it's been very challenging conditions and bowlers on absolutely.
Yeah, I think the bowlers have bowled well, and I think exactly it is challenging conditions. And as we talked about, it's the ball that goes straight on that's been the killer. That's bowled by Akshar Patel, pretty flat, pretty quick, a little bit too short, and that allows folks to get on the back foot, just punch it back down the track to him, no run. This one has given a little bit more air, and he props forward and defends it back, and there's no run. I mean, it has been good bowling. The balls that have gone straight on are the ones that have done it. They've got 3 or 4 LBWs from balls that, 3 were from balls that didn't really turn. Batsmen just played down a run line playing for turn, and there has been considerable turn. Driven by folks nicely, back past the bowler, long off his back, so they'll get themselves an easy single.
I mean, if I'm saying Australia, South Africa, West Indies, for example, maybe even New Zealand, possibly less so New Zealand. But I don't see any of those teams sort of 160 for 2 now. I think they're all around 120 for 5, 6.
7, 8. Yeah, I mean, there could be some worse, some better. I mean, I think even the great Kane Williamson would struggle here, as Root did. There's that one is faster outside Broad's off stump, and he lets it through the keeper and there's no run. Oh, are we supposed to have changed, by the way? What time are we changing at?
No, 20 past.
20 past.
Yeah, I don't wonder if there's a case for more, even if England aren't taking A tours into the sub.
That one, drops just short of second slip where Kohli is down on one knee, blasting his luck. But he gets away with it, no run, end of the over, end of the 41st. Carry on.
Even if they're not taking A tours, I wonder if if we could get more guys going out. I mean, everyone goes to Australia and plays cricket over the winter. Whether actually there should be a bit more focus on going to Asia to play.
Well, there are quite a few A tours, don't there? I mean, they've all gone out on them, but it's never going to be like the cauldron that this is. You're never going to play the top class players. You're going to play your similar age level, which is going to test you at that level. But it's a whole different ball game. This is the pinnacle of the sport.
I think if we want to be able to play this kind of bowling, we have to do something about our own pitches in first class cricket, and be a bit less condemning of the likes of Taunton and a bit more supportive.
Yeah,
of
true. But I mean,
that have pace and bounce for spinners and for seamers in the way that Old Trafford has recently, for example.
But even if you created spinning tracks here, I don't think they wouldn't replicate these conditions. I mean, because it's not as hot and it's not as dry. That's defended by folks at drop square on the leg side. There's no run. There was an interesting thing Jared did on Twitter. Not Twitter, it was on YouTube. I started watching a video by Jared. I don't know why. I can forgive my sins. But he was going on about why do England spinners suck, and it was about percentages. There was lots of charts being Jared with stats and stuff. Defended back down the track and there's no run. And it was percentage of turn, and where Somerset comes on turning pitches is like miles down the list anyway. So it's not going to replicate this anyway.
It would just allow batsmen a little bit more confidence in what you've got to do to spinners, which is to go fully forward or fully back.
Clipped into the leg side as folks took a couple of little steps down the track, whips it out to mid-wicket. There's no one. I don't think they don't know how to play it. I mean, we were lauding that they knew how to play it in Sri Lanka, and they got good runs. They were turning tracks. The quality of the spinners weren't as good. I mean, these are top-class spinners in home conditions.
They are.
And we did. You can never. We did fine in Sri Lanka, man. Let's be honest. I mean, we were exactly as that. We were playing. Embold and I was the one who got all the wickets, but England scored loads of runs. Defended out to the offside. There's no run. Those tracks spun from day one. They just didn't break up in this fashion, and they didn't kick, and it wasn't as sharp, and the spinners weren't as good.
Well, I do think England need to be more confident in, say, either coming fully forward or fully back. They're caught on the crease too often.
That's out.
Must be.
Yeah, big swing by Broad, no ding, foot in front of middle. It's straightening from Ashwin around a wicket. No bother reviewing that. I mean, in the old days, you might have got away with that as an umpire. I was thinking that about one of the LBWs earlier. Is Broad seriously? I might as well review it. Got 2 reviews left, and we've only got 2 wickets left, so you might as well review it. But
that was not out all day, every day in the days of David Shepherd.
Precisely.
Never gave you out in the front foot. Never.
No, precisely. I mean, that whole part of the game has changed. That's actually,
line.
Could be umpire's call on the off stump. It might have straightened enough, and he is a tall man, so his foot's a long way down the track. They're looking at. There's no ultra edge though. It's hit him. Well, I mean, these cameras aren't obviously normally dead straight either. There's probably an inch or 2 the other way. But I mean, looking from front on, it's hit him in front of about off stump. No, it might be turning past the off stump. You never know. It is in fact turning past the off stump. Bloody good review, Stuart. Having me said that was as plumb could be, I'd have given it if I was an umpire in a modern era. But it's turning past the off stump. God damn it. And Broady remains. Good review.
Knackle makes a similar point to the one I was making earlier. Says, what exactly is England's plan for this innings? They've been so good on this run of victories in Asia at being decisive in their footwork and shot selection. But Crawley and Root aside, they've reverted to the bad old days of prod, swipe, prod, hope. And obviously Knuckle sent that before I was making those points. It's not that he's plagiarised me.
Oh wow! Now that
We
one's
agree.
turned sharply
That's
in.
out.
Has that been? No, that's going down the leg side, Gary.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's turned too far. He's done that as a carom ball, or one that's gone the other way, and it's turned quite sharply. And I think that he's put it right forward, and that's going down the leg side.
This.
God,
I think they're going to review. I think this is hitting.
I think it's going down the leg side. But I got the last one completely wrong. Well, they are going to review. Kohli, of course, lets it go down to 1 second. Ever the man, the showman. Another review, 2 and 2. It's taking time out of the game. It's going to be changeover at the end of this. We could have had another 2 overs if nothing had happened.
You want your money back, Blair? Bear. He called you Tony Blair there.
No. Well, yeah, no, that's going down the leg. Surely. He's right forward.
You might be right, Bear.
It's turned. It's gone quite a long way from outside his off stump.
Yeah. That he's turned the carom ball suggests that Jack Leach will turn plenty of balls as well.
But
it's not just Revs that's turning it.
No, but this is it. Jack Leach doesn't bowl enough arm balls or ones that go straight on that don't turn. But as I said, I think there's a technique to that, so they make it look like it's going to turn, but it doesn't. Yeah, that's come back in. It's hit in front of middle, but it's going down leg. It's a long way down.
Miles.
Long way down. Hitting another set.
Yeah, I might have missed another set even. Jesus. Well, that was India's review. They've lost that. We got ours. Ooh, things are switching around. Yeah, it's not out. Okay, let's carry on with the game now. That's the end of the over. We're going to get one more in. Then you can come in. Who's next? I don't even know who's next. Up next is Gary. You're staying on. Sam, you're staying on. In fact, and Tony's the only one.
Switching to social. Yes.
And Tony's.
Are we doing that now, Bear?
Nah, we're going to have one more over. Sod off, Tony.
Okay, fair enough.
We had 2 reviews in that over. I refuse to relinquish my position. Axel Patel around the wicket into Folkes. He goes on the back foot, pushes it out to cover, and there is no run.
Messi Jez has an apology for us. I do need to apologise to England fans. Despite wanting India to win, I couldn't resist taking a small bet before the start of play on England at 5-2. They are now 10-1.
Oh, they should be longer than that. Well, actually, that's cut out to backward point. There's no run. That's the punt you could take. The fact that England are 10-1 and no one knows what the ball's going to do when England bowl with it. I guess that's the best punt you could take at this point in the game.
And the last time India came up against the pink ball, how many did they make?
36. But that was that. Well, it was interesting. I read about that this week. That's clipped into the leg side and there's no run. The 36, they lost that before it had even gone to night time, though, didn't they? It wasn't the twilight zone that did them, because they lost actually most of them. Because wasn't Bumrah in overnight as a night watchman?
Yeah, I think.
And then they lost it all before lunch, so it wasn't the conditions at twilight that did for them. That's defended off the inside half of the bat by Folkes out to mid wicket, and there's no run. So that's not really a good guide to go on either. And it's just going to be interesting to see.
I watched that live, and it was Cummins and Hazelwood just asking questions with every ball.
Yeah, those two when they get going are good. Now, how that missed the stumps, I do not know. Folkes prop forward, it spun, missed the outside edge of his bat, and must have just missed a coat of varnish on the off stump.
And of course, Australia caught everything, which is going to be absolutely critical for England. They've got to catch everything.
Exactly. You imagine letting bloody Virat or Rohit go on 2 or something, and then they go on and rack up a tunnel. Ugh. Yeah. Right. 4-3 defended by Folkes. Back up the track. Fielded by the bowler. No run. End of the over. I'm out of here. Tony's in. Are you in there, Tony? Tony? Yeah.
I'm here, Bear.
Right. I'm off. You 3 are carrying on. See you in a bit.
Carry on collapsing. What a film that would be.
So the last tweet was Pirate Badshaw, whoever's taken over the social media. So if you wish to read that, that will be the last unread tweet.
Perfect. I have that one good to go. It says A tour is very important. Even if you aren't facing the creme de la creme, getting used to the conditions is vital for players to develop their skills. Ireland Wolves are currently in Bangladesh, and the previous tour to Sri Lanka gave them experience against, that's one of 2 up-and-comers like Embledinier. I agree with that completely.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that, and I don't know why it's too expensive to do A tours. It is if you're taking along the kind of entourage that would put put Floyd Mayweather to shame, the way England have all these people along with them. But if they went along with a tour manager, a physio and a bus driver and said to the players, look, we've got to rough it a little bit, then it would cut the cost down and they would still get the benefit of the conditions. But, maybe I'm just being an old grumpy man.
Difficult, isn't it? Because they spent so long. The whole ethos of those A tours now is that they set it up to be exactly like, so that when you step up, or if you make the step up into the test team, actually the conditions are completely the same in terms of what you've got available to you and what's around you. But yeah, I do agree.
I think
surely what matters is familiarity with the conditions. If you don't have quite the same level of hotel or quite the same degree of plush comfort of the bus seat, does it really matter? No. Surely one of the perks of moving up in your career in levels is things get slightly better as you move up. So I think that's a very flawed argument. I mean, I'm not suggesting they stay in youth hostels and cycle from venue to venue, but I do think you've got to be realistic. The experience is more important than the level of comfort in which you stay. Yes. I would argue very strongly.
I agree, and I think, well, why not stay in youth hostels if that's what they have to do? I think just being out there, they should just be grateful for having that opportunity to be out there, representing England and just playing in the conditions, because we can't replicate the heat and the humidity and the tiredness if you've been out there batting all day in 35-degree heat. You just don't get that over here.
That is true. I can tell you, by the way, India at 90%, England at 9%, and the draw at 1 on our friends CricViz, which I think is generous to England. But the great unknown, as we've been talking about, of course, is as you unleash our three-pronged pace attack at twilight, can they do the job?
Yeah, I think they're going to be a real handful, I think. A real handful.
Because they're only going to get one chance on a wicket that's really more helpful to seam than spin, I think. And this will be it. So you're right, Gary. Everything that goes to hand, if it goes to hand, has to stick. Every decision needs to go their way. They need big slices of luck as well as being.
Joe Root has to attack in the field. He has to attack in the field. He can protect one side of the wicket's boundary, but he's got to go in with 3 slips. Jofra's got to have a short leg. They've got to have a leg slip as well, particularly I think to Broad, who moves the ball in rather than Anderson, who moves it away. They can't afford to let chances go because they've got posting a long on and a long off and conceding an easy single.
And also psychologically, the fear is, there is so much pressure now. It's like being the night watchman, or it's like being put in as the pinch hitter. Now you're there purely to go and take wickets, and you desperately need to. That's a huge amount of pressure on those 3.
Yeah, but they've seen it before, all 3 of them. I mean, Jofra's pretty experienced. He's played in IPL cauldrons. He's got to be thinking 90 miles an hour for 3 or 4 overs, and then I can have a break. Anderson's got to be thinking about swinging the ball, and Broad's got to be thinking about moving it off the seam and just varying his pace, bowling some cutters. I mean, the cutter is going to be a real weapon, I think, for Broad on this pitch.
That's what he said, wasn't it? Bold like.
Well, he's got a leg slip and 3 men on the offside around the bat, and he's defending this ball back to Ashwin, and there is no run. He's actually batted with quite decisive footwork, Broad here, so he's getting the measure of the pitch with the bat. What he can do with the ball remains to be seen. Having said that, that ball jumps off a length, really, takes the thigh pad, I think, and went through to Rahane, I think, at slip. But I'm not sure how you play a shot to that delivery, to be honest, as Broad goes back to this one and just punches it to the man at silly point. He didn't so much go back as go forward and then rock back for that delivery. Ashwin quick in his work, round the wicket to the left-handed Broad. It's one that goes straight on, and Broad goes back and punches it off the back foot to I think that's Rohit. Is that Rohit at short extra? And there is no run. Very quick in his work. We will come to your social media at the end of this over. Bit of a change of plan from Ashwin, who goes over the wicket to Broad and bowls in the carom ball, and Broad goes back, having not picked it, but he's quick enough on with his bat to get it down and cover the spin. I mean, I picked the carom ball there, so I'm hoping batsmen can. They should see it out of the hand, because it's a very different kind of release Still a challenging delivery to play. That one goes down the leg side. I think that's the first bad ball that Ashwin or Akshar have bowled. Certainly the first one I've seen Pant take down the leg side. Nice bit of keeping. End of the over. 44 of them have gone. England at 104 for 8.
Yes, and Christ Acquire says sometimes David Shepherd would have been right. Yes, indeed he would. Paul Moreau, very generous of you, but suspect the defining characteristics of this match for us in the UK is that it's day-night. This means it's not over before breakfast on day one. I think that's part of the conversation. To which R. Peters responded, you mean breakfast on day 4? That is Saturday. Actually, I plan to watch in stadium on day 4 and 5, but that now seems futile. Yes, I would agree at this stage. If you're going to get down there, R. I would do it before day 4 and 5. You might not be watching much cricket. And Leah says, England are such Bradman here.
Round the wicket comes Akshar. He goes back to folks and he cuts with some confidence, but there's a man in the Jonty Rhodes position. I think that's Rohit as well. And there is Niran. Folks has 5 of 41. He's really gritted it out as comes forward and defends this. In fact, there is a case for this little partnership that's come together. Not many runs, but Broad's faced 21 deliveries as well. That we've seen some of the better footwork of the England batsmen here. Both of them are getting forward. They're both 6 foot. Well, Folks is 6 foot and Broad 6 foot plenty, and they're both going fully forward or fully back. He goes back this time, does Folks, but he can't get any bat on it, and the ball just takes the thigh pad, dribbles into the leg side. There is no run. Akshar has 4 for 36 and he's in his 20th over, and he's absolutely deserved those figures. Left arm round the wicket, he gets a shorter ball, does Folks. He just jabs it into the offside. The ball dribbles away, and they thought about one but turned it down.
Gary, you've gone very quiet.
I know, it's because I'm waiting for the next delivery. I thought you guys were coming in. This ball is defended back to Akshar, and there is no run. We were getting replays then, and I thought, oh, I'm clever. I've worked out that it's a replay. I'll let the social media and the summariser come in. But anyway, the ball goes to extra cover. It's the end of a rather quite dull, really, maiden. England 104 for 8.
So what did we have? We had an hour, half an hour in the second half hour after tea, aren't we? Am I right?
No, we're in the third half hour.
The third, so we've got this session, another half hour after this, before dinner.
Yeah.
And it's after dinner, approaching dinner and after dinner, that the conditions for the 3-seam attack are likely to be most challenging.
Well, we're in a twilight zone now. The lights are probably not completely taken over, but the sun has set now, and we should start seeing the shadows
exactly.
from
So
the
if
lights.
I was Broady, I'd be wanting to hit quick runs and get bowling.
Yeah, I think so. This ball is defended back to Ashwin, and there is no run. Having said that, England must be thinking that every run is absolutely vital here. So if they can eke out 20 for each of these last 2 wickets, that would be 40 more runs, and that would be very useful as Broad comes forward and drives, but without any conviction. The ball just skews off the outside edge and goes into the offside. So England are somewhat becalmed here, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. The Indian openers, Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma, will be thinking about batting, and let them stew a little on that. As round the wicket comes Ashwin, this ball turns, Broad goes back, but watches it onto the bat. I just think the pitch has slowed in the last half hour or so. Do you think that's maybe the twilight, maybe the dew coming down? The pitch has definitely got a little slower as this ball is defended by Broad into the offside.
Yeah, I mean, probably these two are feeling... I mean, I'm thinking more about Broad than Ben Folks at the moment. He could well be feeling, well, okay, as long as I get to bowl tonight, and I suspect he will, whatever happens.
Oh, God, he will, yeah. This ball is punched hard to short mid-wicket, where I think Rohit Sharma is a one-man fielder at the moment. He did the job there as well.
Well, he's a man in form. When it's going your way, it's going your way.
Absolutely, it is. Broad 5 dot deliveries on top of a couple of maidens, and this ball does go down the leg side. It's taken well by Pant behind the stumps. If you get another maiden, England 104 for 8.
Yeah, and the Yeast Whisperer suggests England should declare at 9 down. A couple of extra overs today would be worth it. I mean, I'm not sure a declaration is forthcoming today. R. Pete says, yeah, he will have to take a 2-hour flight to get to Amedabad, so I don't think there'll be much left for day 4 and 5, but we'll get another chance in November when New Zealand visit us. Well, that is a positive outlook from you, R. Pete. And Andinya says, which is what I've been saying on Gorilla Cricket, that Sundar is there as a batsman, not a spinner. India only picked 4 bowlers for all practical purposes.
Well, it's strange. I mean, I think that's right. I think Washington Sundar, if he has a future in Test cricket, it's as a number 6, but he's listed to come in at 9 after Akshar Patel, so it's a strange pick in that sense. And there's a run. Akshar gives a little bit of width with the arm ball to Folkes, and Folkes jabs down late. The ball runs to third man, and he helps himself to a single. He now has 6. England have 105 for 8. I was wrong earlier on by saying the sun has set. The sun is setting at the moment because we've seen it just poking its nose, rather like glasses over the top of a mask, poking its nose over the top of the stand, and awaiting its demise in India, and the lights taking over. The lights are very much on, of course, as you would expect. Akshar is in, he goes back to Broad and punches it to the man at short mid-wicket, who is Pajara, and there is no run. If anybody hasn't seen Mount Etna volcano erupting in Sicily, then go online and have a look at the pictures. They are quite extraordinary. As the left arm to left hand, and Broad sweeps high handsomely and is caught at deep mid-wicket by, I think, Ishant Sharma. No, it's not Ishant Sharma, it's Jasprit Bumrah, remember him? Yeah, bit of a sucker punch there. Yeah, he's got to hit out a bit, try and get runs, but he didn't really hit that sweep with great conviction, and the ball just described an easy parabola. Jasprit Bumrah didn't really need to move, he just needed to eye the ball properly in the setting sun, and lights took a fairly straightforward catch. England lose their 9th wicket.
How's that? You missed the bat, I caught you out. How's that?
Yes, another wicket for Akshar, now has, I think, his 5, if I'm correct. Broad's gone for 3. England 105 for 9. So I think it was you, Tony, who was telling me that Broad would rather be bowling. I suspect he'll have his wish.
That was a shot of a man who'd rather be bowling.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can get me out there. I'm here to do this. I had a rotten test match last time. I pretty much got the thanks for coming award.
Yeah.
I'm here to take wickets in conditions that will favour me. What am I doing defending, trying to see us from 105 to maybe 115?
Yeah.
What is the point? And I think he kind of was in my court on that one.
Well, he faced a lot of dot balls earlier. I think I mentioned that from the previous over that he'd faced 5 dot balls, and I think that was on the back of 2 maidens beforehand. And John Buchanan used to say 17 dot balls brings a boundary or a wicket, and there was a single taken by Ben Folkes, but it was certainly going to be a boundary or a wicket from Broad because he'd had enough of propping and cocking. Here comes England's finest bowler. Well, they crossed, so Ben Stokes is on strike, and he punches this to short mid-wicket, where, believe it or not, Rohit Sharma does the fielding, and there is no run. Broad will be changing over to his bowling boots. I don't think he'll be putting a pair of Birkenstocks on, because it won't be worth it. As Folkes punches an attempted Yorker, I think, that from Akshar, who must think Test cricket's an easy game, and he concedes a run. He does have 5 for 38 now, does Akshar. He has bowled absolutely beautifully, though. Right from the word go, he found the pace for the wicket, which is critical, and Jack Leach will have to think a little bit about that. and he's bowled an immaculate line, an immaculate length, keeps asking the questions, and on this pitch with this ball in these conditions, England have not been able to find the answers. Ashar it's a quicker ball, and Anderson does a rather stiff-legged prod at this, and the ball runs away. I think, they decline a single in order to keep Ben Foakes on strike. So if England are going to turn down singles when you've only got 106 on the board, Foakes is going to be hitting boundaries in this over. 106 for 9. Foakes has 7 from 49. A long vigil for the wicketkeeper batsman. Jimmy has none off a single delivery.
And over on Twitter, Knuckles says, absolutely, the fifth bowler has been largely a luxury throughout this series. You wonder, given that if India might have risked Hardik over Washington, even though Hardik isn't yet fit to bowl, but we're talking marginal gains at best there. Nitan says, I'm rather enjoying this Ben Foakes inning, showing grit and forgetting about the previous ball. This fella can bat. I 100% agree with that. He really does. And as you were saying, Gary, he's not prodding and probing. He's actually making definitive movements and being, I've completely lost my word, but being decisive in his movement and in his shot.
He's tall for a wicketkeeper, but he does bat like a wicketkeeper in that he is light on his feet, and we've seen with some videos of him practicing his keeping that he works very hard on ensuring that that he is light on his feet. So, I think that is part of his work. Sorry, I'm just about to lose the picture. Nope, I've got it back again. So 47 overs. It's been a sorry tale for England, but I think we've got to meet them at least halfway here with the excellence of the Indian bowling. And Ashwin's getting a break because, having taken a catch, Bumrah says, I've paid my subs, I want to bowl. And he starts off with a leg stump half volley, and Ben Foakes says, yes, I'll have a piece of that, and punches it Crawley-like to mid-wicket boundary for the first of these for ages and ages and ages.
He's going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball.
Now then, Marty Bumrah, you're bowling again, aren't you? I thought as much.
I mean, that's the mark of a batsman there. Sometimes you say you've got to have Jos Buttler because Ben Foakes is an inferior batsman, and he probably is, but he is a proper batsman. As Bumrah's in again, it's just defended by Foakes. The mark of a batsman is to have scored 7 of 49 deliveries. I'm not sure he had a boundary amongst them, but the 4 ball came and he put it away. This idea that Ben Foakes is a luxury is mistaken, I feel. We have the klaxon. Wah, wah, wah. No ball from Bumrah. If you're calling that as a no ball, dear.
Well, he looked to have a chunk of heel on that line, didn't he?
He absolutely did, behind the line. As Bumrah is in, and this ball is defended by Foakes, slightly crabbily to mid-on. There is no run.
Nelson's up for England. I think Nelson's chance to influence this has come and gone. 111 for 3, you might have gone, Nelson's now. You just go, well, yeah. It is what it is.
Well, on a football group that I belong to, I suggested a close of play score, which we'll come to in a moment, as Bumrah is pulled by Ben Foakes to mid-wicket, and they eschew the single in order for Ben Stokes to stay on strike. I suggested England 178 all out, India 80 for 6, and that was before a ball was bowled. That was just on the evidence of pink ball, lights, the lineups and so on. I don't think England are going to get 178, but I think India 80 for 6 is a definite possibility. Bumrah has none for 18, and he's looked slightly out of sorts so far in this spell, but he gets one line and length just outside off stump, and inexplicably India have conceded the single that England wanted by Foakes just poking it to a man who should have been at backward point and instead was at deep point, and they're through for a single. England 112 for 9.
You think Jimmy's of the same mindset? Get me out there bowling. Or is it he's certainly when he's chatting away? I'm not sure who he's chatting to there. Is he saying to Ben Foakes, let's get on with it?
I think he might be saying, just a little bit longer because we'll get them in the horrible light. Although this is pretty horrible light now in that half and half. And we're seeing some of the Indians looking up at the lights here because it's not easy. If you've ever watched day-night cricket, it's not easy when the sun is down and the lights aren't fully in effect. He gets a short ball. He must have been expecting that from Bumrah from round the wicket, and he sort of fenced at it as though he was trying to give slip catching practice, but just withdrew the bat at the last moment. 112 for 9. Kohli's also looking at the lights. I think they're laughing, saying, "We'll just keep them in here." That if Anderson is given out, we might see Kohli go for the review here to keep him in.
Keep him in. Yeah. LED lights. Wonder if they make a difference. They're certainly going to be more energy efficient. I wonder if they give that sort of slightly more.
Very full, and Anderson, who plays the Yorker quite well, digs it out. That's what comes of having almost no backlift, and there is no running. With 112 for 9, Folks has 12 from 54. Anderson yet to get off the mark from 3, and we have your social media.
We do indeed. Jeff Perkins says, so Broad decided England have enough with their unstoppable advantage of having won the toss. A reference to Broad getting out a few minutes ago. Typing Shan says Jimmy A left with the tail yet again. And Krishna Yaga, my feed is just refreshed as I was about to read it, says, lol, you'll now have some HV additions in your book. And Nitan Bajaj says, how often do you see the batting side wanting to get out and bowl, and the bowling side thinking, maybe keep them in for a while, which is exactly the point you were just making, Gary.
Yes, the sun is now sliding through the gaps there are between the two tiers of this bowl stadium. Those gaps are in there to allow the air to come in, both for the comfort of the spectators and players, but also to allow the grass to get a bit of oxygen. As this ball runs off the inside edge, and we have that thing that happens in moments like this, which I never like to see, is that England are not interested in a run, and India aren't interested in fielding, and a rather scrappy throw comes back, and we reset, and Ashar is in again, and this ball is defended by Folks into the leg side. There is no run.
Still, yeah, I mean, you've got to admire the application of Ben Folks, I think, in this situation.
And skill.
Skill.
He pushes this one to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. I mean, he's fighting for those 20 runs that I was talking about from each of the last 2 wickets for the 9th and 10th wicket. They didn't get them for the 9th wicket, but he'll hopefully get them for the 10th.
Yeah, and talk of him being inferior to Josh Butler. I mean, he's different.
Goes back and is bowled. That was a brilliant delivery from Ashar, because that definitely was the arm ball, and it dipped. He was trying to cut, anticipating the turn. He was also trying to hit a boundary. It was the 4th ball of the over, and he was absolutely stitched up like a kipper. The stumps were splayed, but Ben Folks' demise in a good cause there. He's gone for 12, one of the better innings of England's total of 112. Ashar has 6 for 38, and he's deserved all of those. We're seeing the delivery again. It probably wasn't the arm ball, but it's hit and gone straight on. In fact, if anything, it's come into him. It's hit the top of middle stump. But that was the right shot to play, I think, because England had to try and get a boundary off the 4th ball of the innings, and the game will start again with some very interesting conditions for India's batsmen.
Yeah, 100 and, well, where did they end up in the end? 112. 100 out, Lord.
Well, Zach Crawley's innings feels like a long time ago now, doesn't it? But he was the only one, really. He played some superb shots. I mean, it's easy to forget in the wake of that fine Indian bowling performance, but some of those drives and just flicks off his legs were beautiful from Zach Crawley. He showed them how it was done, but no one else could quite get going.
Well, he put away a lot of half volleys, and England don't want to be bowling too many of those. They've got to look for swing, but the half volley is a half volley wherever it is. He did put away some balls that were only just over pitched as well, but it was a spectacular innings from Crawley, whose 53 is more than half of the runs scored off the English bats. It's a sorry tale elsewhere. Roots 17, he didn't look particularly comfortable, got wrapped on the finger at one point. Ben Folkes 12 and Jofra Archer slashing about for 11. The only men in double figures really, and it isn't a story of English batting, it's much more a story of Indian bowling with Ashwin and Akshar leading the way. But there was some good deliveries from Jasprit Bumrah in there, and he swung the ball, and so did Ishant Sharma. They also found a little bit of seam movement as well. Ishant 1 for 26, Bumrah no wicket for 19, and then the body of the work done by Akshar, 21.4 overs, 6 maidens, 6 for 38, and Ravichandran Ashwin, 16 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 26. England are going to have to fight hard to get back into this match, but they should be going out there thinking, well, if we bowl to our potential, India are going to be all out for less than 200, and if India are all out for less than 200, England are still in this game. If India make 220 or more, or even 200 or more, I think there's very little way back for England. But it's pink ball cricket, we're never quite sure.
Well, I guess we'll find out. Crawley made exactly half of England's runs off the bat.
Off the bat, yeah.
Because 112, there's 6 extras, and he got 53. Makes it exactly 50%. Well, I think if you've got a ticket for day 5, you might be disappointed. I think if you've got a ticket for day 4, you might be nervous.
Very nervous. I think Ashar Patel must be thinking, "Oh, this Test cricket lark's quite easy, isn't it?" He came in 7 wickets at 15 in his first game, and then this he bowled superbly. But yeah, what a way to step up and into the Test arena, as it is oft referred to. He's been magnificent.
Well, again, yeah, and I think it's shown the value of that left arm, right arm combination when you have 2 spinners. You've got a left arm orthodox and an off spinner that certainly knows how to bowl his carom ball and wrong in Ashwin. You build that pressure. I'm not sure. I mean, whilst the ball has bounced and turned, some of those dismissals you wouldn't necessarily put at the gate at the door of extraordinarily brilliant bowling. No. I think England have just got themselves into a pickle. And I think, was it Gary, you were saying, or I think it was probably the Bear who was saying that, a bit like the Admiral or the Captain or the General, when you see that, when you see the issue around, hold on one second.
Oh, well, I'll just catch us up on social media because, of course, yes, England got themselves into a pickle. And Knuckle says, I'm reminded of the Adelaide Test of the 17-18 Ashes when Anderson and Broad, bowling with a new pink ball at twilight, failed to make Australia play enough and wasted helpful conditions. England must not allow that to happen again. And yes, having got themselves into a pickle with the bat, they must do better with the ball. And as Nitan says, now we'll have us some real fun. I really hope so. And Brian Barish, good day and good morrow, cricket nerds. I've been all sorts of caddywampus the last few days and didn't realise that there was a pink ball test happening like right now. Great to have you lot on at work again. Coffee and cricket, a perfect combination.
Ah, indeed.
Coffee, cricket and wickets are tumbling. I think we're due a change, aren't we, Ben?
We are due a change. Gary, I think you're staying on. And
I think so.
Me and Hendo are joining you. We have a fiery last session with the 3 of us having a row. Nice.
Who's been having a row?
No, I'm just saying we can have a row. It's the last 3 of us all disagreeing for the last session before the extended lunch.
Well, what can you say? 8 for 38 from 74 for 2 to 112 all out. That's England all over. Tony, I think you were right. It wasn't brilliant bowling, but they put enough fear into the minds of the England cricketers, the England batsmen, of what they might do, that as soon as they saw the ball turning, they rather over-adapted to play balls that they thought were turning but weren't. And that brought about certainly the bold dismissal of Ollie Pope and 1 or 2 LBW decisions regarding probably certainly Crawley, certainly Joe Root and certainly Ben Stokes. It's not too good. I don't hold out much hope that England's pace bowlers and swing bowlers are going to make it a lot of this initially. And if they don't in the first 6-8 overs, do we turn to Jack Leach? Do we turn to Joe Root? Or do we just keep hoping it gets dark and dewy enough for the pink ball to start doing things and travelling around corners?
Well, I think they've got to go that route because they've gone that route with the bowling attack. I mean, you can't pick 3 seamers and then after 8 overs go to Leach. It looks like you're thrown in the towel, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know. This is going to be the difficult question they're going to have to answer, really, isn't it? Because if it doesn't swing, they've got really no alternative, have they?
Well, I think they have, because I think Broad's going to bowl cutters, and he's a good bowler of cutters. I think Anderson might bowl the odd cutter as well. I wouldn't have a problem with going to Leach. I wouldn't go to him after 8 overs. I might be inclined to go to him after about 15 and have him sort of wheel away at one end while the pacers rotate at the other end. So I'm relatively comfortable with this. England have got to execute their game plan with the ball, which is to bowl swing and seam. And if it doesn't happen, then, as is the case in all conditions, doesn't matter where it is or what colour the ball is, you've got to go to some alternatives. And I think we're denying the fact that Joe Root on the subcontinent is a very handy spinner. He's probably a 4.5 bowler rather than a 5th bowler, and I expect him to extract some turn from this pitch because he is a big turner of the ball. He also has a leg break, which is telegraphed, but nevertheless is there. And I'm much more hopeful here. Kohli and Pujara might put on 100 and make me look an idiot here, but I do think that this will not be easy for India. But England have got to do what India did. India held their catches and they bowled very, very few bad balls. Really very few. They caged England in psychologically as well as physically, with lots of fielders around the bat, and they forced the issue. And if every ball that took a wicket wasn't an absolute jaffa, every spell that took 2 or 3 wickets was certainly a brilliant spell. And that's Test cricket. It gives you more than one way to skin a cat. And India have done this by building spells from their spinners and by using the conditions without trying to force the issue too much. And they've done well. What England must not do, which is the only time that India were not on top of their game, which was, I think, Ishant Sharma and Jasprit Bumrah bowled too many balls wide at the stumps in the first 3 or 4 overs. England can't afford that. England have got to be on 4th, 5th, at most 6th stump, really from the off here. And if they're letting the new ball go, Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma, then England have got their lines wrong.
I kind of think that England weren't really caged in until they had the spinners in tandem, to be honest. And I think the fact that Crawley got so many runs is he was offered some 4 balls early on by the seamers, and he took full advantage, played some glorious strokes. He played 1 or 2 really nice drives off the spinners as well. But I do think that if nothing's happening, I think 15 overs is a long time to let it go before you look to Leach and Root. And Root is going to have to play a part, I think, unless we see swing pretty early on in this innings.
Well, I think Crawley was 23 off 23 balls or thereabouts. So his next 30 have taken him 51 deliveries. And that's still good scoring, and he scored 10 fours in that innings. But there were times when he faced quite a lot of dot balls as well. So even though he was much more fluent than any other of the England batsmen, he didn't find it, just stand and deliver stuff. It wasn't sort of David Warner at Brisbane.
Oh, that's not the point I'm making, though. I'm making the point that England didn't really look caged in until they had the spinners on.
Yeah,
and when they lost that early, I mean, the Sibley wicket I think was a bonus for India. The Johnny Bairstow first ball, was it, or second ball that Akshar Patel bowled LBW was a massive boost to their confidence, I would say. Yeah. Anyway, teams are out there. I'm having a bit of trouble with my voice, actually. I feel as if it's going somewhat. I haven't been shouting that much, but who knows. Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill are on their way to the middle, and the Bear, vape and all, will jingle you up.
Kochai Awardna, Popular Sacra, when I'm 264,
There are plenty of guys who talk like they know what they're doing. Liars and frauds. Shubman Gill is the real deal. He doesn't talk, he does it and shows them how.
And I'm going to assume this man is bowling.
Jimmy, Jimmy! Jimmy, Jimmy! Oh! Jimmy, Jimmy! Oh, little Jimmy, will let go.
There's a lovely little tweet here from Adelaide Barmies referring to an earlier tweet of theirs. It just says, when we said 300, what we meant was 112.
Well, yes, I remember seeing that 300. I thought, oh, at that point England weren't doing too badly. And I thought, well, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility, but it proved to be so. And
well, that's the fear, isn't it? I mean, India basically got all their wickets with spin, and we've gone in with seam.
Well, yeah, but this is why I'm saying, and partly, well, I suppose part of the reason we were talking about Joe Root as an all-rounder. Jimmy Anderson with the pink ball is in over the wicket to Rohit Sharma, and he plays this comfortably enough off a thickish outside edge down into the gully, and there is no run.
But it swung! It swung! God damn it.
O'Neill Harris says, good morning, Gorillas. I'm late to the party. Shocking score. Sorry to see Hendo's voice almost gone. Is it because of a rant about the collapse?
No, I haven't been on long enough to rant. I was on when England were batting quite well this morning, reasonably well. There was a bit of swing there, but not at any great pace. But we'll see whether Jimmy can ramp it up a little bit more. He's in, bowls. This is too wide, left alone. There is again a little bit more swing, but started too wide in the first place. And there is no run.
Angelic Scootus says, a nice 3 to help me lull to sleep after a long and very bustling day. Good morrow and good night all.
Oh, good night.
Good night.
So we're on the sort of Bob Harris here.
I don't,
the
well,
old grey whistle test. We're slightly whispering, getting a bit ASMR.
It won't be whispering. I'll just be sort of barking.
You don't sound very good, Henry.
No, I know. I don't know what's
Strain
happened.
that voice.
Don't know what's happened. Strained after one day. In comes Anderson. Bowls and beats Rohit Sharma on the outside edge as he pushes a little bit tentatively forward on that occasion. The lights are beginning to take effect, so this is probably the best time for England to be bowling, and they've really got to make it count.
That was a good ball. Farong says, how many overs for India to face tonight? 36? ? Well, I'm sure Knuckle will be with us soon, and I wouldn't trust any source other than Knuckle on this matter.
It's on Cricket Info.
Yeah, I don't trust them. I mean, they've had it up early in the morning when nothing's been happening. In the past, Anderson again in bowls. Oh, now he tries to take his bat away from that, leaves it too late, gets an under edge. Folkes dives across, it's bounced well before him, but a little bit of encouragement for England early on, and Rohit is not looking the imperious man who scored 161 in the first innings of the second Chennai test right now.
Jimmy's right on the money. Right on the money.
Yep, he's doing quite well so far. That was probably his best ball in terms of direction, because it was probing around or just outside off stump. He's getting some work on that pink ball.
Our Babylonian correspondent, Brian Barish, says, to be fair, 112 is 304 in base 6 math if it weren't for that cursed decimal system.
I'm glad to know that. This is outside the off stump again, a little bit shorter than the previous delivery, and this time Rohit has time to shoulder arms. The ball goes through to Folkes.
The Babylonians were base 60 rather than base 6, but I'm applying a little poetic license.
I don't know a lot about the Babylonians, I have to say. That's probably one of my shortfalls in my knowledge. I will go out immediately to night school,
Absolutely.
if such a thing exists.
You must have a degree in Babylonian
learn about
history.
the Babylonians. We've got plenty of Babylonians on this programme.
Well, they used to notch on clay tablets, which is what cricket started with, by notching on sticks, which is how you notch a single. That's where it comes from. Shepherds of Broad Aintley Down.
Anderson in again, and once more Rohit lines that up, realises it's outside the off stump and lets it go. A maiden for England. I think, if I remember correctly, that India started with 2 maidens this morning. Is that encouragement for the tourists?
We've got some people joining us on YouTube. The Harryman says back-to-back fivers, and Steve Kelk says love the Jimmy jingle. So it's Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy. Hadja. But we need more jingles now.
We do indeed.
Oh, we do.
It's this man.
It is indeed the man with the headband.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thin now.
I suppose the good thing for England is they get 2 goes at it here. They've got about 20 minutes till the lunch break, the actual lunch break, the 40-minute one. And then they can have a bit of a break. Then they come back again. In comes Broad, bowls to Shubman Gill. He's onto the back foot. Jabs it down square of the wicket. And there is no run. Don't forget, you can get a wonderful T-shirt with "And there is no run" upon it. If you go to redbubbles.com, put Gorilla Cricket into the search engine, and you will find all the many designs, the many new designs, several of them by Hombro Nuevo, who has helped us out with those. You can get "You Effing Muppet," and you can get "Shit Gets Wickets." Lots of wonderful other products. In comes Broad, bowls. Oh, Shubman Gill plays a terrible shot. Just dabbles his bat at this one without any movement at the foot, or any movement at all. It was he was moving back to his leg side of it, to be honest, and that was unimpressive. It's almost as if he's already talked himself out. Maybe he has.
Nessie Jez says, for your interest, sunset in Ahmedabad is due at 1:11 p.m. UK time. So that's 7 minutes time. Brilliant planning by England. Jeff Perkins has some advice for you, Hendo. Says, if Hendo hasn't had a rant yet, his voice probably still needs to warm up.
Well, do you know what I think it is? I think I was ranting at the football last night, and I think it's had a lingering effect. I think it was okay first thing this morning, but it does seem to have inflicted me.
Can I just say, we've had 17 entries from GPL, by the way.
Whoa! What do we got in terms of runs? Because
241 all the way up to 313.
241 to 313.
Yeah,
that's what we're looking at. 313. Messi Jez. I'm guessing.
Yep. It ends in a 3, Hendo.
It had to be.
Arctic Jai Rahman says, finish my cup of tea. The Twilight Zone incoming at India versus England. Time to head out for a walk with Gorilla Cricket commentary for company. There seems to be some kind of...
I don't think the lights
as
have come
usual
on.
in cricket, they're finding a way to stop the game. It's because half the lights aren't working.
I think that's the case.
Is that it?
I thought they should have tested this out, before the game.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Well, I just saw one come back on.
Yeah, they're coming on.
Oh.
There's another one, and another one.
They've tripped the switch somewhere. Someone's blown the fuse. They've had to reset it by the looks of things.
That would be. I mean, can you imagine the conspiracy theories if this was to get no better this evening?
They had to go off because there was no light.
If those lights hadn't come on, there'd be another renaming ceremony tomorrow to change it from the Narendra Modi Stadium. But they're all on. We're going to be playing.
Hey, we're back.
I thought they were on earlier, to be honest, but obviously not.
They were. I think they had a bit of an accident. That's what I'm saying. I think some of them went off.
I was going to say they've only just taken effect, haven't they? Because it's only got dark enough in the last few minutes. I would have thought. 3 slips in the gully then for Stuart Broad, a man at backward point, extra cover, no mid off as such, mid on, mid wicket, long leg. In comes Broad, bowls outside the off stump, played down to Johnny Bairstow, who's fielding in that slightly backward point position, and there is no run. The Bears looking very thoughtful. What are you looking at, Bear?
Knackle came through. I was asking earlier. There was something came through BBC Out of English live audio commentary on Hot Mic, and I was like, is someone just catching up with this series, or is that for future series? And Knackle seems to be saying that's they've lost their audio rights. Knackle?
Who's lost their?
The BBC.
For what?
For going forward, it would appear.
What?
For cricket.
Weird. He's got him, has he? Yes, he's been taken at second slip. Ben Stokes low down to his right. Shubman Gill went back, couldn't control it, and England have a wicket. It's 1 for none.
Well, I think they're going to go upstairs and look at this.
But it's out.
Soft signal. Did we see the soft signal? It is out.
Yeah.
This is out.
Certainly Stokes didn't seem to be in any doubt. Shubman Gill is just hoping beyond hope that he's going to escape. And England have surrounded Ben Stokes. He's laughing. So, based on the fact that Jack Leach didn't get his one turned around earlier, I suspect this will be given. I'm wondering whether he juggled with it a little bit. There just seemed to be a little delay before he came up with it. Here we go. And...
Oh, no.
Well, I
no,
don't know.
That's dropped.
Well, I don't know. You can say that. He's got his fingers underneath it. He's certainly taken it, and then it's gone to ground. But his finger on the left hand looks like it could be under it. That's a tricky one, isn't it?
He's not looking at the ball, which is why he doesn't know if he's caught it or not. That to me looks not
Given
out.
Not out. Given not out. So Shubman Gill gets a reprieve.
I don't think it'll be long before he's out, though, Shubman Gill, because he stays leg side of the ball, and those slips are going to be in the game all the time. Yeah, it looked to me like he dropped, it hit the hands, hit the ground, and then scooped it up to me. But I'm surprised he didn't go to a second or third angle for that.
I think that was a decision that was taken very quickly, which I find strange. Anderson and Broad are now confronting the umpire along with Joe Root. He said the soft signal was out.
Yeah.
How come? He's asking the question. The umpire is in placatory mode, and well, it's not going to help England. Ben Stokes can't believe it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, if it's given, the soft signal is given out, there has to be conclusive proof that it wasn't out, and there isn't conclusive proof, as Gary says, by looking at one angle. That does seem like a bit of a quick decision.
I mean, we took for ages over the Jack Leach decision, and
Yeah.
that seems to be... I mean, to be fair, Gary immediately said, oh, that's been dropped. I don't think you can say for sure, because I think his finger is underneath that.
Yeah, it does look like.
I mean, I think it's the right decision, but they certainly should have gone to other angles.
Well, yeah, because when it comes through at the other end, it picks up. He's still got it in a couple of fingers, hasn't he?
Outside the off stump this time from Broad, he's furious. Joe Root has a face like thunder, and the score remains none for none. No doubt there will be controversy about that as we go towards the second day. I mean, he seems to have caught it at a reasonable height, and then somehow he's dragged his hands down to the ground. And
well, it kind of hit the heel of the hand, and then he's trying to scoop it up off the ground. He's not looking at the ball. You never are in these circumstances, so he doesn't know. But I think they've reached the right decision, but through an incorrect protocol, which is only looking at one of the angles after a soft signal.
Broad into Gill again. He goes back, defends towards extra cover, and there is no run. That's the end of Broad's over, a second maiden in a row, as India achieved this morning. But the wicket they wanted has not been given. India are none for none.
Well, I mean, Kohli, I suppose if you're an Indian, you're going, that's not out. Because
of course you are.
Kohli was clearly thought it wasn't out. But I think Root is arguing that, having given the soft signals out, you have to have conclusive proof that it's not out. I mean, if you follow that through, by the time he picks it up, most of his hand is off the ball, but clearly he has grip on it because it's in a couple of fingers and his thumb when he pulls it off the ground, because it doesn't bounce off the ground back into his hand. So the question you have to ask is, was his hand underneath the ball as it brushed along the ground? It's difficult to tell from that angle, but having them given it out, I think you have to remain as it out. Maybe that's a bit one-eyed, but...
Messi Jez says that the words from the third umpire were, that ball has clearly bounced.
No, but it hadn't clearly bounced.
Okay, well, who is the third umpire? We need to have that... clarified.
Shamiuddin, is it?
Anderson into Rohit Sharma, looking for his first run. He plays this again down off a thick outside edge into the gully region. Stuart Broad, just before that delivery, was standing at mid-on, shaking his head in disbelief. And this is going to run and run, I'm afraid. It's difficult, is he? I mean, I suppose if you were looking at it from an England perspective, you would probably say you'd be unhappy if that was given out.
Yes, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I do think, it's difficult. But the rules are the rules, and they're given out on the pitch. But, yeah, I mean, I think that probably did ground. I mean, no one wants to admit it, but I do think it probably did ground.
Yeah, I do.
Anderson again into Sharma. Sharma plays at this one. He's going to get his first run. Is he? No. Diving stop at gully by Ollie Pope. Still, we wait for that first run.
The Crunch has a question. If Guerrilla Cricket got their own ground, what would it be called? And Messi Jez suggests Hand Oval. Have we got any other thoughts? England have got to stop bickering with the umpires here. They've done the job. Get on with the game. They've got to stop whinging about that dismissal and take wickets here.
It is curious. I'll be interested to see if anything's taken up by the match referee after this with regards to England dissenting this decision. They're going to get a run here as it's pushed into the offside. There's a gap between cover and extra, and Rowett is underway. That sort of brouhaha with
Kohli.
Virat Kohli died very quickly, much after the first couple of days, didn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing said about it. I certainly don't think he should be banned for 3 tests. I do think he should be sternly talked to and have maybe been fined. But the fact that it went so quiet after that was extraordinary. Anyway,
I don't like pressurising umpires because they work on the on-field umpires to make sure that the soft signal is out and that they get the umpires call decisions and stuff like this. You're allowed to show disappointment, but you should not show dissent, and you certainly shouldn't be showing dissent 5 minutes after the decision has been made. You can have a little bit of heat of the moment, but that's it.
Anderson in, bowls to Gill, who really looks out of sorts. Again, he just defends that on the back foot, but drags it off an inside edge back up the pitch. And he's struggling a little bit. But sometimes when you struggle, you have to work a little bit harder and things become good for you.
I think a little bit of that, Gary, has come from like the couple of decisions in the last test, like the one with Rahane where he gloved it clearly to short leg. He got out shortly afterwards anyway, so it didn't make a difference. But the third umpire didn't roll through to the point where it came off the pad. And maybe they think they're getting a little bit short-changed. I don't know. Ooh.
Now this hits Shubman Gill on the pad as he comes forward. Rolls out to Gully, and there is no run. Another good over so far, this from Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, I think you're right there, and I think there is a difference with saying you got that wrong as opposed to you didn't run the protocol correctly.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there's human error in getting something wrong, and that's going to happen regardless, but they've got to run the protocol correctly, and I don't think they did in either of those cases.
There was another one in the first test, wasn't there, where it came off the back of the bat? And it was an LBW or court appeal.
Was that Sibley? I'm not sure. Anderson in, bowls to Shubman Gill. That's much better. He gets forward, covers up, and plays it back to the bowler. That's the end of another Anderson over. India are 1 without loss.
Let's lighten the mood a little. Farong says, any dad jokes so far today? Oh, well, here goes. What's the difference between a poorly dressed man on a tricycle and a well-dressed man on a bicycle? The answer is, of course, a tyre!
Oh, boom. Well, Typing Shang on Hot Mic says KP on TalkSport agrees with me, so I was right about something. But I don't know what it was.
Well, Pirate Badshaw says, what the hell are you lot talking about? The ball clearly impacted the ground. Well, I'd just take the adverb out of that. I think it impacted the ground, but I don't think it was clear. And I do think they should have gone to the other angles. But as I say,
and the other thing
the right
is,
decision was made through the wrong application.
Well, the problem with foreshortening is, as I said, at the end of the catch, where if you run it through, he pulls his arm up and the ball is stuck between about 2 fingers.
Broad into Rowett, beginning of his second over. Let's see if he can channel that fury, that anger, into getting a few wickets. This is played to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
And the point being, well, hold on, Gary. So the point being that if he drags it along the ground and his fingers are on it, then his fingers are actually running along the ground underneath the ball, and therefore he has caught the ball, and therefore it still should remain out. But foreshortening makes it look like the impact is quite hard. But it's a question of was he in control and his fingers under the ball? And I don't think you can make that determination necessarily from that. It looked like it. But you have to have clear evidence to overturn the decision if it's a soft signal is out.
Well, it's making for fascinating cricket. Here comes Broad in again, very full outside the off stump, nearly knocks Ben Folkes backwards as he takes that with the fingers pointing up. Again, it was left alone by Rowett. Certainly getting some good pace here, Broady. Certainly more pace than he got at Chennai. But we want to see a bit of swing from him as well. That's what we want to see.
We do have some views coming in, and I'll come to as many as I can at the end of the over, because viewers do have their opinion on that controversial moment, and we will read them out.
Okay.
Diana on YouTube. Gorilla's home ground should be Bairstow Maidstone.
Well, it's that sort of Bears area, isn't it? Anderson in. Sorry, not Anderson. Broad, full and straight and punched up to mid-on by Rowett, and there is no run. I think we've only got 3 minutes till lunch. That is the longer break of the two. We'll have a 40-minute break at that point. And, England will feel happy that they've opened quite well, the two bowlers, but they'll feel unhappy that they haven't got the wicket. And they feel as if they have. They feel as if they should have, whether the rights of that are proved to be or not. I don't think they will ever be proved to be.
I think the nomenclature is dinner rather than lunch, although I'm not certain.
Supper?
Dinner, I think they're calling it.
High tea, maybe? Broad, in, full, driven, 4 runs. 4 runs. Jack Leach can just
toddle after
slowly jog off after that one. If you give a batsman like Rowett a half volley, he'll do that to it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No real swing there for Broad, for sure. Getting it up there, but not getting anything from the atmosphere. And that was, like picking apples for Rohit Sharma. Although I haven't done that recently, and it depends how high your trees are. 3 slips in the gully, man at backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Anderson coming in to bowl to Rohit Sharma. This is a little bit shorter, and he plays it with ease towards mid-wicket off his hip. And again, no run.
Cricket looks great under lights, doesn't it?
It really does.
Yeah, I must imagine. Recalling the first time that I saw a day-night game in Australia in 94, 95, and the atmosphere. Okay, they were one-dayers, but it was absolutely brilliant. You tend to get, I suppose, spoiled by the more you've seen it, the more it becomes easy to accept. And it doesn't have that level of excitement, but certainly in Test matches it does at the moment, doesn't it? Because it's relatively new. And we do have this pink ball. We do have the prospect of the ball moving around. Rohit on 5, all 5 of India's runs. He's in again, bowls, and pushes this into the offside. They might have got a single there, but Johnny Bairstow runs round to his right and fields. That's the end of the over. 4 have been bowled. India are 5 for no wicket.
Okay, Nitin Bajaj says, why would you not just let it play through FFS? This makes genuine stuff look as shady as shit. We've got more thoughts. Imagine, who is Sally R56, says, that is not out any day of the week. The ball noticeably bounced and dragged across the surface. Woy Pom says the TV coverage seems poor, lacking several TV angles and zooming in. Brian Barish says, can we get the ICC to hire Hendo as the director of Stern Talking Tos? I would pay to see those sessions. Jeff Perkins says, if Guerrilla Cricket got their own sports complex, it would surely be grounds for divorce.
Anderson bowls to Shubman Gill, and it wasn't a convincing forward defensive, but he got bad alongside pad and turned it to mid-wicket. England desperate to pick up 1 before the enforced break.
O'Neill Harris says, I bet you guys are wishing you had umpire Joel Wilson for this. At least he made clear errors, not incompetent third umpire errors. Old fart at places, Guerrilla Cricket Ground, the mist. Messi Jazz says, it is interesting that 3 captains who have shown very clear descent so far this year, Payne, Kohli and Root, are the big 3 captains. They all need to be smacked down.
Is this because they're the only people who seem to be playing Test cricket? Anderson in, bowls to Shubman Gill, and he has to kick this away from the stumps after dropping it down off a slight inside edge. He's sailing close to the wind is Shubman Gill, but he's surviving at the moment, still to score after 11 deliveries.
New Zealand have played plenty of Test cricket, so have Pakistan,
they have played a few.
And West Indies. Nitin Bajaj says the Guerrilla Ground is Bishops. Hey, if they can have Lords.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Bishop, he's a later joiner of the Gorillas. He didn't join until 2017. I'm not sure we can name the ground after him. Much as respected an individual as he is.
You're a hard man.
I am a hard man. Anderson in, and that's leapt on Shubman Gill, who somehow played it down into the ground, but threw his head back in doing so. And England are just wondering, when is this going to go for us? Because, that just popped up, didn't it? And,
that was like the delivery that took root on the finger.
Yeah, it wasn't dissimilar from that. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, you can't play a shot to that. The Crunch says the bare bowl, but Nuna has got a very interesting take. The third umpire took 1.4 seconds to look at one angle and overturn the on-field decision.
Anderson in again to Gill. Gill is forward. That's much better in defence. Up towards mid-off. And there is no run. The previous delivery, which did pop up, or was it the one before where he had to kick it off the stumps, definitely seamed in quite dramatically from Jimmy Anderson, but I haven't seen anything of that from Broad so far.
And 4 seconds, Message says, I reached the same decisive decision in 1.4 seconds. Absolutely no grounds for doubt on that one. Lawrence Jameson says, I don't think that out, but how did he make the decision in like 3 seconds without even looking at another angle?
Anderson in again, outside the off stump, and through to the keeper it goes as Shubman Gill offers no stroke. Well, I mean, yes, that is true. I mean, the gut reaction was that's not out, as Gary more or less said in commentary. But based on how often these do get looked at, and we do have these various problems with angles and foreshortening or whatever, it was kind of incumbent upon him to have another look from another angle, just to be sure.
Well, it was that Dermot Reeves sequence they had in the early days of Channel 4's coverage of Test cricket.
Anderson in to complete the over. Shubman Gill again forced to take the bottom hand off the bat as he defends that one. That is the end of the over. It's another maiden, and I think that should that not be lunch,
dinner,
or a high tea, or dinner, or supper?
Yes,
it's dinner.
Seemingly not. Are they coming off?
Yeah.
They are. Okay, India, in reply to England's ridiculously awful 112, are 5 without loss. Do we want to go through the card, or we just want to have a little bit of a rest? What do you reckon?
I think we need to read the tweets.
Okay, read some tweets.
You can decide whether to go through the card. I think we've got people joining us all the time, Hendo, so I think we should. But Nakul Pandey, our very own Nakul, says the MCC Cricket Committee have just recommended potentially allowing umpires to make a soft signal of unsighted rather than out or not out, which might be worth considering. And he adds, this could be a fun wicket-filled test like some we've seen in England recently. Brian Barish says, I am a fan of sports by dusk, but I'm more entranced by sports in bright sunshine. But then again, I'm a weirdo. Ravi Nair, hello Ravi, says, surely the Gorilla Cricket home ground should be called Virunga, so we can have gorillas in the midst. I'll get my coat. Whitey Sheeran says, and the only one who cops any shit is Tim Payne. The rest are forgiven instantly. Talking of captains showing dissent. Sanjay Manjrekar is quoted here by Nitin Bajaj. Nitin Bajaj says even Sanjay Manjrekar gets it because he has tweeted, TV umpire may note that like the players for DRS, he does not have a timer on, unlike the players for DRS, he does not have a timer on his decision. He could take his time. Nestle Boy says one of the GC grounds should be the Nestle Bowl, sponsorship opportunity. Old Fart at Play says cricket ground named the Cricket Watson, a scientific slant to the historic game. Probably a better name for a cricket podcast. Brian Barish says, and as a Tony Bishop stan and as a fan of quality over quantity, I am seconding Bishops. Hendo be damned. So that's a second vote for Bishops for the Gorilla Ground. Terry Coffey says Sofarilla Stadium, the Gorilla Ground. Diana Patterson says, if we are going to name grounds, I think we should name a GC ground in a tradition of Fred Titmus, not the Oval. And at that point, I think we're pretty much up to date with tweets. So I think we're going to read the card to you, and then we're going to take a little break ourselves.
Yes, indeed. If you are just joining us, and it may be that you were delayed and you saw England were batting, and you thought, well, I'll go back at just after tea and see, there'll be about 170 for 4. I bring you bad tidings. England were bowled out for 112. They were 74 for 2, possibly when you left us, and they lost 8 for 38. This is the roll call of disaster. Dom Sibley caught Sharma, bowled Sharma, caught Rowett, bowled Ishant for a duck. That was a bonus for India. He only lasted 7 balls. Johnny Bairstow then played Akshar Patel's first delivery, just slightly away from the ball. He was looking for some turn. It didn't turn. Hit him on the pad. LBW, he went for a duck. He's been all over the world trying to get to India. Has finally got there and has got a duck. Joe Root made 17 before he went back to Ravi Ashwin, was caught on the pad with a little bit of turn, and he was gone for 17. Zach Crawley also went just before lunch, or the first break as we're calling it now. He was LBW to Patel coming forward, but he batted really nicely. 53 runs from 84 balls, 10 fours, very fluent, especially against the quicker bowlers while they were operating. Ben Stokes went straight after tea. LBW to Patel again, playing inside a ball that he thought was going to turn. He made 6. Ollie Pope played down the wrong line to an Ashwin delivery from around the wicket that went straight on. He was bowled for 1. Jofra Archer played a couple of big shots, made 11 before he played an awful stroke to be bowled by Patel. Ben Folkes was the last man out, bowled Patel, but not before. Jack Leach had gone, controversially caught Pabajara at gully off Ashwin for 3. Stuart Broad stayed for a while, but then swept, got a top edge. Bumrah took the catch at deep backward square leg, and Jimmy Anderson remained not out. England all out for 112 in 48.4 overs. Ishant Sharma 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Jasprit Bumrah 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 19. Akshar Patel in only his second test, 21.4 overs, 6 maidens, 6 for 38. Ravichandran Ashwin, who I think has now gone within 3 wickets of 400 in total. 16 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 26. India's reply so far: Rohit Sharma not out 5. Shubman Gill not out 0. Anderson 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 1. Stuart Broad robbed, I tell you, of the wicket of Shubman Gill. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. That's the state of it as it stands. We shall be back in about 30 minutes. What are we going to do through this particularly long break there?
Well, I've got things to do, so we're going to play Devon Malcolm, because that's the first thing I could find.
It was his birthday yesterday, I think.
Oh, there you go.
Or a couple of days
Happy
ago.
birthday, Devon.
Happy birthday, Devon. And this was Dave Brooke talking to him, wasn't it? And me very briefly.
Yeah, and you very briefly. See you after lunch, peeps.
Bye.
It's a pleasure to have in the house Devon Malcolm. I mean, normally you'd have to be in one of the hospitality boxes and have to pay a lot of money to listen to Devon Malcolm, but one of the casualties of the whole biosecure thing has been the whole sort of corporate hospitality. Devon, you're an ambassador for English Cricket Board, aren't you? And you do a lot of work at these games, so you've got a bit of time on your hands, and it's guerrilla cricket's gain. Welcome along.
Thank you indeed. With the lockdown, you managed to get a bit of access to me right now. So in the normal times, what would happen, as you said, I do quite a lot at the test matches for the PCA, the Professional Cricket Association, via the ECB. So we normally entertain guests, say lunchtime, and even during the game, where you call the 12-man hub, or we normally do the boxes and talking about, probably the session, and entertain our punters, right through the day, and get them a bit closer. I mean, the spectators get a bit closer to us, who, when we're doing our thing on the field, they didn't have that much access. So we're a lot more closer to the fans, and a bit more accessible, put it that way.
Well, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. As I say, it's our gain, and all those punters lost. And so, Devon, you're used to entertaining people at lunchtime. You'd be amazed at a number of our team who claim to have played against you. I've actually played with you in the Bunbury's team, but you won't remember my spell. But you might remember Hendo, aka Nigel Henderson of the Times, because he's definitely played against you, haven't you, Hendo?
Yeah, I kind of avoided 3 balls that Devon bowled at me. I think he was playing for Sheffield at the time. I was playing for York, and I don't know. I'm pretty sure he won't remember me, but he might remember. Do you remember a player called Simon Kippax, son of Peter Kippax?
Of course, son of Kippax. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
yes.
That's right. Well, I was batting with him towards the end of the game, and this would have been 1986. Yeah. And I managed to watch you mainly from the non-strikers end. That was probably the best place to be. But I do remember Simon Kippax, who was a bit of a fiery character, running down the wicket to you in the final over of our innings. I mean, did you often have people running down the wicket at you in club cricket?
No, not really. But I mean, probably was towards the end of that over, and you were at the non-strikers end, so you can live to tell the tale. But way back in those early days in the Yorkshire League, as you said, that we're playing for Sheffield United, then I was pretty quick, very erratic, so you could get a bouncer, you could get a beamer, anything. So it was rather silly running down to the pitch to me, actually, because pretty brave, pretty foolhardy. But generally, like most cricket, when I get it right, whether in the Yorkshire League or all the way to international, I normally sort a few batsmen out. But in that case, it was rather, it was rather brave to to do that in those early stages of my career. Yeah.
Well, it was the sort of stupidity of youth and in his case, I think.
Yeah, because Devon, you're not one of the Chris Jordans who came over on a cricket scholarship. You emigrated at 16 and had to work your way through playing for Yorkshire schools, right? You came here from Jamaica at the age of 16. Is that right?
Yes, as I said, as you said, actually, my dad was, just after Greenwash, early 60s. So I joined him later on, as a 16-year-old here. As a student, and we lived in Sheffield, so I didn't even play any cricket for a couple of years. While I was in Sheffield, I normally run around with my mates on the street playing football. And one weekend, one of my mates dragged me and said, "Look, the West Indies were touring actually in the early 80s," and he said, "I bet you can play cricket." I said, "Matter of fact, I used to play when I was in Jamaica." So he took me off to He dragged me up to the place called Shire Green in Sheffield to have a ball at a couple of the guys there, these big men, and I had them jumping around for their life. And they asked me, "Who do I play for?" And he said, "My mate doesn't play cricket, sir. He hasn't played for a few years." And he said, "You must be joking." And it just happened very, very quickly from then. As I said, I was at Richmond College. I was doing okay. I got a cricket club in the league, doing all right. And I got hooked up from there to playing senior school cricket. And I played in York in the early 80s. I reckon it was 81.
You had to
Metcalf and all those guys.
But you had to leave Yorkshire to get a game in professional cricket because Yorkshire had a policy of only playing people born in Yorkshire.
Indeed, that's exactly how it was then. Way back then, you couldn't play for Yorkshire. And I said I play Yorkshire Senior School, and they actually advised me, said, "Look, in the early days, you've got some pace, you've got some potential, but the rule is that you haven't been born in Yorkshire." Even Michael Vaughan later on, he wouldn't be able to play for Yorkshire because he was born in Lancashire. So I was told that probably have to look somewhere else to play. Probably that's the highest level I could represent Yorkshire. That was senior school. So an incident happened where I managed to played in the Yorkshire League. I was selected in 1984 in a Yorkshire League Select 11 versus Yorkshire County Cricket Club. At a place called Castleford, and so as you said, I was at college, so I nicked the Friday off college, went to Castleford to play. Opened the batting was Martin Moxon and Jeff Boycott. And it was just one of those things. You're at the right place. Talent is one thing, but you got to be at the right place at the right time. Running, as I said, it was early March in 1984. Running to bowl my first over at Martin Moxon. I clean bowled him with the Yorker, his middle peg out of the ground. My second over, same fate happened to a guy called Mr. Jeff Boycott. I clean bowled him as well with the Yorker, knocked his stump out of the ground. And for the first time in the league history, actually, Yorkshire League actually beat Yorkshire County Cricket Club in 1984. Thanks to me, I took 3 wickets and we beat Yorkshire. And it happened very quickly. Had a big write-up in the Yorkshire Post then, and the headline was "York's been Devon cream." So the coach at Derbyshire side invited me to Derby on the Monday for a trial. He came down to Bawtry Road, where we were practicing on Saturday. Invited me on the Monday to Derby for a trial. I told him no, I could not because I'm at college. I said my dad would kill me if he found out that I need 2 days of college to play cricket. So I insisted I should pop down. Went down, and they offered me a contract there and then. And so you talk about talent, but you got to be at the right place at the right time. But getting the right person out as well. And the moral of the story is, even now, if you see Jeff Boycott and you possibly want a response from Boycott, just mention the word Devon Malcolm, and I promise you, probably give you the response to say, look, if it wasn't for his wicket way back in 1984, nobody would have heard of Devon Malcolm. How great a batsman Jeff Boycott was. So at the right place at the right time, got a great batsman out in Jeff Boycott, and I was a professional 2 days later. Wow. And history really. So it was one of those lucky breaks in a way. Apart from the talent, I've never been in any academies or anything like that. So I reckon starting my international career, my first-class career, have a massive bearing on Mr. Jeff Boycott.
Well, the credit shouldn't go. The credit Boycott will take the credit, but the credit should go to that Derbyshire coach that signed you up straight away and got you in. Who was that? Was that Phil Russell? Who was that?
Yeah, it was Phil Russell. Phil Russell was the one that said, "Boy, you've got some pace." Yeah, I haven't got a clue where it's going at the moment, but as I said, I was pretty young. But he said, "You know what? If you can get 3 or 4 balls where you want it, you're going to play international cricket." I said, "Really, sir?" And he said, "Oh yeah." He said, "You've got something special. You've got pace of fire." So I worked on it. He saw the seed way back in 1984. And I went on and ended up taking over 1,000 first-class wickets. So when I first started, not a lot of people would even expect me to do that. But it was a learning process, and I love the game.
Did you complete your studies at Richmond College?
I went to Richmond College. Yes, I did well at Richmond College. Next, I went to Derby. Obviously, when I signed up at Derby, next I went to Kedleston Road. You didn't know Derby University, but I was there. It was a further education college then. I went on there, did business administration there, and they've got university status. But I must admit, I ended up there as well. Later on, when my England career started flourishing, I was awarded a honorary degree. From the college as well, from Derby University as well. But yeah, it's been fantastic. Yeah.
Dr. Malcolm. So that Derbyshire team. Dr. Malcolm. Dr. Devon. So that Derbyshire team you played in, if I remember right, had a lot of good quick bowlers in it, didn't it? Just talk us through some of your contemporaries in that Derbyshire side.
Oh dear, and you know what? You mentioned, I mentioned how I started in first-class cricket. One of my schoolboy heroes, when I got in the side in 1984, was Michael Holding, was the overseas player there, and he had a bit of a knee problem. So Derbyshire saw it and then said, okay, at that stage I wasn't going to be signing an overseas player because, as you know, I was born in Jamaica, so I was classed as an overseas player then, although we're living in Sheffield. Came over as a student.
It took you longer to qualify than Jofra Archer, I believe.
Oh yeah, long time. About 10 years. long time. It wasn't like no. So Michael Holden was there, so I joined up with Michael in 1980. The following year, 85, Michael, and he was such a great teacher. He wasn't one of those guys who probably drag you to the nets and tell you to change this, do that. But his experience, he just watched you bowl, and obviously with the Jamaican background as well. Even with Michael Holding see me bowling and he spotted something, he don't have to say a word. He just hits his teeth, and I know exactly what he's on about. You understand? So we understand the language, and he helped me tremendously in fast-tracking me up to first-class cricket and very quickly into international cricket. Yeah, and you got guys like I said, Derbyshire had a battery of fast bowlers. Actually, later on had Ian Bishop, the young fast Ian Bishop from the West Indies. He joined there. You had guys like Will Mortensen. He was, Big Dane. You didn't realize that. He was a fantastic line and length bowler. You just couldn't get him away. But the way cricket moves on these days, I'm thinking, would all be able to bowl those immaculate line and lengths that he used to bowl then in these one-day games nowadays, because these guys will be charging him and slog sweeping and all that business. But yeah, we had some seriously quick bowlers at Derbyshire then to choose from.
Yeah, that was quite a team. And now Hendo will know a lot more about your international career. But obviously, you had five wicket hauls, 128 wickets in 40 Test matches, and I have a feeling from your email address that I know what the highlight is going to be.
Yes, you know what? We're talking
9-4-57. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, you're right. You got that. Yeah. Yes. Right. Yeah. But I mean, that's what it is. When you talk about Test cricket, I made my debut against Australia, the mighty Australians, in 1989 at Trent Bridge. I don't want to tell you what my test goal in my maiden test average was, what it was, but it was quite an introduction to international cricket. You understand? But it took me my third new ball before I got my first wicket in Test cricket. But I had a good scalp in Stephen Wall, and that was the start. I thought, okay, way back then in the 90s, how fickle the selectors were. But I was lucky. There was a tour leading up in 1989-90 to the Caribbean, and obviously I was selected for that. So I had a good tour in the Caribbean. Back to Jamaica for the first time since I left as a youth. Actually, the first test match was at Savannah Park in Kingston. And you remember I mentioned a while ago who actually launched my first class career. But if anything, as I said, I went to the Caribbean with not a lot of wickets, being smacked around the park by the Australian, my first test match there back in Jamaica, back to the land of my birth, as I said, I managed to get the great Viv Richards out in the first innings. I had him out LBW. And not only that, the start of the test match, I remember the West Indies batted first and they had a brilliant start actually. And I managed to run Gordon Greenidge out. And that started the kind of collapse for West Indies. And following from that, I clean ball. I had Viv Richards out LBW in the first innings. As a matter of fact, the umpire who gave him out LB, I don't believe he ever umpired since. Nobody saw him. They were so upset. And the second innings, I had Viv Richards out as well. I yorked him in the second innings, which set up a great platform, and we actually won that test match in Jamaica. I reckon that was the first test match in Jamaica in about 35 years, could be actually, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. I was going to say, your contests with Viv are quite famous, aren't they? This must be one of your lunchtime anecdotes. It's got to be.
Yes, so I mean that was quite a battle, and as I said, getting Viv Richards out both innings in Jamaica, that actually really put me a big launching pad to my international career. So obviously Viv Richards was getting towards three-quarter end of his career. He was still a fierce batsman, very proud guy, still didn't wear a helmet, and he will take you on, you see. But we had a great battle, and that series went very well for me in the Caribbean, and obviously coming back and I was pretty very fit and all that business. But as I said, in the 90s the selectors were very fitter in a way. So 1 minute you're in, 1 minute you're out. It's not like now where you see these guys getting out there being rotated and they've got central contracts, they're just concentrated on playing for England. It wasn't like that in my days, in our days, you understand. You don't know, because I mean when I played, your county used to own you, not the England side. So the England selectors, they give you an invitation if you want to play for England, if you say yes. And that's it. So the selectors weren't very, consistent. So regarding confidence-wise playing for England, you were all over the place. Well, 1 minute you're in, 1 minute you're out. So it was very difficult. But,
not helped by some of the team management. Ray Illingworth in particular is famous for getting your name wrong and not encouraging you or supporting you.
No. Regarding the name wrong, actually, was when I was first selected for my debut. It was Ted Dexter, but he's a wonderful man.
Ted, sorry.
It was one of those things. He called me Malcolm Devon instead of Devon Malcolm. But as I said, he's absolutely Lord Ted, fantastic guy. I love Lord Ted. But it's one of those things. Again, say way back in the 80s, 90s. Chairman of selectors and all those guys, it was just a voluntary role. It's not like now a pay role. So these guys get in there and somebody give them a team and they're gonna announce stuff. So I don't believe he was 100% know who I was in a way. I like nowadays selectors, they do travel around, they meet players, they see players play, but it was just collectively, because it wasn't a professional job.
But Devon, how about Ray Illingworth? Did Ray Illingworth give you enough support and encouragement?
Never. He was, that's something I just don't want to get too deep into. He was a very, very old school, and the coaches he had on board were very, very old school. And what I say as a coach and as a coaching team, his bowling coach, batting coach, really, I reckon they disarmed me as a player, and also disarm my captain, Michael Appleton, then in a way, because the disrespect and a lot of things they normally talk about how they used to do things in their days, and that was just decades and decades ago. Things have moved on so far ahead. So these guys were miles out of their depth really. So that was always going to cause a bit of problem, with the way they speak to players, and they were just so miles behind. So it was always going to cause a bit of problem. Their management skill, those type of skill, and not getting players or captains or people involved. They just wanted to dictate. It was never going to work. So but it's just the way his management skill was, as I said, not very good. Not only from myself, you hear that from right across the board. But we had some. It's been well documented. We had some terrible times, especially in my first tour to South Africa. After my great performance in 1994. But as I said, it's best to talk about positive things than the lowest point in my international cricket career, so to speak. You understand? So, yeah.
No, indeed. I mean, it's you studied management. You studied management at Richmond College, and now you're the doctor of management, so you know all about Ray Illingworth's management failings. That's for sure.
Yeah, it was. It was very, very difficult, man. As I said, that tour in South Africa, even on the tour, I've seen certain incident that happened during his term as management. You understand that? I thought, look, a manager would have a broader view of doing things or saying things. The situation where captain make decisions and stuff like that will have a negative effect on the team. I even take it way back. When we toured Australia, when Michael Atherton declared on Graham Hick on 90 odd runs, and I thought that was one of the lowest points.
Yeah.
Almost. I was disarmed. I was so fired up to bowl Australia out. But I look at this, keep saying management is there. Arthur's probably clap and give the final signal to call the teams in. But I keep saying management actually encourage that, and I keep saying, why on earth would you do that? Graham Hick, one of the most pleasant mannered guy I ever come across, and I keep saying, I went out to bowl. I was so fired up because at that stage I keep saying, Graham Thorpe almost get his 50. Graham Hick 100% got to get his 100. Let Graham Thorpe get a 50 as well. We just need a little bit of morale boost on the team. And I was going to bowl Australia out. And I tell you what, I went out for that session. I don't believe we took a wicket because it felt like midnight when I went out. Psychologically, I was drained. I just could not work out what on earth, why would we...
What did Athers say to you when you said to Athers, why did you call Graham Hick in on 99? Why did you do that? What did Athers say?
Well, to be honest, I didn't say that. I swore at the big arm. So people even reckon I'm the most mild-mannered man. I actually swore when I saw that. I keep saying, what? And I went in the changing room. Graham, he came off the field, and you know what? He was just somewhere else. And so was I. In my mind, I had to look on the replays, whatever, to realize it was bright and sunny because it just it felt as if it was midnight when I was running to bowl. I couldn't see a thing. And it was just crazy. I keep saying, wow, this is weird,
Well,
we had massive advantage to beat Australia, and we just gave it back to them straight away. They were laughing at us. I keep saying, that's the poorest bit of management I've ever seen. And young Michael Atherton clapped for the guys in, but I keep saying, that's not right at all. This is just great, And that's the type of management, I said, as a manager, it didn't work first, So, and as I said, you talk about a captain, but when you have your management in the background saying things close by and all that business, or the team come first and various different things, and you put an influence in and you make captain or people make the wrong decisions. So
absolutely. Well, he was called Captain Grumpy, Mike Atherton, of course. Anyway, let's take you back to the high point. The high point at the Oval, because it is it's one of the big sporting moments, of the last century. In cricketing terms, it's got to be one of the most astonishing bowling performances by an English bowler. 9 for 57 against South Africa at the Oval, 1994. Devon, what a day that must have been. You must have been. How did it feel to be bowling like that day?
Look, I tell you what, it was one of those fantastic days. But it was one of those things as well. It was a split match series. 3 test matches against New Zealand, 3 against South Africa. I was left out after the first game against New Zealand. Next, the South African came. The first time South Africa playing cricket back in this country since the apartheid days. South Africa won the first test match by a huge margin at Lords. The second test match at Leeds was drawn. So psychologically, I was preparing in my mind, said, look, chances are they're going to be calling up called me up for the final test match. So all of a sudden I heard the call, okay, we need a match winner, bring Devon Malcolm back. So I was well prepared in my mind leading up to that. But, you know, I just pushed it on a little bit. You know, I bowled pretty quickly in the first innings, took 1 wicket. But an incident that happened, I was bowling pretty quickly. John T. Rhodes misread a ball, you know, didn't watch the ball. He cracked him at the side of his head, ended up in hospital overnight. But when I came out to bat, my first innings, an incident happened. I could hear all the South African players, you know, in the slips cordon, saying to Fani de Villiers, the bowler, look, give him a bouncer. He hit one of our boys. And I said to myself, okay, this is the biggest bluff I can hear in my life. There was this unwritten rule between fellow fast bowlers. You don't bowl the fellow fast bowler, a bouncer first ball. So I'm there waiting there. Everybody know I'm not the best batsman in the world, although I hit some of the best batters for 4 and 6s, from Malcolm Marshall, Shane Warne, Ambrose Walsh, you name it. So don't worry, take too much mickey out of my batting. I'm not so bad, you know. I took my batting very seriously. But back onto the story. back onto the story, and I'm there waiting for this Yorker. Finally, de Villiers ran up, and before I moved, he bowled me the perfect bouncer, hit me right between the eyes, hit the 3 lions, and I wasn't very happy at all. And I could see quite a few other guys in the slips card and kind of looking away, giving a little bit of, you know, a little bit of giggle. And I just turned around and said, guys, he shouldn't have done that. I said, he shouldn't have done that at all. I said, boys, if you really want to see what fast bowling is about, wait till you guys come out to bat. Again, I said, all you guys are history. And you know what? You make these bold statements at times, but if ever I wanted to send a signal to those boys that, look, what I said, mate, is what I meant. That very first ball of the second innings, I bowled to Kirsten. If ever I wanted the ball to pitch at the right place, with the right pace, Kirsten just managed to get his head out of the way when the ball absolutely thuds in Steve Rhodes' glove, and the crowd went up. I was bowling from the pavilion end, and I looked up. I could see all the South African boys run to the changing room. They were having a look to see what the crowd was cheering about like that. And I just shouted, I said, boys, you better pad up. You're going to be out here in a hurry, you know? And my first spell, I probably took 3 for none or something like that. But it was one of those things, my teammates were just unbelievable, you know? They just gave me the power. The crowd was absolutely fantastic. And you know what? I mentioned about the crowd as well. You know what? I could only hear the crowd's voice, the noise the crowd was making at the end of my over. You know, running into bowl at the batsman, it was total silence. I could not believe it. Watching the highlights afterwards, I realized that every step I made running into bowl, the cheer from the crowd was getting louder and louder. That's how focused I was. So what I would say, if there was a point where they said you're in the zone, I must have been in the zone that game, because I was just above the noise. I just could not hear a thing. All I could see is the batsman at the other end. And as I said, every spell after, you know, got me back onto ball, I was just taking wickets after wickets. And you know, it's one of those days as well. You know, that's not the quickest I've bowled, but that's obviously with the 9 wickets that you know, the most successful, because all the catches were taken, and you know, things just went my way as well. Apart from being hostile, and also the wickets I took, you know, everything happened nicely because I really softened the batsman up before. You know,
Devon, how did you feel? How did you feel at the end of that day? You've just taken 9 for 57, best figures by an English bowler since Laker. How did you feel at the end of that day?
You know what? I mean, it really started sinking in when. At the end of that, when I took the 9 wickets, afterwards the captain ran over to me and slapped me on the bum and said, "Well done, Dev. You realise what you realise what you've just done." And I said, "Skipper, would you believe it? I tried to bowl like that all the while." And he said to me, he said, "Look, possibly as long as I play cricket, I won't see another person dominate a game as much as you did then." And I said to him, "Skipper, you know, I've had a very good game in 1990 against the West Indies in 1990 at Trinidad, where I took 11 wickets. Probably that was my best maths analysis in a test match. Yeah, I took 11 wickets in the game, but we didn't win that game. That's when the rain came and Desmond Haynes scored the
time wasting, the famous time wasting test. Yeah.
Yeah, and I said to Athens, I said, look, the only way it's going to mean a lot to me, you guys get out there, knock these runs off, and let's win this game, win and draw the series 1-0. And, you know, once it started sinking in, when it got out there, knock the runs off, we won the game, drew the series. I was man of the match, man of the series, just played one game. And next it started sinking in. And I keep saying, wow, you know, that's it. If I've gone and take 957 and did not win the game, or South Africa bowled us out, it wouldn't worth a thing, man, you know. But, you know, winning the game, draw the series, and the adulation that follows was amazing, because all of a sudden you're getting called from the president, and you're getting called, all the newspapers, headlines was my performance, and it was a memory maker. And will you believe, I've had so many contacts from all over the world, where a lot of sons from New Zealand right across been called Devon. They've been named after me, mainly because at that particular stage, you know what happened? Either the wife were in labor and all that business, and they keep running off, coming back. Oh, he took another. When his wife's in labor, rather than helping, they're running off, trying to scream to watch the cricket. So I know 1994, September 1994, on that day, there's a lot of boys all around the world being called Devon. I must have had at least 10 letters. I mean, a few years ago, one came in from New Zealand. To meet me. I keep saying, wow, I've been sending out birthday cards and all sorts. Dad's been saying, look, my son's named Devon after your performance against South Africa in 1994.
Wow.
So it's been a massive memory maker, mate.
And it'll stay. It'll always will be. It's going to stay the test of time. It's one of those records that will stand for the test of time. Devon, bringing the story up to date, do you think there's going to be a lot of kids called Cornwall now after this test match? Do you think there'll be a lot of newborns called Cornwall?
I tell you what, he's a big boy. He's a big guy, but you know what? He can bowl, you know. And I don't believe, the way cricket or sport is run these days, you know, not a lot of people would put him in his team, but he's got the talent. That's the way Cornwall is built. You know, you can tell the boy can bowl, and I reckon he can bat as well. And, you know, he's a good fielder. So we must not discriminate, you know. Generally, when you're talking about a professional sports person, they had to look a certain way and all that business. But, you know, we got to give people a chance. And, you know, all he can do is, you know, he's on the platform, show that he can bowl, he can play cricket. And I don't believe it's not for the want of, you know, working on his diet or working on various different things, because, you know, there's people there we're trying to help him work on his size, whatever. But when sense out, people probably call it the people Cornwall, I don't know, you know. But at the end of the day, it's one of those things. It's probably nice to see. There's a lot of people out there who said, okay, all right, you know, you probably don't look like you're a professional sports person, but you can do the business. So we must not discriminate, you know.
Well, it's good to see Devon and Cornwall given the credit they deserve in the cricketing stage. Now, I've got to ask you, Devon, with the Jofra Archer situation, I'd love to get your perspective on Jofra Archer, because the England management have really tried to look after him, and you famously you were often criticised, I think, by one or two people for not being, you know, sufficiently committed. You know, you came from coming from Jamaica. You were accused by one article in Wisden magazine of not being sufficiently committed to the England team. You know, in the light of the changes in society since then, you know, do you reflect on the Jofra Archer situation and see any parallels there?
Yeah, I mean, you know, as you said, that's why, you know, when you mentioned about the article in Wisden years back, and I had to take them to court, to High Court, to put that right, because I keep saying, wow, you check my record. And the thing about it, was particularly pointing on the Afro-Caribbean of black guys, because at the time,
you're on, guys.
Oh, thanks. Nothing like an intro, Bear. Thanks for that. Just suddenly appearing, going, right, off you go.
Yeah,
you're up and running.
You know, this is Gorilla. This is how you do it, man.
It's normally the sort of clanging of various bits of equipment that you hear, first of all, that give you the clue, Tony, to be honest.
Well, somebody is normally falling over some cables, spilling a glass of beer, shouting fuck, and then we suddenly realise, right, time to go.
Yeah, well, it's the Zoom equivalent of that, really. Yeah, I think so. Well, what do we think, eh? 5 for no wicket, controversial non-dismissal. Sam, you're back. Where did you stand on that particular moment of controversy? Can't hear you, Sam. Are you
Very quietly? He's not talking.
You're not talking.
If you felt you couldn't give it, most angles I saw, I thought, ooh, that's out. But I saw in just the shades of doubt. The fingers not being fully under the ball.
No.
I could certainly see why England were disappointed, and then you could see how vital it was. The way that Joe Root and Jimmy Anderson kind of closed in on the umpire. It was quite an attack, wasn't it? I thought, whoa. You know, if Virat Kohli got his demerit points, Root was certainly, in the pram throwing things outwards.
Maybe it's because Virat Kohli has a slightly more
animated,
intense and animated countenance, that whereas Joe Root is, he's normally smiling, and if he's not smiling, he's a bit upset.
Well, he clearly was.
He was upset. I think Broad was worse in a way, actually, because he seemed more aggressive towards the umpire. I think it's fair enough that Root was trying to clarify it, but he was. Yeah, there wasn't quite the same walking away, shaking the head that you got from Kohli. That said, it was a very important moment, wasn't it? That's the difference, I think, perhaps between the moment with Kohli, where England were already struggling and they had plenty of time in the game to win it, whereas England know that getting early wickets here is absolutely vital.
Well, I mean, it's, not to over-dramatise. This is the point. This is why they pick three seamers for this point in an innings. They would have rather it was tomorrow. And now it is literally do or die, because if India get a big first innings lead on a pitch that's already taking turn the way it is, then the three spinner strategy for India versus the one spinner strategy for England will be very much in India's favour.
Yeah, well, we've still got Jofra Archer to come, haven't we? I mean, are we going to see Ben Stokes bowl as well? Only 2 overs in the last Test match. No one said anything about there being an injury, but he's not bowling. It's odd, Sam, isn't it?
Just as an impact, don't they? Sorry, Sam.
Well, two overs is no impact whatsoever.
But they've come out and said to the contrary, haven't they? They insist there is no injury, and so it does seem odd how he's gone from that in inverted commas enforcer role to having very little role whatsoever.
I saw him last night. The last thing I saw of him was walking out of an interview that when Matt Hancock had appeared, Stokes wanted nothing to do with it, so he disappeared from his camera.
Yeah, I read about that.
Supposed to be on the same. It wasn't supposed to be the same interview. They were just one after the other. Stokes probably made his views very clear, I think. Well, anyway, Stuart Broad, headbanded, is going to take up the attack after lunch. He knows the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. England are on the attack. They have 3 slips and a gully, but that's clipped away into the onside by Rohit Sharma, and there is no run. Let's jingle up the participants.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thin now.
Ball's going to be in again. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, full, steered to that man at gully. It's my ecclesiastical brethren, Ollie Pope, who does the fielding. It's good to have the Bishop of Rome back in the side. I don't feel alone now.
Liars and frauds. Shubman Gill is the real deal. He doesn't talk, he does it, shows them how.
Sharma stands ready, a study in concentration. Broad, a study in, controlled aggression. It was almost uncontrolled though, just before the dinner break, and that is a glorious drive through extra cover. It was overpitched, Rohit was on it like a shot, angled the bat, 4 sumptuous and successful runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
And there's a double teapot from Captain Joe Root, who does have the countenance, I fear, Hendo, just a little bit of a man who's going, everything's going wrong. Why me?
Well, that's the worry for England, that they will get into that mindset, isn't it? They've really got to focus at the moment and prevent that taking over in their heads.
Yeah, I mean, it was overpitched, and he's thinking, I'm relying on you, Stuart, and you serve out one of those. I mean, it happens to everybody. What's Broad got this time? Slightly fuller. Up onto his toes goes Sharma. Sharma steers to Bangkok point. There is no run. 9 without loss, India, with 4 balls into only the 6th over. So many issues to think about. The atmospheric conditions, the pitch conditions, the hardness of the ball.
Well,
how long will the lacquer last?
In relation to the hardness of the ball, I mean, if Broad continues to get no swing when he's putting it up there full, if he's not getting any seam, they've got to get Jofra into the attack as soon as possible while this ball remains keeps its hardness.
Yeah, I'm conscious you've got me down to write the summary of the day today, Hendo.
I have.
As that one is swinging in, and that one maybe just shaded inwards. You wouldn't call it reverse swing or a prodigious in swing, but just a little bit.
I thought it was more
by Rohit.
I thought it was more off the pitch, to be honest.
I think it nipped in off the pitch.
I think it nipped
a bit.
Yeah.
I think Rohit was very well aware of where his off stump was. No, I was just trying to think of best examples of the most divergent philosophies. I was trying to remember who the Lilliputians were fighting about, which way up you put your egg to crack it, for example.
Well, do make sure you get if you're going to do that, make sure you get a hyperlink into Gulliver's Travels.
Well, I'm sure Jonathan Swift will be thrilled.
Absolutely.
Broad's going to be in again. He has those 3 slips down and forward. Solid. The solid of stature, countenance and technique is Rohit Sharma on that instance. And there's no run. 6 overs complete. Sam, the man in the hat and the headphones, what you got?
I am. Headphones working, I hope. And Warren has said, not sure about the ground name, but it should definitely have a bare end. So there's a suggestion for the BCCI. I wonder if they'll be listening to that. Knuckle says, Axar helaffed England today. Uncle Rangana was a master of matching his pace and trajectory to the pitch, bowling a line that was dangerous whether the ball turned or not, and inducing batters to play for turn whether it was there or not. I'll just have a quick squiz at YouTube. What have we got here? I'm not sure quite where we got up to. Glenn Murray. Don't know if we read Glenn Murray out before.
Glenn Murray? What?
He says as an avid football fan, but I'm assuming it's not the now on loan Nottingham Forest striker. But he's saying it's rather amusing to see people complaining about the video umpire took 3 seconds to make the correct.
Who knows? It might be. Have another look, just in case it is that Glenn Murray. That would be interesting. I won't say anything about his Watford spell if it is. As this one is steered into the onside by Shubman Gill, and there is no run. 9 without loss.
I think the other thing about Axar Patel, what I like about him, is his quicker ball and his flatter delivery, which is there's no real discernible change of action. You don't see it coming, and it slides on really trickily. And I think that's where he gets a lot of his wickets. You see it a lot in the IPL, but it has less effect in the IPL because you don't have that, the aspect of getting wickets. So
Jimmy Anderson's in, and he is getting the ball to move, to swing in, and it's been comfortably enough dealt with by. There was a lot of excitement from slips and wicketkeeper to the prior ball, but it had hit him well outside of leg. But we are seeing that. Senior statesman and master craftsman that he is, Jimmy is getting some in swing. Can it be retained? Can it get England the breakthroughs that they need? It's no good saying one breakthrough. I mean, I know you have to get them one at a time, but England have to think about clusters. As forward comes Shubman Gill, although this whole performance so far has been a cluster of one particular kind, but not necessarily not necessarily of the wicket variety. 9 without. That's how you might describe the selection policy, although I realise that there are arguments for and against in such a crowded, complicated year. I have every sympathy with the ECB and what they're trying to do. I'm just beginning to wonder if they've got it right on this occasion. 9 without loss. Shubman Gill, patient, watchful, yet to get off the mark. Rohit's doing all the scoring. All 9 scored have come off his bat. England went over 20 minutes without anything coming off the bat. And forward comes Gill again. pushes to Stuart Broad at mid-on. There's no run.
I would certainly say there isn't the movement that makes you think a wicket is necessarily imminent in the way that you might have done if you were talking about Lords in 2018. Was it when they were rained off until quite late in the day, and then Jimmy got the advantage of the lights and the dark, overbearing clouds? I don't know. It's a tricky one. My inclination would be to give Broad one more, and if nothing happens, you get off Archer into the attack, and if nothing happens for him for 2 or 3 overs, you get Leach in.
Well, this is work through the attack that England have effectively. Wide of the off stump, Gill, ugly, hurried shot, but he kept it down to backward point, and there's no run.
It is difficult, obviously.
Dot balls.
Yeah, it is difficult. I mean, Shubman Gill has shown himself to be, an attacking batsman, and he's now gone 20 deliveries without getting a run. He could have been out, not just that with that catch, the controversial one, but also he nearly chopped onto his wicket as well. So he's struggling, and he's shown himself to be sort of quite an aggressive character with the bat early on.
Well, both these 2 old stagers will be saying just one magic ball, and we've started a process as this one again is hardly a convincing stroke by Shubman Gill, who again seemed a little bit hurried. It's away to the offside, and there is no run again. It's a maiden for Jimmy. Rohit. Maybe that's what he wears when it's sunny. He's a Rohat. Rohit Sharma has 9. Both have faced 21. Rohit 9 to the good. Gill yet to get off the mark. 9 without loss. India. Sam.
And a bit of a wince there from Jimmy Anderson, wasn't he, just before that last ball?
Oh, really?
Kind of holding his, kind of fiddling around with his ankle. Looked to be in a bit of pain, shaking the head now. But back to the social media. Sorry, Brian Barish says Glenn Murray, the world famous former Brighton striker, and as you've already said, Tony, a former Watford striker, of course, that was the hero of many FIFA 11 matches. Oh, those were the glory days. Maybe when he was banging them in for Crystal Palace in the Championship. And HS says a genius, who I refute. I mean, maybe he's referring to Glenn Murray as well, but we're up to date.
It'll be interesting. Talking of geniuses, Stuart Broad's in, and it's nicely played by Rohit. Just drops the bat on it. They take a quick single. Shubman Gill will have another chance to face 5 balls from Broad and see if that can get the scoreboard ticking as far as he's concerned. You're right about Jimmy Anderson, Sam. He's bending, stretching, twisting. Is that a genuine knock, or is it the kind of knock you feel because you haven't taken a wicket yet and you just know you're feeling that everything is against you?
He may need to feign concussion very shortly, so he gets something.
He's in his position, chatting to Stuart Broad and trying to fire up Broadie as he's in, and this one's shorter and cut straight to point though, and there will be no run.
A pair of them are sauntering away there, aren't they?
Well, I think they're trying to G each other up. I mean, with the experience they have playing as a pair, they know how to advise each other. They do very much operate as a unit. We're looking at the big old chunks of turf that are coming out the pitch at the bowler's end, and I think Jimmy did turn his ankle. Yeah, and we look as he fell. Yeah, he did go over on that ankle a little bit. That potentially might inhibit him. He didn't fully go over on it, but he went over on it enough to be painful, I think.
I'm not quite sure which ankle it was, to be honest.
I think it was his right. No, I think it's his right. The way I saw it. But I'm not at the top end of Jimmy Anderson's legs, so I can't really tell you, which is probably just as well for him and for me and for anybody listening.
I know a few of the listeners who wouldn't mind that, but that's another story. But they're now looking at these footmarks, aren't they? They're not happy with these footmarks.
Well, they're not. England, but do you know what? Somehow you feel England are finding things to be angry about, because just things are not going right.
If India were 2 or 3 down, then they might not be so worried.
Well, I think you're right. That's precisely the case, Sam. That's the sort of point I was heading towards.
Sorry, sir.
They may well have a point, but they are the things that I think you spot and get angry about when things are just not working. But we'll look at Stuart Broad's leading leg as he lands, and he does slide backwards. He is carving a big old trench into that footmark. And the pitch appears to be set to break up, Hendo.
Well, I'm trying to think of the left-handers that are in the Indian side. Have we got any left-handers? Rishabh Pant, Washington Sunder's a left-hander, is he not? and Axar Patel. So there's only 3, and we've got to get through 4 wickets before we get to any of them.
Well, a chap's out with his mound pounder, and Anil Chowdhury has just had a word with him, and I think he might have been guilty of over-pounding. Because...
It's happened to all of us.
Because, well, yes, it was a short, sharp, quite aggressive pound before he was sent away again. And I have a feeling the umpire thought it was perhaps a little bit over enthusiastic in the pounding department.
It wasn't like England against the spinners. He was definitely decisive in his pounding there. There was no half measure. I've got more bad news as well. I'm
Shades
sorry.
of pounding. Oh Lord, what bad news have you got?
More bad news. Jimmy Anderson's injury. We've got footholes, and we also have Glenn Murray, who's confirming us. Sorry to disappoint. It's not the Glenn Murray of Notts Forest. I'm sorry.
What's the word they always use in football for somebody who's a journeyman? Oh, he's a bit above a journeyman. That would be harsh on Glenn Murray.
I think that is harsh.
But he's certainly well-travelled is the adjective that they would certainly might apply to him. Broad in, nicely turned off his legs, but straight to mid-wicket by Shubman Gill. He still remains on 0 and 10 without loss. India very watchful and patient.
Yeah, I was just wondering, actually, the way that he's pounding down there at Broady might be creating some quite nice footmarks for Jack Leach to bowl to the left-handers later.
Yeah. Well, Jack Leach has better be getting I'd have him up with his feet up in that dressing room right now, because he's going to have some work to do, I suspect. Broad in. There's a big shout. Broad is convinced. The slips are convinced. The umpire's convinced. The one man who is absolutely not convinced, who says you're having a giraffe, mate, is Anil Kumar Chowdhury, who says no way. Now, are they going to review?
It was full. I can see why he was appealing. I think it's going to be clipping leg stump. I think the umpire's made a very good, just about a very good decision there.
We had the broad celeb appeal, but I don't think that's necessarily an indication of whether it's out or not anymore.
Not really.
I think the Bear wants to play a review jingle. He's about to explode in a fit of non-jingle frustration.
That's missing.
No, it wasn't. Okay.
Play that jingle. I don't think that's hitting.
That was out. That was out. That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
Well, I think it's going to be umpire's call at best.
Yeah, I don't think
Pitch
that's
is
out.
just outside off. Impact is in line. Wickets, umpire's call. It would have clipped the top of the stump, but it doesn't matter. Umpire Chowdhury had said no. It's gone against England. That'll be another notch in the grievance belt, just to ratchet up another bit more. They're feeling light against them.
I think it's important to note that had it been given out, obviously it would have stayed out. And the thing there is that I don't think Broad did himself any favours with the celeb appeal at all. It was a ridiculous thing to do. He just thought, having had that little bit of bad luck earlier on, he's bound to give this one out. And he didn't. I think it was a sort of intimidation of the umpire, and I think he made the right decision. I think that's really poor from Stuart Broad.
It was. I mean, it wasn't spearing off down leg. I mean, it was clipping leg.
Yeah, but you can't have that attitude. You can't appeal like that. I'm sorry.
No, as Broad in and met solidly again by Shubman Gill. Broad stares angrily, aggressively, challengingly back down the track at him. And he walks past umpire Chowdhury. I don't think words were exchanged. In fact, I think Stuart Broad deliberately looked in the opposite direction.
Well, he's still shaking. He's sort of perceptibly sort of shaking his head as he walks back to his mark. I mean, it was close. Obviously, it was close, but I just don't think he did himself any favours with that type of appeal. It's the kind of thing that would, if I was an umpire, that would really get my back up. And you may say they shouldn't have that in their minds, but I'm sure it has an effect.
He's going to be in again. Nicely met by Shubman Gill. Solid defensive, away to mid-on. Still no run. Still he's on 0. 26 balls now. I'm inclined to ask, what's the longest anyone's gone without scoring a run? How many balls did Leach face at Headingley? Can you remember?
Oh, goodness me, no, not off the top of my head. Well, there was that incredibly long innings it's certainly long beginning by Pujara, and I forget who it was against now, where he batted, I think, something like 50 balls before he got off the mark. Someone will remind me what particular test match that was, but it was quite entertaining in its way. Just see how long he could go before getting that first run.
Well, we shall. I'm sure someone will kindly tell us. Do let us know. But this has been, let's call it the antithesis of a T20 innings, or 100 innings, or a T10 innings by Shubman Gill.
But I mean, that's good, isn't it, from a cricketer?
Of course it's good.
Sticking in there when the going is tough, and also, a man who is a naturally attacking batsman, reining himself in and playing for the team.
And England are giving their strike pairing the very best chance, as this one is wide and left, and Rohit, not surprisingly, can look at those all. Now he'd be happy to have those between now and the close of play and not put a bat on one, because if India were batting tomorrow morning, not with many on the board, but a nice fresh wicket with England so depleted in the spin department, I think they would feel happy indeed.
Well, I think the thing is that Root has got to show intent from the outset, really, with regards to the spinners. He has got to get himself on early-ish when he gets Leach on as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. He's left again. Jimmy Anderson seems to have found a fifth stump line now, and that's not going to challenge anyone. I'm not quite sure what his approach here is here, Hendo. Other than, it shouldn't be stifling, though. Just defending and frustrating is scarcely the order of the day right now, is it?
Oh no, absolutely not. There is obviously dew out there, because we were seeing. This must have been during the break that there was a sheet being dragged round to try and solve that particular problem.
Anderson in again. Oh, and that one does perfect delivery. Just a little bit of movement in the air, and potentially, definitely off the pitch. Rohit had a little fish, didn't get anything on it, and through it went. Slips, and wicketkeeper arms up in frustration. To give Rohit his due, I think he knew precisely what it was doing, and he left his bat where it would be safe as houses. Enough to encourage England, but nothing more than that. Pujara, watching him sitting there patiently, wondering if he's going to get to bat tonight. Anderson in, getting a little bit of movement in the air, but met solidly by Rohit. No run.
I'm also a little bit of a worry for England, I suppose. If the dew is quite severe, what that does to the ball, and what that does to the bowlers trying to grip the ball. We've had a bit of a problem, haven't we, with spinners over pitching, especially from England. And if that ball gets damp, it will affect Hope's swing, won't it? And it could be a struggle for the spinners to control.
3 slips a gully, a backward point, mid on, mid off, and this one is again just steered to Johnny Bairstow, and there's no run. Rohit, that tucked under his arm, heading off for a little walk, some moment or two's contemplation between balls. He can contemplate the fact that he's doing nicely enough at the moment, as can Shubman Gill, although he'd probably like to see at least a 1 against his name at some point in the fairly foreseeable future.
Well, it takes a lot of concentration and courage to stay in that position, 0 off 26.
Well, it does. Anderson full, nicely met by Rohit, steered straight to extra cover, no run. It's the end of that over. England are 10 without loss after 9, feeling the world is against them, and let's see what our friends on social media make of things. Sam?
We have many friends on social media, one of whom is Armchair Cricket Podcast, who agrees about Shubman Gill. A good experience this batting innings, he says. Normally such a free scoring batter, he'll have to grind out this period, and once this ball is 15 overs old, runs could flow again. Messi Jez, things you expect to hear on Guerrilla Cricket number 261. I'm not at the top of Jimmy Anderson's legs. # mound pounder. Warren says, heavy pounding at the Broad, Anderson or bare end. Nestler's in quotation marks. They like the pounding chat. Guilty of over pounding, Nestler says. And Jeff Perkins, surely it is premature to announce which ankle Jimmy hurt until you have viewed multiple replays.
Well, we did get to see quite a few, it must be said, and it was still quite hard to tell. Stuart Broad is definitely unhappy about these bowlers' footmarks, and he's letting. Is that umpire? Well, do we have the pounder man again? Yeah, we have.
The umpire's monitoring him closely.
Marston Mount Pounder at work. There he is, but the umpire this time is right on his shoulder, and his pounding is conspicuously less of a pound and more of a pat.
I tell you what. Something that really used to irritate me as a batsman was, I suppose, especially if you were batting the second innings of the game, and you had a bowler maybe one of your own, it would have been one of your own bowlers who'd been getting in very close to the stumps. You'd often feel yourself sort of falling backwards into the footmarks as you're trying to take guard. And I found that really off-putting on occasions. So I think these pounders should be brought in for all recreational cricket as well. To be fair.
Well, this chap's doing a fabulous job. If there's a cricket club out there looking for a specialist pounder, I don't know the name of this gentleman, but I think he might have a fair bit of activity during this test match.
Do you think he's a little bit more than a quarter pounder?
Oh, I think he's a half pounder at least.
At least, yeah, I would have said so. Yeah.
With cornichons and onions and all the trimmings, I suspect. 10 without loss. 10, all 10 to Rohit Sharma. Poor old Shubman Gill. The cupboard has been bare for him run-wise, but crucially he's still there.
We have the answer to the Leach query. Brian Barish says Leach faced all of 17 balls total, so Shubman Gill has already well surpassed him in terms of balls faced without scoring a run.
Thank you very much, Brian. If you need to know the answer to a technical question on English cricket history, go to an American rugby fan and you get it like a shot. Thank you very much indeed for that, Brian. As this one is shorter, cut by Gill. There it is. No messing about. That's away to the cover boundary for 4 runs, and he's off the mark with a boundary.
It's me, and she. It's me, and she.
And Joe Root, that double teapot is now accompanied by a kind of a rueful. That was almost like a Les Dawson gurn on his face. Yeah,
it was a rotten ball. It really was. It's a get off the mark, especially after all the complaints about the footholds. He then, having had them, we presume, put right or certainly improved, he delivers one like that.
He's in again. Oh, and that one's a much better ball, and he did get some swing, and it was taken above his, well, certainly at shoulder height by Ben Folkes. Some encouragement for Stuart Broad. Put his back a little bit more into that. 138 kilometres an hour, that delivery. 14 without loss, India. See, I'll add 2 wickets to the score. There is absolutely never has this been truer, really, is it? How different would England feel about life, the universe, and just about everything were that the case? I think we're due a change at the end of this over. That's a good full ball, and Shubman Gill now puffed with the confidence of that superb boundary is tucked in behind it, and there is no run.
I actually think there's
left of this 10th over.
A slight sign that Broad is finding his range. I know that seems odd after he bowled an absolute full ball to start with, but apart from that ball, he's bowled a lot better, I think, in the last couple of overs.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've got to feel for Jimmy and Stuart Broad to a certain extent. So much expectation now has to be placed on them just because the position England are in, as this one's met nicely by Gill. Away to short, extra cover, no run. 14 without loss. England, remember, 112 they were bundled out for, and had it not been for an excellent 50 from Zach Crawley, it would have been a sorry tale indeed. It was sorry tale anyway. Yeah. I mean, it's an even more sorry tale.
Well, I mean, now you look through. There was all this problem about England not getting 400 or at least 300 in the first innings. They seem to have solved that, and now they've gone since the first match in Chennai. They've had 3 scores in the hundreds, haven't they? In the low hundreds.
They have. Brought in nicely, met again by Shubman Gill. 77 on his back. He has the air of a man who could be doing this all night if he wanted to.
Well, I mean, he's promised a lot, Gill, and he did produce to a certain extent in Australia, but he does look the real deal, and you feel perhaps he's not looking completely on song here today, but maybe that sometimes makes you concentrate a bit harder, and he will go on and get a score here.
Yeah, this could well be the one that he does it in. Stands with his bat aloft, Broad in, met tidily by Gill away into the offside, no run. that should be the end of the over. It is. We are going to have a little shuffle about. Do you want to do one last little run at social to get me as up to date as you can, Sam?
I can do one last little run at social indeed. Where are we? So Brian again says the last time I saw an over-pounding, Southampton had given up 9 goals. Messi Jez, oh dear, Brody jagged a DRS earlier and now he thinks he has a clue. Leah outside context problems. Yes, I think Leach needs some help against left-handers, especially since one of those left-handers is named Rissard Pant, and absolutely able to take him to the cleaners to the tune of 10 and overs. Or 10 and over even. Farong says thou shalt not criticise the Modi pitch, and then review the umpire's decision next ball. England treading a fine line.
Right.
Well, England have kept it tight to the tune of just 14 runs from 10 overs. They did create a chance, and we shouldn't forget that amidst all of the furore about whether it was a catch or not, it was a pretty bad drop in some ways from Ben Stokes, who takes blinders at second slip, but for me, he doesn't catch enough that are fairly routine. That one wasn't the most difficult of chances, as Anderson is in, and Rohit presents the full face and the ball back to Jimmy Anderson. So Broad and Anderson's job is to create the chances, and they've done that. One dropped by Ben Stokes, another tight umpire's call decision, which of course can go either way. I think it was perfectly reasonable of the on-field umpire to give it not out, but had he given it out, it would have been out. So England just need to catch a break here. And if they do, I'm still hopeful of England being back in this game, as this takes the inside portion of the bat, goes into the leg side, and they run a welcome single from the Indian perspective. Rohit goes to 11, India to 15 without loss.
Yeah, they've started quite steadily here, India. I think England have bowled reasonably well. Is that a replay? That is a replay, isn't it? Or is that another ball? Hello? No,
it's a replay.
It was a replay.
We were waiting for you to finish your point.
Oh, right. I thought it was live. I got done there. Jesus. But as you say, when that LBW I immediately appealed. Obviously, I've got a slanted English eye, and I thought it looked pretty out. But the umpire, as you say, has the right, and it was umpire's call. So
Jimmy's in again, and this just shapes away a little. And Shubman Gill, who looks $1 million when he's in form, and when he's out of form, he looks very leg side of the ball and throwing hands and bat at it. And sometimes he looks more like he's hoping the ball's where his back goes, rather than going at it with any great conviction. But that one was the middle of the bat. It went to short extra. But he's finding it a struggle. 33 balls for his 4. It was a beautiful shot, but that's what you're going to get from Gill. He's going to give you the odd chance, but he's also going to play some lovely strokes. And as if to make my point there, he jumps all over a ball that was only slightly short, and he short arm pulls it to the vacant cow corner and advances his score to 8, India 19 without loss.
1, 2, 3, 4.
danger here for England as this game gets out of hand very, very quickly.
Well, it was only a little bit short, and the ball stood up. It started to lose its pace, this pitch, about halfway through the day, and it seems to be getting slower all the time. But if the ball will stick in the pitch, then it might give Jack Leach and maybe Stuart Broad a bit more help. You see, and there's the difference that I was making there with Shubman Gill, because he just doesn't move his feet to the next ball, and that is a drag on waiting to happen, because he throws his hands at it, he gets the bottom edge and it goes out into the offside. But you do that 3 or 4 more times and one of them is going to come off the inside edge into the stumps. It is the post-2020 way of playing, to stay leg side, throw your hands at the ball, but there's such high risk here. He doesn't let many go, and the slips are interested, the 3 of them. It goes back to this one. Again, he's leg side of the ball. Somehow Jimmy Anderson falls over. Shubman Gill has a little smile at the comic cuts at the other end.
I think it's
and there is no run. India 19 without loss. Your social media.
Yep. Nestlers was saying release the pounder. Baron Barrish said is he a mound royale with cheese. Nestler says the dot on Broad's forehead is really annoying me. Nitin Bajaj says it's his third eye. Jeff Perkins said, is Broad under investigation for currency manipulation for his excessive attempts to strengthen the pound?
Oh,
very good, Jeff Perkins.
Sterling work there, Jeff.
A lot. Tom M says, as of 2014, the most balls faced for a duck was 77, according to a quick search. Very good. That information provided to Tom by Sportskeeda.
Was that Jeff Allett of New
It was
Zealand?
Jeff Allett.
Yeah.
Blimey, Gary.
Wow, there you go.
Unless you just read the tweet.
No. I remember.
I just
it came
know
up
that anyway.
a few years ago.
I'd give Jofra a bloody blast, but a ball's still got a chance of hardness in it.
Well, I see that, but it's hard to get the ball away from men who have created chances. We've said that before. Broad's gone for 13 runs off his 5 overs, and Jimmy's got 4 maidens and has only gone for 6 off his 6 overs. So I think you've got to give him 1 more each at least. Broad's in, this is wide, and Rohit Sharma gets across to that ball. Rather different approach to the one taken at the other end by Shubman Gill, and lets it go through to the keeper.
Yeah. England need a wicket, Gary. We need a wicket quick.
Yeah, but I think that India are not getting away here, and there is certainly a little bit of anxiety in Shubman Gill. You could see that in the ball he struck for 4, but particularly in the next ball, which, as I say, he just threw hands at a ball and hit the bottom edge. It could have gone anywhere. Broad's in again, the headband Dennis Lillying its way to the crease, and Rohit just dabs the ball into the leg side, and there is no run. The other side of the pitch losing a bit of pace is that it's not that easy just to use wrists to manipulate the ball into the gaps here. With 1 or 2 men in front of the wicket on the leg side or on the off side, it's you can stop a lot of singles. We're seeing Jimmy Anderson falling over there, possibly caused by the lack of pounding at the bowler's footmarks. But these 2 men have got over 1,000 Test match wickets between them. They bowled with difficult footmarks before. They've got to stop thinking about the footmarks and start thinking about the action at the other end.
That's harder than you think, though, isn't it? I mean,
it is harder than you think, but
really
it's also
turn your
harder
ankle
than you think
in
to get 1,000 Test match wickets. That's the experience you draw upon in order to get the focus that you need. Just because this is a brand new stadium and state of the art with LED lights and everything else doesn't mean to say this isn't English players playing in India, which has always been a challenge. It's a mental challenge, it's a physical challenge, it's a challenge that's to do with the environment, it's to do with the crowd, it's to do with the Indian approach to batting and bowling. And that's why victories in India are so hard to come by, and so they should be. But this is why you pick Anderson and Broad. You pick them because they bring to bear skills and experience which can allow that focus to come through. More often than not it does, but I just feel in the last half hour they've let themselves get distracted, and they should be concentrating on matters at the other end of the pitch. Easier said than done, of course.
Exactly.
Broad's in.
Hold on for a second.
And this is short, and Rohit swivel pulls this, and it goes down to Jofra, who's at long leg, and he fields and returns the ball. And Ben Foakes didn't see that. Now, I don't know why, if he didn't see it because it was coming out of the orange seats, which don't go well with the pink ball. It may be the colour of the Indian flag, but I don't think it's particularly conducive to sighting the ball well, or whether it was coming out of the LED lights. But Ben Foakes definitely did not see that return from Jofra. And he's not a man for histrionics, folks. He's neat and tidy.
Yeah, he is. He's got the same air of grumpiness. It's very easy for this sort of the world's against us body language to work its way through the team. It just seems to be pervasive at the moment.
I agree. And Shubman Gill plays that stroke, which when he times it and middles it, it can look very good, but when he doesn't, it looks less than attractive. It's a ball that was short outside the off stump, and he sort of short arm jabs down on it with no follow through, and the ball this time came off again more of a bottom edge than the middle of the bat. it went into the covers and they ran 2. Gill's in double figures. He has 10 off 37. Gill, of course, is the low self-esteem car salesman from The Simpsons. He's always getting himself into scrapes.
Oh yeah, which is the taken off the character. What's that film? The about something salesman.
Death of a Salesman.
No,
maybe not. This ball's very full, and Gill just pushes that back to Broad. It was a half volley and should have been put away, really. But again, that lack of foot movement meant he was just sort of swinging a bat at it rather than getting the foot out and driving it. And Broad does the job.
You should know this, Gary. It's a film. I think it's got Al Pacino and someone like Mason. There's an old salesman, and it is like Death of a Salesman, but it's not Death. And they're selling property on a development in America.
I do know the song. Yeah, the song. The film and play. It's a play as well. This is very full. Is it Glengarry, Glen Ross? Is that the one you think?
Yes, I think that's the one I would be thinking of.
It goes through to the keeper again with no real pace from that one. It's the end of the over. We'll come back to Gill from The Simpsons in a moment, but we'll have some of your socials.
We will. Warren says, can the next test be a day-nighter without floodlights and only England players equipped with night vision goggles? On YouTube, Dara Azizi says, are the umpires neutral? No, they're not. That's why the third review has been added, so 3 instead of 2, to try and counter that. That's been the case all through, kind of limiting the different nationalities that are grouped together for matches during the pandemic. Glenn Murray wanted to know why Channel 4 have got the rights for this series. Not that he's complaining, he says. Well, Star had them, owned by Disney, subcontracted that. I think Sky bid just decided possibly it wasn't good business for them, and to the benefit of everyone, Channel 4 does have them. But the answer is that they were subcontracted and Channel 4 won the bid. For rather less than we suspect than Star were originally hoping, and now there's a discussion about the ball as well, Gary.
I know. Maybe they've got a case here. I don't know. They're going to have a look at it. They're sanitising it now, and then they're going to try and pass it through various rings, or it's gone through rings, and now it's going back to route. I must say, working in a supermarket, some of this sanitising and protocols all seem rather strange to me. The rule of 6 or whatever is coming back in late March. Well, I was in an indoor environment with 350 people for 8 hours on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, but somehow as shop workers don't seem to be included in the protocols. But we're going to see a change of bowling, and it might be quite a crucial one, really.
Could be. It is... Oh, it's disappeared. Where's he gone? There he is.
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
Joffre starts out with a sort of fast medium delivery, really, on the line of the off stump, and Rohit rocks back, gets on his toes and defends. And there is no run. Stuart Broad seems to be worrying about his boots now. Is there no end to it? Just concentrate on the matter at hand, gentlemen.
Well, yeah, I think they're all a bit tetchy, aren't they? They're getting hammered.
It's humid, it's dark. It's the end of a long day, I'm sure, as this ball is just jabbed into the offside. You get up in the morning as a cricketer, you're expecting to play at 9 o'clock, I think they start, don't they, in India, but it could be 10 o'clock in the morning, whatever. But the change of this, a day-nighter, you've got to dissipate some of that adrenaline, otherwise you'll be burned out by the time play starts in the middle of the afternoon. So you have to do other things, think about other things, and then you've got to turn the adrenaline and the focus back, and that can be a challenge. As Joffre is in. This is hooked by Rohit. It got high, and I don't think he had complete control of it, but he got plenty of bat on it, and the ball went to the deep square leg boundary, which was vacant for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think if you're going to bowl that length to Rohit, I think you've got to have a man out deep. That's a case of a bowler not really bowling to his field, because Rohit's going to take you on all day, every day. Ball was aerial for a while, but you've got to have that boundary covered if you're going to bowl short to Rohit. As he's in again is Jofra, and Rohit rocks back on his back foot, and he plays that punch shot that Shubman Gill plays, but he plays it with a lot more conviction, and he punches the ball with a diagonal bat to the cover boundary, and the crowd go wild!
2 + 2 is on man.
Well, they're the 2 shortest balls we've seen all day, I would suggest, from Jofra. And if that's a plan, he has to have a field for the plan, because he's got a field for length, or indeed full of length, and he's bowling short. So
again, his body language is conveying huge frustration.
This is a better ball, but still tucked off the pads. Got the length right, but the line was slightly awry, but only slightly awry. So Rohit does what Joe Root did earlier in the day, which I always think is the best way for a batsman. Back up the boundary with a single, get the strike rotated. Jofra's bowling one delivery at 142 clicks. The others are going at 135, 134. And I think Jimmy Anderson was bowling faster than that. This is a chance for England. They're under lights with a pink ball. They've got to make it happen. Jofra's in to finish his first over. This is short, and that had a bit of venom behind it. And decent carry
that was quicker.
Through to Ben Folkes. The end of the over, India 31 without loss.
I'm going to say hello to a few people on Cricket Tracker India. Klamotakar, Tom Joss, Zenab Petiwala, Abdul Jabbar, Wasatham Kumara, Kinasar Iqbal, Sashya Kumar, Rushikesh Sanawari, and Hardik Kanapara, amongst many, and Talon Sharma. There's so many of you, but I just wanted to say hello to a few. You're most welcome. And India Dutta says, I said my mea culpa on the exact issue on Gorilla Cricket this afternoon. I'm not quite sure what he was discussing. Armchair Cricket podcast. With all the chuntering from Stuart Broad and Jimmy going on, maybe it's time for Jofra Archer to have a go. Yes, he has, with Jack Leach at the other end. And yes, it is Armchair Cricket podcast. You are a wise person with the gift of foresight.
Well, yeah, I think people can see all these changes coming. It's this man.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
See, my fear this whole period this whole time about this pink ball test is that the opposite to what we thought might happen will happen, and it would be mainly because of the moisture on a ball by the dew, because it just makes the ball go soft, so it's hard to shine, and also makes the seam go soft, so it's going to be harder to grip and spin. I really hope that's not the case, but that's my fear.
It might be. Just a point of interest there. I'll come to it after Jack Leach's first ball. He's got the glasses on. That won't be easy in the humidity either. As he gets this very full, and Rohit punches it to Jimmy Anderson, who is inexplicably conceding one at mid-on, but that's the way they always seem to do it these days. So he goes to 22. India are 32 without loss. Jack Leach has just paced out his run-up 1 foot ahead of the other, measuring it in his own size of his own size 10s.
That is the traditional way to walk, Gary.
Yeah, well, next ball takes a little bit of an inside edge. What I meant is that he was putting his toe to his ankle and then toe to ankle in that way. Now, usually they do this before the start of play, and you get lots of white lines all over the outfield. But I suspect, because this is a showcase match, the first match at this new venue, as he goes back, does Shubman Gill, and there is no run. It's ball punched to cover. I suspect they've told them that not allowed to have all those white lines all over the outfield, because we want nice drone shots like the one we're getting now. Showing it off to best effect. So this ball turns, but it was already wide of the off stump. and therefore Jack Leach had to pace his own run-up rather than have it already marked.
He does that every game, Gary. Have you not seen
Does he?
it?
Well, there's no white lines anywhere on the.
Oh, but that might be the case.
For
But
bowlers run-ups. This ball is defended, no run.
But Jack Leach has been doing that all winter.
Has he? Oh, well,
Yeah,
fair
yeah.
enough. But usually you do see lines, and sometimes they even have their initials in the whitewash for the bowlers, so that they don't need. They've already measured their run-ups and can get on with the game. This is full. It takes an inside edge, and I think that's probably Ollie Pope there at short leg, who was briefly interested. But they're through for single. Dominic Sibley running in from the boundary to do the fielding. It's the end of an over. It was a fairly innocuous one. India 33 without loss.
We got one to rip, but safely away from the outside edge. Harriet Atkinson says England players having a strop, being Mardy, got a cob on, and other such colloquialisms. El Chopanus says, listening in for a bit, folks. Greetings. Is Vaughan already working out when India should declare? I don't know. We're not listening. You let us know, El Chopanus. Nuff said, wacky thing is wacky, breaking pitch up more. Oh, the wacky thing, we're talking about the pounder again. And India says, in that the ball was grounded, I don't know what a grounded catch looks like. Well, okay, so there's obviously clearly a discussion about that. Nitin Bajar says, a positive of the rotation policy might be that your bowlers should be bowling long spells. So far it seems to be working. As we're having a good old look at Don Bess, who must be thinking, why am I sat here? Not out there.
Well,
Jofra, who's in, and this is outside off stump. There is Neo Ram.
Well, I mean, India are doing exactly the right thing here. They got through 14 overs and haven't managed to lose a wicket. I mean, admittedly, England got to 72 for 2. It was after that it all went to tits up, didn't it?
It did, as you so eloquently say.
But
Well, one of the things I haven't understood about the match, and maybe Knackle or others can advise me on this. Archer is in, and this is tucked off the hip by Shubman Gill, but it's well fielded by Zach Crawley at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Is they've cut the attendance in half or less than half in order to allow social distancing, and the crowd are all together on the lowest level, jammed into the best positions to watch the match, and the upper level seems to be almost entirely vacant. Not completely, there's a little bit behind the bowler's arm that's taken, but if you're going to reduce attendances to facilitate social distancing, this ball takes the outer edge, goes into the offside, but it drops short of the man at point. But that's a moral victory there for Jofra Archer.
I want a real victory, Gary. I don't want no moral fucking victories.
Jumped on him, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah, there's a spot, isn't there, like the old Lord's Ridge from the 60s and 70s. There's a spot which is just short of a length, which the ball occasionally takes off from. In fact, it's probably length that it takes off from. This ball is defended back down the pitch, and Jofra is bowling a bit faster in this over. You can see that both in the batsman's reaction and in his own.
Was it his elbow he was worried about? That's why he missed the last test, wasn't it? I think they're he just wanted to ease himself into things, probably. But I mean, it's do
you think he has this kind of tennisy elbow problem?
Well, it's not the first time it's happened, so you rather fear that is his issue.
It's troubled bowlers before.
This is a horrible delivery that he pulled down outside off stump. I think he might have been going for a cutter there. For some reason it's showing 140 clicks there, but it looked about half pace as well. Bounced before it got through to the keeper. I just wonder about that with the stadium. It may be to do with travelling and communal areas outside, but it does seem strange to limit the capacity and then have sort of almost nobody in the upper layer. Maybe there's a reason. As Archer is in, this is hit high, not very handsomely though. Is anybody underneath it? There is, and that is out. Well, Shubman Gill has been bottled up. That's why it was worth leaving Broad and Anderson on. Jofra has come in. He's bowled short ball. That's been the tactic. He's conceded a couple of boundaries for it, but Shubman Gill got into no position at all to hook that ball. It went straight up off a top edge, and Zach Crawley ran in and said thank you very much.
Yeehaw! I think that was actually a knuckleball, wasn't it? They showed it from behind.
Well, maybe it was, but I fear for Shubman Gill that he might be, wait for it, a flat track bully, because his style is such that if he can throw his hands through the ball, he's going to score 100 runs in a session repeatedly in Test cricket. But if there's any movement up or down or side to side, then this technique of his is going to bring chances to the fielding side, and that's sort of borne out in that dismissal, because he was not getting across the ball at all. He was fetching it, and you've really got to completely middle those, because if you get them wrong in any way, up in the air they go. And Zach Crawley had just about as easy a catch as you're going to have of a pink ball out of the dark sky with artificial lights.
Okay, this man's in.
Birdie in Pajara, baby. That was a no-brainer. He can play the bumper, baby, unlike Suresh Raina. Pujara, Raina, bumper, no-brainer.
Cheteshwar Pujara.
And we'll say this over and over again, we do in low-scoring tests. This is going to be a crucial period now, because Pujara and Kohli are the engine room of this side, and one of them is in. Rohit is back and cutting to the sweeper on the offside boundary, whom I think is Jack Leach, throwing the ball in right-handed, bowling left-handed, and Rohit helps himself to a single. Pujara takes strike.
IPL's new super find.
Yeah, I do wonder. Do you think it's just a kind of backhand to say, your reward for being really good for India, we'll give you a place in the IPL and pay you extra?
It'll be interesting to see how much he plays and what he does when he does play.
Well, exactly. Who bought
just one slip and a short leg for Pujara. I very much want a leg slip as well, but he hasn't faced the ball yet, and England already being a bit half and half on the defensive. There was probably a single there, but Pujara's not a great runner, so mid-off was able to field that, even though they're quite deep.
Watching that replay of Shubman Gill again, it's a total lack of footwork. It was just stand and deliver, wasn't it?
Caught it on the shoulder of the bat, really, didn't he? Nowhere near the face.
Leach is in, left arm around the wicket, and is presented with the full face of the bat by Pujara. The ball tracks back exactly down the middle of the pitch, for which we'll probably get a warning actually from the umpires, and Jack Leach picks the ball up. You can see as Pujara's taking guard this, these holes are really quite deep, as exactly the same shot to exactly the same delivery, has exactly the same result, no run.
Yeah, the pitch is it's very loose, isn't it?
It's very loose. Jack Leach bespectacled.
Oh, that's
an appeal for LBW. That surely is out. The umpire raises the finger. Unless Pujara's got an inside edge on this, he is gone for all money. He's coming down to talk to Rohit. Rohit says, "Oh, look, mate, I think it's missing off. I think it's missing leg. It's hitting middle. Let's see, are they going to review?" I don't think Rohit wants to review. No, Pujara is walking off. Woo. Well, wow. I did say it was going to be an important session, and Jack Leach has got the breakthrough. He's got India's sticky number 3 out.
Well.
Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust.
You know what? That was kind of like some of the English ones. I think it was playing for a bit of turn, and it kind of didn't turn that much, did it? It turned enough to straighten to hit the wickets, but it certainly didn't turn. He was playing for the turn into the face of the bat, and it's just gone straight on. And that's the ball that's got the wickets today.
It skidded, and I just wonder if there's a bit of dew plus lacquer equals low bounce and skid. It did take the front pad, and I just wonder whether it was quite as plumb as we thought it was, because I think we saw the ball hitting the back pad, which definitely intercepted a ball that was on its way to middle stump, but it did just glance off the front pad, so maybe it wasn't absolutely plumb.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't absolutely plumb. It certainly looked at it in real time. I was appealing. But then, that's me. This man's in with a cracking jingle.
The Indian says signals that they'll knock us on her ass. The pitches are prepared without a sign of grass. The score is mounting quickly and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenges of being we don't need. He lets us all his shots when the bowlers are fatigued. And we wait to find the match is dead and our doom is for rat. And Davey Warner rides around and says, Kohli's the cat, Kohli's the cat. Kohli's the cat.
It's like a beach at that end, isn't it?
So can England put the squeeze on Virat Kohli?
Well, it is the straight honour. I mean, how many LBWs were straight honours today? And some are turning sharply. I mean, in some sense, it's a really good wicket. If you like it that way, it makes for exciting cricket. I'll give it that.
So Jack Leach does the job. He keeps doing this for England. People keep saying he's not quite got the class and so on, and he just keeps getting results. So Leach is in, and Kohli comes forward, takes the inner portion of the bat. There was a surprising gap between bat and pad from Kohli. So Joe Root's bowling changes work. He went to Archer at one end, Leach at the other end, and they've both got breakthroughs. India 34 for 2.
Well, it suddenly becomes interesting. Get another one now. Ooh, yeah, add 2 to this score. Add 2 to this score, Tony, and things will be sweet, wouldn't they? 34 for 4.
I was thinking body language is everything here. You've got the captain of India in Virat Kohli. Hasn't made a ton for a long time.
That was a case of Root for a while, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah, this is the one. Root was very much the landmark wicket, wasn't he, for India when England were batting, albeit briefly.
Well, for me,
Kohli, I think, still is for this. If they can remove Virat Kohli, England will suddenly feel different about life.
Yeah, I agree, but for me, Pujara's always the one you really need to prize out. For me, he's the kind of prize wicket because he can really gum you up. He might not score runs, but he'll certainly take time out of the game.
I think we're due a change, by the way, aren't we?
Yeah, we were 5 minutes ago.
Buffers in, and this ball goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. Well, I'll surrender.
Let's finish this over, and let me just chuck in some quick tweets as we go, because we're way behind. Brian Barish confirms that Gill is based in voice and appearance on Jack Lemmon's portrayal of Shelley Valentine in the film. Shelley Levine, I beg your pardon, in the film, a version of Glencarry Gren Ross. Nervous middle-aged man with the inability to hold a steady job due to a string of misfortunes.
Yes, that's the one. Well, Sam is supposed to be joining you, and you two are staying on. Sam's doing ball by ball.
Am I? Oh yes, I'm moving from tweets just to... This is Hendo's policy of just keeping me occupied.
Next ball's through to the keeper. There is no run. Should we change at the end of the over, or do you want to change over now?
You can change now. I don't know if Sam can take over ball by ball and just carry on going, I guess.
Yeah, I think I'm doing the tweets.
You are. In that case, Jeff Perkins, and it's a very good one, but it was 20 minutes ago. But it's well worth the read, Gary.
Oh, well, here we go then. I am indeed back. I can take over. Thank you, Gary. Dew plus lacquer equals low bounce and skid. That reminds me of GCSE science. That was definitely in my
great
physics
equation,
revision book. It was wonderful as Archer comes in short and perhaps not unexpectedly, Rahit rocks onto the back foot and pulls it away for 4. Zach Crawley, diving effort, a deep square leg, but he couldn't do anything to prevent the boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Can I just make a remark I was going to make before I switched over to tweets, is that there's a kind of robotic camera that's doing the rounds just outside the boundary rope, or the boundary sponge, and a player is going to collide with that because it's very close to the boundary sponge, and it's quite a big old thing, and the players dive, and I don't think they're familiar with it because it's moving around. There's an accident waiting to happen there.
Well, let's hope not, as Archer comes in short again. Rahit prods it down to... There's a man in it short, third man. They don't get a run. But yeah, I hadn't spotted that. It's a bit like the kind of spider zip cam, but right around the boundary edge.
Yeah, it's like the... I mean, they have it in Australia, don't they, where it sort of runs onto the pitch, runs onto the ground. It's on wheels. It's a bit like a kind of motorised camera, but it's quite large, about the size of a person, maybe quite a short person. But I'm sure it weighs a lot, and if you get near it, you're going to hit it.
Yeah, completely is. Archer comes into Rohit, gets his full body behind it on the back foot, pushes it back to the bowler. No run. 5 balls gone in the over. Yeah, real turnaround from England. On top again now. What we were saying, England were, when they were batting 70 odd for 2, India 30 for 2, 38 for 2. So behind the 8 ball, if you want to be really optimistic as an England fan. But as you were saying, Tony, body language has really changed. A couple of quick wickets, and all of a sudden there's no complaining and looking at footholes anymore. Archer's in, short, and Rohit kind of half played the stroke. I think he might have got an outside edge. It's raced away well over the keeper's head for the boundary. Archer's kind of looking in disbelief, but it was too short, really, to be bowling at Kohli. Is it Rohit off the bat?
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, I think that's been given off runs. So it's the end of the over. 42 for 2. 17 gone.
So some of the stuff is a little out of date, but we'll get back up to date with Vector Victoria says, not exactly a crickety point, but given the crowd are all sat on top of each other and no one is wearing a mask, aren't India worried about this game turning into a COVID super spreader event? Well, it was an interesting piece I read in the New Yorker about COVID in India and how there are people you would expect to be very susceptible to COVID who are not picking up the COVID. But this is an unknown virus, but it certainly looks problematic. Nitin Bajaj says he's not bowled well so far, but man, is Jofra's action so easy on the eye. Is there any current fast bowler who makes it look so smooth and easy? Joffacula. Well, yes, he's certainly easy on the eye.
He's as graceful as Leach. Comes into the India skipper Kohli, who pushes forward and pushes that one out towards cover. Rohit looking for a single, but he's sent back. As we just see Virat Kohli's stats come up, 90 matches, an average of 52.93. I think he averages something like 67 in India. So the home fans come to see him bat, and more often than not, they get to see him make runs. As Leach comes in full outside leg stump, not a brilliant ball. Folkes, as good a keeper as he is, gets across, but it kind of bounces on the half volley to him, goes underneath him, and Ben Stokes does the fielding, and they take a bye. I think that's going to be.
I'm just chuckling because Lee, outside context problem, says, come on now, Gary Naylor 999. Credit where it's due. Pujara is a pretty good runner for a guy who looks like Pujara, which is true.
As Kohli twizzles the bat. They took 2 there, a couple of byes then. Leach, ball in hand, spectacles on, outside off stump, left alone by Kohli. He must have something on those glasses. There must be some kind of protective lacquer. I know I was, for my own watching football, was doing the reviews to try and you can get a spray to put on the glasses. I wonder if he's got that as Leach comes in, fires it into Kohli's pads, and he just works it away on the leg side, even past Anderson. Is it just the fielding?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you can get them for motorcycling visors as well. Woy Pom says this wicket doesn't look like a fit wicket the way the bowlers' footmarks are breaking up, and Farong says think the groundsman might be a little nervous as well due to the state of the pitch. It does seem to be collapsing a little in the last half hour in particular.
They might well be, though I suppose at the current rate it only has to last for a couple of days, but that is side the point as Leach comes in but pulls out of his run-up and a dead ball is signalled.
Farong says, well, an interesting 20-odd overs remain unless bad light stops play, brackets, nervous electrician engineer, close brackets.
Well, there has been a few flickerings of the lights.
Yes, those LED floodlights, of course, firmly on as it was almost 20 to 9 local time as Leach bowls to Kohli, who just is outside off stump. He goes on the back foot, pushes it out to the man sweeping on the offside and takes a single, as we see a replay of Archer's wicket. Short ball. Oh no, we know. In fact, we see the boundary of Rohit not really offering a shot, but it's come off his bat as he turned his head away, and it's just taken in. I think when your luck's in, your luck's in, and that's just hit the top edge of his bat in the previous over and went away for 4. India 47 for 2 here. Mid on, mid off, man under the helmet, short leg, one slip, cover, point as Leach comes in. full ball. Rohit just plays that out to mid-on, who does the fielding, end of the over. What we got on social media?
Well, we've got Knackle, who's answered my question earlier, as he always does. Thank you, Knackle. You can see when we get lower crowd shots that there are people in small groups with gaps between each group. The tickets will have been sold for allocated seats. Not sure why the upper tier has been left empty. Maybe a stewarding and toilets thing, which could be true. It could also be a little bit like what happens at the Royal Opera House. The £220 a night tickets are sort of 4 or 5 rows back. What people tend to do is pay sort of 60 quid for the ones right at the back of the stalls, and then just as the conductor walks on, they all run to the front and get the seats near the front. So Armchair Cricket Podcast says, big couple of wickets for England. Shubman Gill will be disappointed not to carry on. Another failure for Pujara. This one will sting, coming so close to home. The next half hour is crucial for both teams. I am row 45. That is the key. So that's Rohit Sharma. Yeah, I mean, Rohit Sharma is always an important wicket, but I think we all know that Virat Kohli is the key. Get Kohli out tonight, and England will go into play tomorrow feeling very bouncy. If Kohli's still in and gets through the first half hour tomorrow morning, then England will feel very flat.
Yeah, I'm definitely guilty of that. I've done the Royal Opera House a couple of times, but I'm definitely guilty of sneaking forward in the theatre back in the real world when we were allowed. As soon as the lights go down, you see what's vacant and sneak forward into a seat that might have been a bit out of the usual price range.
Yeah, it happens. It happens, and one understands why. I'm going to try and get YouTube up. The reason why I'm saying that is my internet connection was saying it was going unstable, so I took YouTube down, but I'll try and get it back up again and read any comments that are coming through. Remember, you can get in touch with us at Guerrilla Cricket on Twitter, and I think there's also Crick Tracker and stuff like that. You can find your way to
find
us.
Lots of comments from Diana Craddock when you get there, Gary, on YouTube.
Yeah, she's just said the batsman Shubman Gill is out, with lots of emojis that are too small for me to see. And Tim Nosukati says, unfortunately, bedtime here in Japan, midnight. Will the floodgates open under the floodlights for England? I'll find out in the morning. Many thanks as usual for your commentary. Well, many thanks for listening, but so far the floodlights are on, but the floodgates are yet to open.
No, but England will be pushing hard just to open them up. 47 for 2. We've got India. Rohit Sharma, the opening batsman, is 31 not out off 47. Virat Kohli, Indian captain, of course, has 3 from 6 balls. Jofra Archer, Joe Root made a bowling change not so long ago and it's worked. Jofra Archer and Jack Leach both introduced into the attack. Both have taken wickets. There was Shubman Gill went to Archer with a bouncer that he was way too late on, and it went way up in the sky, and Zach Crawley took a very relatively comfortable catch. And then Pujara went for a duck, LBW to Jack Leach, who trapped him. And we're just seeing a replay of it now. Similar to Bairstow's dismissal, actually. Just played for turn, didn't really turn. And it's about as plumb as you get from a slow left armour.
Yeah, the replay showed it was hitting middle and leg. Relatively straightforward decision for the umpire. I think that's where the reviews are really are quite important, because the umpire sees that as out, and they don't need to hesitate really, because if there is an inside edge, it will be reviewed, and therefore they can be confident in giving it out. I mean, inside edges in the past, we've seen the slightest tickles, and there's no way that you can identify those when you're standing 20 yards up the wicket. But yeah, I'm a big fan of DRS. I also like VAR in football. I think they've got some work to do with football and VAR, and we shouldn't forget that it took a good 5 years for the DRS protocols to settle down in cricket, and for people not called Shane Watson to understand how to use it properly. So we should expect some time to be invested in it. Brian 001 says, agog and aghast at the scores, just home and able to listen into the sorry tale of England's batting. What now for the rest and rotation batsmen who failed? And Knackle says, impressive from Leach to Pujara in this series. He has managed to consistently keep Pujara from playing from the crease, which is very difficult to do. This is also the first time Pujara has been dismissed by a duck by a spinner in Test cricket. So there's a feather in the cap of Jack Leach, getting India's sticky number 3 out, who batted thousands of deliveries in Australia on his last 2 tours. And Leach gets him for a big fat quacker.
Yeah, yet another feather in Jack Leach's cap, as you said. Sometimes, flies under the radar, but he keeps doing it. He keeps sticking his hand up and putting himself into position to take wickets. And we just saw Stuart Broad and England skipper Joe Root there on the screen, all smiles again once more. The doom and gloom of half an hour, 45 minutes ago has dissipated, and they are out there having a bit of fun again as Kohli takes strike to Archer at the Reliance end. The graceful Archer, who we were just hearing on social media, makes it look so easy as he comes in. Short ball just got stuck in the pitch there, didn't get up. I don't know if he rolled his wrist across the earth. 137 kph, so still quick enough, and Kohli's on top of it, plots it down, but it just looked like it got stuck in the pitch there, Tony.
It did. I mean, there's all kinds of things might happen with this pitch, but so far India appear to have mastered it better. But as we said, England had got to a 70 odd for 2, so in a way the honours are even. It's just the speed and suddenness of England's collapse was the thing that was concerning.
It was quite dramatic as Archer bowls again, that languid style of his, and Kohli on the back foot pushes it out for no run. So there's a gap. There's a man at a short third man, which is quite unusual for a seamer. You normally have someone down the boundary saving the boundary, but it looks almost as if it's there for the kind of catch, isn't it? Mistimed short ball. I don't know. It's just slightly odd position to have a short third man to.
Well, it's fly slip's always a handy position on a pitch with some capricious bounce, because we've seen top edges throughout, really.
Yeah, just for that one that it doesn't quite get timed as Archer into Kohli again, who flicks it into the leg side. Stuart Broad does the fielding very casually. It was all it needed to be. It wasn't exactly racing at him. 47 for 2, halfway through the over.
Harry Hopkins on YouTube says, Jack Leach's birthday is 22nd of June. No wonder Boris Johnson is opening everything up on the 21st. Coincidence? I think not.
Oh, I'd like to think not, as Archer continues into Kohli, who just opens the face, and it's fielded by a man at short point under the helmet, I think, a bit closer than you might normally have. So England already seeing, maybe it was from that first ball from Archer that just held up in the pitch, and that man's obviously coming a bit closer, too close for comfort without a helmet on, presumably.
Yeah, I always think with Kohli, it's a chance of him reaching for a ball that's wide outside the off stump and quite full. He does send the ball sort of skewing off an outside edge through that area early in his innings. He's always had that as an issue, and I think England should think about attacking. And that's where that's one of the reasons why that deep gully. It's more a deep gully than a fly slip. I'm sorry about my previous identification.
I think that's more than forgivable. Yeah, so we've got a deep gully and a short point as Archer into Virat Kohli on the back foot, who punches it down into the ground. No run again. Yeah, England, they're definitely attacking here, as they've got to do, really. Joe Root has to really, they've got to try and pick up wickets. You can't allow Kohli really time to get settled. Even if he doesn't score runs, if he's out there for 10 overs, if he bats 50, 60 balls, then it's not good enough for England. Will eventually start scoring the runs. So they've got to attack him early. Archer again then, last ball of the over. Short again, played out by Kohli in relatively, in no trouble really at all, onto the offside to point, end of the over, 47 for 2.
I tell you what, that Jeff Perkins doesn't miss any tricks, does he? He says, if Pujara was dismissed by a duck and Leach has a feather in his cap, did he pluck himself? Well, pluck me, Jeff, you may be right. Tom M says, why bother with reviews? Why not just have the umps send a decision upstairs when they're not sure on field, like they do now with runouts and stumpings? 3 reviews per innings, only lost when it isn't umpire's call, just invites overuse by teams anyway. It's a big subject. We probably need a podcast to review the current standing of DRS.
Probably need a series of podcasts. It's such a difficult one, isn't it, to get right? But as you said, it takes a bit of time, and we're in a slightly new situation with not having the neutral umpires, which is why we've got the free reviews. And yeah, it's getting that protocol right, isn't it? I think there needs to, but the umpires still, there has to be some accountability. They're out there to make decisions, so they have to give an initial view, because that's how it works, really. Otherwise, you might as well take them away. As Leach
I think. Well, hold that thought.
Sorry, yeah. So as Leach continues to Rohit just flicks it towards mid-on, and they scramble through for a single.
Just
excellent
go
piece
5
of running.
yards closer. Just go 5 yards closer. Dear me.
Excellent piece of running. It shows they're keen to keep that scoreboard ticking along.
It was. Anderson, normally so wonderful in the field, but perhaps guilty of being a little bit too deep. But as you said, great bit of running. Sorry, Tony, you were making a point. Well,
no, I was just saying, you know.
Again, we'll try. Right, the dot ball. Leach is flicked out towards mid wicket. No run. Tony.
Oh, it's simply pointing out that it's keeping the scoreboard ticking is important.
Absolutely.
It is when you only need 113 ticks to get ahead in the game.
Ooh, Leach twirls one outside off stump, a flash at it, pushed out towards the cover. Only the single for Kohli there, man. Riding the offside boundary does the fielding. Zach Crawley having a busy day.
That's the shot I'm talking about, where Kohli reaches for the ball and skews a little off the outer portion of the bat. If you can see that was definitely an outside edge playing outside his eye line.
Turf with it as well, that delivery from Jack Leach. If you look at it up close, there's a real old puff of dust.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Leach again. A better shot there from Rohit Sharma this time. Dances down the track, pushes it through the covers, but Crawley's around, does the sweeping, so they just get a single. But that was a lovely looking shot. Really used his feet well there, as we see Ben Stokes. Well, I was going to say Ben Stokes bent over. I mean, he was bent over, just doing a bit of a warming up. We might even see him have a bowl soon enough.
Yeah, they seem to be. He's the impact bowler, isn't he? Well, admittedly, only got a couple of overs to even begin to think about having an impact, but he is. They look for some magic from him.
They do a bit, kind of, I suppose, a Flintoff did of,
yeah.
I'd say, yesteryear, but it's not really that long ago, although it might feel like it now. As Leach again to Kohli in control of this shot this time, out towards the Crawley again, doing the fielding, takes a single as the India captain is signalling towards the dressing room quite ferociously. There's something he's after, not quite happy with something, calling for a bit of equipment or a towel, I'm not sure, but he was definitely after something from his dressing room.
Stokes got Kohli out at Edgbaston, and Kohli was winning the match for India in, I think, 2014, maybe it was 17, can't remember.
Leach again, Rohit down the track, big appeal, but he'd taken a couple of steps there. Leach is really interested, nods his head as if he wants the review. We'll see what Joe Root thinks, but I don't know. Root's asking the question, but Rohit did take a couple of steps, or at least one step down the track. Yep. They are going to go for a review and ask the question. I don't know, what do you think about that, Jen?
I was watching the Bears arms in the top right hand corner, who had immediately, well, he looked like he was giving it, and now he's not so sure. So
I'd have appealed. The thing is how far he's down the track, isn't it? I mean, but it certainly looks like it's going on in the direction of the stumps. The question is it going to go over?
I think this is umpire's call, though, on how far down the wicket he is, because once you're more than 2.5 metres down the wicket, they call it umpire's call, don't they?
Certainly bounced, and height might be an issue.
We will find out. It's hitting him underneath the knee roll, but again, as we've said, he's...
Ooh, you know what?
That's forward, a long way forward.
Yeah,
that's fucking
I can't
close,
see
man.
this getting overturned, but I've said that before, and it has been, but there we just see the dance down the track.
Back in line.
Ooh.
It's missing. On height. It was height was always going to be the issue. It certainly wasn't direction. Umpire Chowdhury will happily have his decision vindicated.
It must be satisfying now as an umpire when you get one right. It must be, you can't show it outwardly, but you're thinking, yeah, absolutely. The number of times they have to overturn them. So end of the over, 51 for 2. Big appeal from Leach there that was reviewed against Rohit Sharma, but given not out on the pitch, remained the case. How are we looking on social media?
Well, we're looking okay here. We've got Ananthnat, who says, I don't know, but it may have worked with Gill. I think that's the feathers and hats and stuff like that. There's lots of talk about 10 ducks against 10 horses, or whatever that meme that does the rounders. Lee Outside Context Problem says you can absolutely allow Kohli to get settled. You just have to accept you might lose the match, especially if you post the first innings total of 112, which is true. Nitin Bajaj says over 8 of 11, England doing all they can to ensure Australia don't make it to the WTC final. I've completely lost track of the World Test Championship, so somebody will have to enlighten me on that. Knuckles says we had a pause for the lights, a pause for the ball to be sanitised, a couple of pauses for the wacky thing on the footmarks. All of those get taken into account in the over rate calculations. I still think that England are finding, somewhat inexplicably given the conditions are in their favour, they're finding an awful lot of opportunities to do what they're doing now, which is hold a meeting on the pitch between the 3 seamers and the captain. Again, I keep saying this, but why do so many cricketers spend so much time not playing cricket? But we're going to have a change.
He's going to be Ben Stokes.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
I can see why you would do this, but I'm disappointed Root's not giving himself a go, having seen encouragement for Jack Leach.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree, Tony. It's fair to say you're not angry, you're just disappointed.
I'm just correct. Yes, probably all of our parents have told us at some point, and it's far worse than them ever being angry.
Well,
good old taking off you could always cope with, but I'm disappointed. It was always hurt worse.
Well, I'm disappointed and angry because there's drinks being taken by Rohit Sharma here. Kohli's had the helmet off. Ben Stokes is now doing something which I thought was outlawed a couple of years ago, which is having a couple of warm-up deliveries. He's already had a run-up to the wicket. I think we're 3 or 4 minutes now after the last delivery was bowled. I'll inform you that there are drinks breaks scheduled, and we had one not 20 minutes ago. Why aren't they playing cricket?
It is. They're very much building the suspense, I suppose. It's keeping the crowd waiting. But no, I agree with you. They had ages there. Kohli was still messing around. England were messing around too. So no blame. No one side more blameworthy than the other. As Stokes starts with a short ball to Kohli, who rocks onto the back foot, pulls it away, and we have a boundary, but maybe not a jingle.
No, the Bears 1, 2, 3, 4, Ishni, Sanshi, whatever you want. But it was a horrible first delivery, whichever way you look at it.
It was. Those warm-up deliveries, outlawed as they may be, did not do Ben Stokes any favours there because it was short, easy enough for Kohli. He was on top of that.
Just didn't get up enough. It was a half tracker. Well, I didn't have much going for it at all.
There's that slightly better delivery from Stokes there, but Kohli pushes it to Stuart Broad at mid-on. They scramble through for the single. Stuart Broad seems nonplussed. It was good running, but I don't know. Do you want your mid-on to be a bit more proactive there and stopping that single? I'm not sure.
Well, I do, but I also don't want Ben Stokes bowling a ball in his own half when he comes on to bowl. You shouldn't. Professional sportsmen, especially these days on 12-month contracts, shouldn't really need a kind of loosener. And when you've only put 112 on the board, you definitely shouldn't be.
No, it doesn't help, and it just helps Kohli get settled as well, and the crowd get behind him as Stokes again short on Rohit's hips, and he just turns it around to fine leg for the single. So Stokes already gone for 6 off his 4 free balls.
What I don't understand is that it's far worse to bowl a half tracker than it is to bowl a full toss. So why not? If you're going to err with a loosener, why don't you get it up the other end rather than short at your own?
Stokes again, another short ball. This time better direction, and Kohli gets in behind it and just pats it back down into the ground. But he's definitely going for that enforcer role. I know it's only 4 balls in, but 3 of them have been shorter deliveries. The first one was the quickest one, touching 90 miles an hour, but you never would have known it with Kohli, the speed at which he was onto it.
Yeah, the way they measure the speed is horizontally, so the shorter the ball, the faster it registers on the clicks.
Definitely.
So if I basically bowled the shortest of short bounces, it would, even at my speed, it would look like about 150 miles an hour, would it, Gary?
I think it would.
Chucked it at my toes.
I think it would, and there's some dew on the ball because Ben Stokes has just lost it as he ran in.
Yeah, he was running in there. Maybe he was listening and trying to bowl it at his toes, but he just kind of, I think his bowling arm, as he was locking and loading, as Brett Lee used to do, just knocked against his thigh, and the ball ends up on the floor. And we have another break, another unenforced 10, 20 seconds or whatever, without any cricket being played, as Stokes returns to the end of his run-up rather than the edge. I don't think it has an edge, and here he comes again, outside off some, bit fuller, but no need for anyone in particular to be playing at that. Kohli's quite happy to let it run through to Bairstow.
My bowling these days, I can't remember, I'm stealing the phrase from someone, but it's so slow that if I don't like a delivery, I can run after it and catch it up.
So we've got some tweets coming in. I'll give you them at the end of the over. Remember, you can tweet us at Guerrilla Cricket.
Seeing Graham Swan have everyone in stitches there on the host coverage as Stokes into Kohli. Another short ball out to Ollie Pope under the helmet at short point. Looked like Stokes might have fallen over there, but we've got the end of the over. Not a brilliant one from Stokes, 57 for 2.
It's more Ben Stokes' job to get people in stitches, or maybe that's only outside Bristol nightclubs. Anna Forsyth says Crawley's long sleeves barely make it to his forearms. I know he's tall, but surely the ECB budget can stretch to a bigger shirt size. Nitin Bajaj says letting facts get in the way of a good rant. Ah, well, my bad. Nitin Bajaj continues saying that Leach over with 4 singles. One difference between the spinners of the two sides, keeping the dot ball pressure on. It's also a difference between the batsmen as well, to be fair. Jamie Cook says why he's bowling so slowly again. 83 mile per hour bounces in his first spell. I think that's Jofra, who did go up and down the speed gun a little. I'll break off.
It's time for a change, guys.
Oh, is it?
It is indeed. I'm back, and it's Leach. And Rowett has come down the wicket, and he's... well, I'm not sure that he got that quite as he wanted, but he's got it over the top of mid-on, and he's brought himself a boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, you're off, Gary.
It's a goodbye to Gary for today. He'll be back tomorrow. And I agree with that that last tweet about the singles.
Oh, that's what I've been saying all along, Hendo.
Have you? I haven't been listening all the time.
No. But my whole point about why England would fail, why, the problem with the last tour, the problem with this tour is that the spinners can't bowl the dots and maidens.
And there's another example. It's just steered to the right of Anderson, who slides eventually and then loses it. And he's helped out by the man coming in from deep mid-wicket. Yeah, it's totally right. I mean, it happened even when the quicker bowlers were on. And at one point, Jimmy Anderson was back on the edge of what would have been a circle in one-day cricket, allowing them a single, but not stopping anything going over the top of him. It just seemed crazy. You've got to put pressure on these guys. It's very difficult for Jack Leach because he hasn't got a partner in crime in the same way that Ashwin has got Axar Patel, or vice versa, based on the figures they had in the first innings. Leach is in, bowls. Oh, he's almost gone through. Kohli gets a thick inside edge, I think, and a little bit lucky to get away with that. That was the other one that goes straight on. That does seem to have been the destructive ball today. They're going to pick up 2 runs as it goes down towards long leg, and Kohli moves to 12. India 64 for 2. England rather desperately need 2 quick wickets, and these 2 would be good to start with.
They would be, wouldn't they? No, you're right. I was saying that last time. It was another straight ball, wasn't it? It did for Pujara. It just didn't turn.
Yep, indeed. And also, the other thing that's disappointed me, as Leach is in, again, bowls driven, nicely driven, only half stopped by Johnny Bairstow at extra cover. They'll come through for a single anyway. The other thing that's disappointed me is not having a man in front on the offside to Leach when he first started. India did that pretty well. It makes you think about getting your foot, or not putting your foot too far down the pitch to play the ball, for fear of perhaps just getting a leading edge or just getting bad onto pad. And England are just giving them that freedom. They've got a man in short on the onside, but I don't think it's enough. I think you maybe go a little bit more defensive if that wasn't working, but not to have tried it at all seems remiss. This is outside the off stump, left alone by Rowett, and the score remains 65 for 2. Rowett's played a a very good opener's innings, hasn't he? 39 or 54. He was quite slow at the beginning. He was having a look at it when Anderson was bowling very tightly indeed. He bowled 5 overs for just 1 run at one point. But gradually, with Broad being a little bit more expensive, and then Archer coming into the attack, he has picked up a few runs, picked up his scoring rate, and is batting very comfortably at the moment. In comes Leach again. He's down the wicket. He flicks this off-leg stump. Again, there's going to be runs. Jimmy Anderson once more running round to his right. They're going to get back for a second. Possibly shouldn't have got a second there. The pressure is coming off India, and it's building on England with every single run. 67 for 2.
Very much the case. Go, Sam.
Sorry.
No, go, Sam.
I was just gonna go for a few tweets. We've got Nitan saying one of these sides is doomed. Jeff Perkins says, "Do England need a different Stokes for different folks?" He's flying this afternoon with the tweets. Is Jeff Perkins, and Deep in Extra Time says, "Channel 4 on commentary on Guerrilla Cricket. A nice cup of Fortnum's Darjeeling. It's a bit warmer out there than it was for the first day-night game at Lord's."
Oh yes, it would be, wouldn't it? Yes, the day night, that was a pretty chilly evening, as I recall. 179 runs in today's play. We've got the GPL underway. 17 entries today. In comes Stokes. That's a much better ball. It's a much better length. It's straight as well. Kohli has to defend it into the offside, and there is no run. Rowett on 41 now. Kohli on 13. This partnership beginning to take on dangerous appearance for England.
Well, the GPL's currently 179 runs have been scored. Lowest score is 241. Might not even get there.
I predicted on the internal Guerrilla chat on Zoom that India would finish the day on 108 for 2. I'm not too far off, I don't think. He tried to bowl a short ball, and I completely lost the ball there, as I think perhaps Virat Kohli did, as he let it sail over the top of his head, and quite rightly, it's been signalled as one of these.
Well, we haven't had one of them for a while.
Wide. And I'm not really sure what Ben Stokes' role is here. He bowled 2 overs in the previous test. They claim he's not injured. He's bowling half trackers at the moment. He's not trying to swing the ball, it would appear, and he's not enforcing. He's going to have to be a lot tighter, and he's probably got to come around the wicket to try and get it up into the armpits if he's going to do that. I would like to see a bit of Joe Root by now. Short again, pulled by Kohli. Didn't really time it. Crawley, I think, running across to his right, who does the fielding, and there is no run.
He seems to be complaining about the pitch there. Maybe he thought it kept a little bit low. It's a nice trophy.
Very nice trophy.
It's big. I like big trophies. Trophies have always got to be big.
Not as nice as the Moose Cup, though.
Well, yeah. I mean, when I got the Dan Lucas Memorial Cup, I made sure it was the biggest one I could find.
Indeed. And of course there is the ICC Mace, isn't there? That's just too short again. It's tucked away neatly by Kohli. There is nobody at deep mid-wicket. That's another waste of 4 runs from England. England are very quickly finding they are falling out of this game.
1, 2, 3, 4.
22 overs bowled, 11 fours now hit. So you're getting a 4 every other over, which is too many, really, if you want to keep a stranglehold. And when you've only got 112 runs in the bank, well, this game is going to be over by the end of the first day, I'm afraid to say.
Well, when you think Jimmy Anderson bowled 5 overs for 1 run, it doesn't say a lot for the efforts of the rest of them, does it? Joe Root.
I just don't understand what Stokes is doing here. I really don't.
He's not trying to get up and get in swing, although I don't think there is much swing when a down ball.
What he's doing, he's got 2 slips. He's got a short square cover, and this is outside the off stump, left alone. There is precious little swing for him, and if he's not swinging it, or he's not able to bowl at full pace and give full vent to his aggression, I'm not quite sure what he's there for. He's had a couple of quiet tests, hasn't he, really? Well, he got 80 in the first innings, in the first match at Chennai. That he was almost anonymous in that second test in Chennai. With bat and ball. Those footmarks look very uncomfortable to be landing on.
Yeah.
We're going to need the pounder on again very shortly, I would have thought.
I think they're going to have to concrete that at night, aren't they? I mean,
well, there's plenty of cement in India, as we know. In comes Stokes outside the off stump, just a little bit back of a length, left alone by Kohli, and these two looking uncomfortably comfortable from an England perspective.
Yeah. But going back to those footholds, I mean, by day 3, looking at this, I mean, there will be trenches there, and it's almost going to be impossible to bowl at some point, I reckon, if they carry on like that.
Well, it's going to be very difficult for the quicker bowlers, not so much for the slower bowlers, who don't put so much strain on their front leg, especially. Anyway, Stokes will come in to complete his second over. He bowls to Kohli, and Kohli leaves. That one just maybe nipped a little bit away. But that is the end of the over. India 72 for 2. More tweets.
Yes, and Leah, outside context problems, says what a nice little tribute to Ishant there from Stokes, planting his mug on the pitch. I think by reference to the last ball of Stokes' previous over where he ended up on the deck. Tom M says, to be fair, the spinners are giving up easy singles, but the fielding has been somewhat languid at times. 40-year-olds trundling around at mid-on and off probably leak a few runs. Cutting there from Tom. And Merkel says, is this a different pitch that Rohit Sharma is batting on, or is it the same different pitch from the first innings of the last test? I understand the point he's trying to make there. And Leah again says, the cold brew is in the fridge. Now it's a race. What will be done first, the cold brew or this match?
Well, yeah, this match, I would say. I mean, obviously, India are just going to bat for as long as they can, and gradually put pressure on England, and they're doing it quite well. Those 2 quick wickets gave England a little bit of hope, but they've allowed the pressure to be put back on them.
If India get 300 in this first innings, it's going to be an innings.
It's all over. It's all over.
It's an innings victory, isn't it?
250. Leach in to bowl to Rohit Sharma, who comes forward and then leaves the ball while leaning onto his front foot. He's made another very nice 41 from 56 deliveries.
Now, we always like doing this with visiting sides, and we posit the question, if England lose this test so badly again, they get battered by an innings, yeah? India get 300, we're all out for another 112. We lose by an innings and 60 runs still, getting 112 twice. Do the wheels come off and we just look a shambles in the last test?
Could well happen, definitely. I think. This is the disappointing thing, is when you've had a run of low scores, how do you get out of that?
I mean, we've seen. I mean, we saw at the back end of a 3-match series last year with West Indies. I mean, by the final test, the wheels had come off, and there was only 3 tests, and they won the first one. We're kind of seeing it happen to England here.
Yep, I think so. Just making the man at deep backward square go a little bit squarer. Leach is in, looking for that spin outside the off. I'm not going to get it. Rohit pushes forward, and Kohli is quick off the mark from the non-striker's end to say, yes, there's one. Rohit belatedly responds and gets down to the other end. 73 for 2. And okay, there are 2 right-handers out there at the moment, but I still would like to see Root come on, bowl a few from around the wicket, see if he can get the one that goes across them, have a slip, and
if one bites, you've got a chance of
LBW. Some work, isn't he?
Yeah.
I don't understand his reluctance to bowl himself. In comes Leach, bowls onto the front foot, comes Kohli, defends out square on the offside. I mean, if you think back to where he had 4 wickets overnight and he brought himself on, I think it was South Africa.
He got carted
last winter.
He got carted though, didn't he? When he brought himself back on in the morning.
But he was so desperate to get that 5th, he bowled himself for far too long.
Yeah.
This is pushed into the offside. There is a man at backward point, Stuart Broad, with his headband, but he moves round to his right, and in the time that he does that, they've skipped through for another single. Jack Leach takes his glasses off and gives them a little bit of a polish, a little bit of a wipe.
I remember that. Well, wasn't it Nortje was batting or something?
Could well have been. Well, they've got 40 runs off 48 balls. I mean, that's just not good enough at this level from an England point of view. They're going almost a run a ball, and there's another one, is it? Just a little paddle sweep, an appeal from behind the wicket, but I think he toe-ended it in front of the wicket on the onside. Sibley comes into field, and they've taken another one, 75 for 2. They trail now only by 37. India, after bowling England out for 112, 6 wickets for Akshar Patel, and 3 more for Ravi Ashwin. Disastrous from England's point of view, who was 74 for 2 at one stage there. Only a run behind where India are now. This is played to the man at short extra cover by Kohli off the back foot, and there is no run. It's just the inability to cut the scoring rate. It really is that is troubling England here, and that was what they said was their stated aim when they went out to India, that this is what they were going to do. They were going to try and play this attritional cricket, but they just haven't been able to because the bowling's not been good enough.
Absolutely. And as I said, I mean, I said that before the series, and I said that even go after Sri Lanka. I mean, even Sri Lanka, we getting wickets, but we were leaking runs. And your spinners, the spinner's job is not just to take wickets on turning wickets, it's also to apply the pressure that brings the wickets, because if you can bowl all those dot balls and they can't see a way of scoring, that's when you force the mistake. But if you can just leak 4 singles and over to a gap, then that ball that you think, I've got to try and get a single this over, doesn't need to be done. You just pat that one back.
Absolutely. And really, actually, I mean, England shouldn't feel that pressure so much, or shouldn't have felt that pressure, because there was, we were only in the first day. In comes Stokes. He bowls another half tracker, which is helped off its hips by Rowett with absolutely no problem whatsoever. Crawley does the fielding, sprawling away there at deep backward square, and they run back for a comfortable 2. Rowett's moving within sight of another Test 50. He's a machine at the moment, is Rowett. A very elegant machine, one that runs smoothly, and he's looking very, very good indeed. It's been a thoroughly disheartening day if you are an England supporter, it has to be said.
It has indeed.
Here is Stokes into Rowett. That's a much better ball. Probing around the line of off stump, and he just rocks forward, defends. There is no run.
I think the pain comes though, Hendo, from the fact that we did so well in that first test. We thought, hey, we can compete, and then as soon as they went, right, okay, fuck that, we're not playing around with this wicket shit. We're gonna have the wickets that we want. It's all gone to pot, and it's fair enough. But thinking you were in it, and then the reality. 2 different things.
I mean, this is exactly what I feared and expected from the very start of the series, that England would get, on a turner, they'd get absolutely done for. Really, they'll be done for because they just don't have the technique. Anyway, this is defended into the offside. There is no run as we look at wickets from earlier today. A horrible procession as far as England were concerned. Certainly, once we got into the last half hour before lunch.
You also have to say it's a masterclass in spin bowling. I mean, you don't get many spinners that can, even on these wickets. I mean, England, Jack Leach isn't that bad. I'd like to see some Australian spinners on here. I mean, Steve O'Keefe got that remarkable. Let's say it can only be remarkable because it's Steve O'Keefe, but he got 8 wickets in India. But Australia, again, in that series, Australia came back and battered them in the next 2. It's a difficult place to go, and foreign spinners have also got to adjust. I mean, I don't know how. It'd be interesting to see Nathan Lyon in India. I don't even think he was that successful last time he went.
I'll have to look and see what his record was on the Stats Guru. Stokes in outside the off stump. He aims at an airy back foot drive at this and gets a thick outside edge. Stokes is saying, well, that's just our luck today. It's gone away down to third man for 4 runs.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
It takes Rowett within just the single of another 50. It wasn't a good shot. It wasn't a particularly good ball. It probably didn't deserve a wicket. Perhaps didn't deserve to go for 4, but it has. And this is looking very tricky indeed. I'm not quite sure the position that Bairstow's in. It's a strange one. It's neither up nor down. It's neither a backward point or a third man. It's somewhere between the two, and it's halfway to the boundary. Stokes in, bowls a lovely little half volley on leg stump, which allows Rowett to tickle it away out to deep backward square, and that is 50 for Rohit Sharma.
I've got a couple of comments on YouTube here. Diana Craddock, she goes, batsman please, batter is for fish. I like that. Yorkshire puddings, pancakes. Let men be men, be women be women, and batter for culinary purposes.
I'm happy with that. Rohit Sharma 50 off 62 balls. In comes Stokes, bowls to Kohli, who pushes a little bit away from his body at this one, but it runs to gully, isn't stopped completely by Ollie Pope, and it gets away from him, allows him another single. Too many runs coming, and England's looking completely unthreatening at the moment. If you're an English fan, I would probably just find something on Netflix.
Yeah, something else, maybe other than the cricket. Farong says, what can one honestly say about the state of the pitch? Looks like a 4th day pitch, and we haven't completed the first day. Can the final test be moved elsewhere? Sorry, but this pitch is not, in capital letters, at test standard. Back to my cup of tea. And Tom says, if Root isn't going to bowl himself as a second spinner, it seems criminal to gamble everything on Leach, or alternatively on Seam dominating the match. Yeah, it's a very strange one that Root hasn't come into the attack. I mean, I can't see Stokes getting another over after that one. He's been pretty poor in the couple of overs he's bowled.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I don't know where England turn if Root's not going to have a little look at himself. Maybe he doesn't want to take the punishment. I don't know, but it does seem strange. 83 for 2. They've added now nearly 50. These two. At one point, it only seems like about an hour ago. It probably was only an hour ago. Hope was raised with 2 quick wickets, but it has all disappeared again. I think we're going to see Jack Leach rested. We are indeed, and coming on at the Adani end is none other than England's premier seam bowler.
As you can see, we've had our eye on you for some time now, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes, indeed. I think Jimmy's got quite a good record against Kohli, and I suppose that's what maybe Rooty is gambling on now. He's in, bowls to Kohli. It's a full-length ball outside the off stump. He's coming forward onto the front foot and defends up to mid-off. There is no run.
George McPherson says England need another wicket before the close. That's true. Funny that. Chelsea
I
FC
mean, a lot
fan,
more than that. They mean 2 or 3, I would say.
3 would be nice. A Chelsea FC fan says, good afternoon. 6 hours, exclamation mark, question mark. I think he means what? 6 hours and England are out and India are batting and nearly at parity. That's what I'm guessing from that.
Yeah, something along those lines. In comes Jimmy Anderson again. This is his 7th over. Kohli meets it quite nicely. And England are just very lax in the field. I mean, that's another one. It doesn't cost them a run, but it runs away, escapes the grasp of the man at extra cover, and they might have got a single there. So any hope you have of building pressure, even with something like that, is militating against it to a certain extent.
Well,
Sorry,
go
on, Sam.
Well, when India bowled, it was they've got 2 quality spinners, but the dot balls, suddenly they're rushing through the overs. There's no time to breathe as the batsman. You're facing a ball every 10-20 seconds and it's straight on you, and suddenly an over's gone, then 2 have gone, then 5. And that's the difference. If you're allowing people to take singles, they can then, the new batsman fiddles around at the other end, and you just take the tempo out of the game, and England haven't stopped that.
Anderson into Kohli. Kohli jabs this down into the gully, and there is no run. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Sam. I agree, and that's another reason for Root bowling. Providing he doesn't get hit, he does get through overs very quickly. He turns and gets onto it straight away and hurries the batsman in that sense. Doesn't give him time to just take his own time, as it were. And I think he's completely missing a trick by not having had a bowl himself, or at least having a look to see if there was anything there for him. I suppose you could argue that he's worried about if he does come on and get a bit of turn. Kohli at the last minute takes the bat out of the way of this one. If he does come on and look quite dangerous, that there's going to be even more talk about why did we go in with 3 seamers and only one genuine spinner.
Wow.
So maybe that's one reason that he's not actually brought himself on. It's possible.
That's going to be the story, isn't it, tonight, isn't it? Everyone's going to be going, well, we planned for this red-pink ball game for 6 months out, and we got it wrong.
Yeah. How did we get it wrong so often, though, as an England?
Well, I mean,
with an
why did we think that they were going to create a seam-friendly pitch in India? I don't know.
Anderson into Kohli. Kohli defends on the front foot, and there is no run.
England didn't help themselves with the rhetoric before the game either. They made such a big deal saying, the bowlers we're all out there bowling with the pink ball, we can't wait to get going. So they really pushed the idea. They went all in, I suppose, to use a poker term. They really did say, right, this is what's going to happen. It hasn't happened, and so they're going to be asked questions.
Yeah, but using a poker term, they turned their cards over with a losing hand and then put their money in and said, we're all in! It's
Well, they were talking about how much it was doing in the nets, and then I read somewhere that these nets had only recently been relayed. I mean, so maybe that was another little trick the Indians were playing on England. It's hard to know. Anderson is in, bowls to Kohli. Kohli defends the ball up to extra cover, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. India 83 for 2. I think was there a single? No, I think it was another maiden from Jimmy. At least he's put the brakes on for the time being. Rowett has 50, Kohli has 19. More tweets.
Yeah, we've got Neymar Butlin. So I've never seen those two words together. Two very different ideas of Brazilian forward Neymar and Butlin. So I just realised when I use day-night in my lexicon, this day is a nightmare. Please, England, watch all Nightmare on Elm Street movies before scheduling fixtures in the future. Riley Taylor says, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Riley. You've been on air for 7 hours. That is longer and extended than the second test of England versus India.
Oh, good point, actually. That's a very good point. Now, I just got the stats on Jimmy Anderson to Virat Kohli. He's bowled at him in 19 matches, and he's only dismissed him 5 times. That's not really a great number, is it? If you think 19 matches, you could say that's 38 innings. So 5 times in 38 innings is not a great deal, isn't it? Well, Leach, it appears, is going to swap ends. That's at least a little bit proactive from Joe Root. He's going to try something different. He's bowled 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23. Other figures: Anderson 7 overs, 5 maidens, none for 6. Broad 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. Archer 1 for 17 from 4, and Stokes 3 overs of really quite poor fare for 19 runs. And India now trail by 29.
Yeah.
Here's a question for you: who do you think Jimmy Anderson, without looking, who do you think Jimmy Anderson has dismissed most in Test cricket?
I should know this because I've looked at it quite recently because I'm doing a piece on him. Azir Ali's up there with about 7.
Shane Watson?
No, Azir Ali's in 4th position. Well, he's in joint 4th, I would say.
There's a few there on 7. It's someone with 9 or 10.
No, a little bit more than that. It's 11 actually. Yes, 11. But I won't tell you who it is. You can sweat over that one for a little while. In comes Leach, bowls, and Rowett defends on the front foot. Kohli was ready for a single, but Rowett wasn't. Sent him back, and there is no run.
He was in a match we played against them recently, wasn't it? Because I remember this being talked about. Coming up on air.
Wouldn't say so. In again, and Rowett thrusts the pad at this one. It turns away and is taken by Folkes. I don't think you're going to get it, actually. I don't think you're going to get it.
Okay, give us a country then, if we're not going to get it.
Well, the top 3 are Australians, funnily enough. Leach in again, bowls onto the back foot, goes Rowett, and he manoeuvres the ball quite nicely to the left of extra cover, so there is time for them to come through for the single. 84 for 2. Rowett onto 51.
Michael Clark's one of them.
Sorry?
Michael Clark, one of them?
Michael Clark is second in that list, although he has played a lot of matches against Michael Clark, 26. This particular Australian he's only played 21 matches against.
Damien Martin?
No.
It's someone who plays. It's people who play around their front pad. So Ricky Ponting?
No.
Not Warner, because he's Broad's bunny.
Well, actually, funnily enough, Warner is 3rd on this list.
Oh, right.
Forward comes Kohli in defence. Ball really does trickle back up the pitch, and Pope fetches it for Leach. There is no run, and we should be coming to the end of play in 1 minute's time, but I think we're going to get a bit of overtime. I think England batted for 48 overs. We're into the 27th over here. What's that in total? 75. Now that has turned and gone past the outside edge as Kohli props forward, but he seems untroubled by it. Just settles down to receive the next delivery. Let's just have a look at the replay of this one. Just a lovely ball. It bounced a little bit as well. That's what it hasn't done quite so much, is bounced as it did at Chennai in the second test. This is played square on the offside. It's the end of the over. India 84 for 2. More tweets.
Yeah, Ekal Echo says, on a brighter note, my Guerrilla Cricket inspired beer, Tracer Bullet, has come out as a nicely hoppy 6.5% IPA. That is nicely hoppy.
That is.
Jeff Perkins says, so a reason for not bowling Root would be that it is a spinning pitch? ?
Well, I think England have just got it wrong, and when they get things wrong, they don't like to admit it, so they get all stubborn and just continue the same way that they've been going, hoping that it will eventually work out. Yes, sorry, Bear.
Where do you change?
We'll do one more over, and then it'll be those into overspill. The Bear will be joining you.
Well, I'll be
as your
staying.
ball-by-baller. And I think Gary will be coming back. Not sure who the other
Tony
lucky person is. It's Tony, apparently. Anderson is going to continue. He's going to be bowling to Rohit Sharma. Still trying to find out who is Anderson's bunny in terms of dismissals in Test cricket. Don't look it up. Anderson in, onto the back foot goes Rohit, turns it into the onside towards mid-wicket. There's Sibley, and there is no run.
How are we
Any
going
more
to
guesses? Any more guesses?
But you're going to go off air.
Huh?
I want to know before you go off air.
Well, yeah, no, you've got 5 balls.
Can't be Justin Langer because Langer retired too early for that.
It is not Justin Langer.
I was
You're
thinking
right.
of Hayden, but again, didn't he retire too early for that?
It's not Matthew Hayden either.
Gilchrist? No, can't be Gilchrist.
No, it's not Gilchrist. This is quite fun. I don't think you're going to guess it because you're in the wrong area, really. Anderson in, bowls a little bit of an inside edge from Rohit Sharma as he pushed forward that one down into his pad. Rolls out on the onside.
Nathan Lyon.
No.
Yeah,
but
that's,
you're in the right kind of area.
Now. Okay, right, for bowlers. Johnson.
No, that would be funny though if it had been.
Siddle.
Would have been Siddle. You've got it.
There we
Yes,
go.
you've got it. It's Peter Siddle, dismissed 11 times in 21 matches. There you go. So the mystery is solved. Peter Siddle is the most dismissed man in Test cricket by Jimmy Anderson. That's not a really good thing to have on your CV, is it? This one is tickled behind square leg by Rohit. They run through for another single. Dominic Sibley, and he got 0 this morning. Been a pretty miserable series since that first innings 87 that he got in Chennai in the first Test. And of course we've got 5 matches, 5 T20s still to come at Amedabad on the 12th, the 14th, the 16th, the 18th and the 20th of March. Followed by 3 ODIs, all in Pune, on the 23rd and the 26th and the 28th. So England's India nightmare is a long way from being over.
And I'll be turning 50 between the 2nd and 3rd ODI.
Oh no,
God.
poor old bear. So at least you've had your jab. In comes Anderson, bowling to Kohli. Kohli, yeah, just a little bit discomforted by that as he got in behind it on the back foot, but plays it okay into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, it's could become a very long tour, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Although I suppose there'll be a bit of swapping and changing around for all the different formats.
Yeah, well, Jimmy and Broad will come home. Poor Joff will be out there, won't he? And then he'll be doing the IPL, no doubt.
Joss will be coming back. Curran will be coming back. In comes Anderson, bowls to Kohli. Kohli has a lovely shot off the back foot there. Beautifully timed. It speeds away over the grass. And to backward point for one of these. I mean, this is perfect. If you're an Indian fan, you bowled England out for 112 and you've got Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma out there batting, hitting
Absolutely.
fours.
What a day's cricket.
Couldn't be better, could it? It's
No.
cricketing heaven if you're an Indian fan. That really was a lovely shot. That was Kohli at his absolute best. And India moved on to 89 for 2 with that stroke. Still 2 slips in the gully, backward point, or just in front of point perhaps, short extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep backward square. So it's a 6-3 field for England at the moment, offside dominant, and seemingly now Anderson needs some of the earth, some of this dry black soil taken off his studs. Stuart Broad is carrying out the necessary discipline, and is getting that off those boots, and that must be something to do with those footholes and where they're sort of landing. It's looking pretty awkward for England. I just saw a close-up of Joe Root. He looked like a man bereft of ideas. Well, I'll give him one. Bowl yourself.
Yeah.
You've got half an hour left today. Try a few overs. Round the wicket, spinning it back. Can get the LBW. Can get the one to go across and get the slip catch. Why wouldn't you do it? In comes Anderson. Final ball of the over, and Kohli defends on the front foot. That is the end of the 28th over. India 89 for 2, Rohit 52, Kohli something else. It's gone off my screen, and the next voice you hear will be that of the bear, hopefully.
Well, hello. It doesn't look like Tony's realised that he's on overspill, does it? because he doesn't even appear to be in a waiting room.
Well, I mean, I think you're being very harsh towards England here. I mean, I don't think it's cut and dried that the selection is wrong. The three seamers England have picked have bowled 18 overs, 8 maidens. They have 1 for 44 between them. The one was got by the strike bowler in Jofra Archer. So I don't think that's by any means a disastrous pick at the moment. Nor do I think that England have bowled particularly badly. What they have done is they've bowled more bad balls, particularly short balls, than India bowled. But I come back to the point that we're trying to win a test match in India, and that's no easy matter.
No.
I think England are still in this game. I think we could see a clatter of wickets at any time on a pitch like this. And Rohit's batting very well, continuing his form from the previous test, and Virat Kohli is one of the all-time greats. But you've got to cut England a little bit of slack here.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's defended square on the offside by Rohit, and there's no run. I mean, this is what we kind of all thought. I mean, it is alien conditions, and England have, I mean, they kind of got away with it in the first test. It was a flat track for 2 days and then broke up, and we all thought, yeah, that's a great test pitch, but that's not...
They won by 227 runs. They didn't get away with it. They hammered India.
Well, yes, and that's defended back up the track, and there's no run. But, you know, whilst we were complaining about the pitch in the last test, as India said, you know, this is home conditions, and India's batsmen are probably going to be better at batting on it as well, because they know exactly how it's going to play and what's likely to happen from ball one. That's ooh, wow, nearly a catch. That's a paddle sweep by Rohit as he tries to paddle it around a corner. I think he gets a top edge. It's really well anticipated by Ollie Pope, who dived goalkeeper style, got a palm to it and put it up in the air. Couldn't grab onto it. It would have been a spectacular catch if he had, but he didn't, and they got a run. So
well, England have got a key man in Ben Stokes, who's having a shocker of a series. He can't land 2 balls in the same place, and he's not making any runs. Really was a spectacular effort from Ollie Pope, that, and you know, England needs something spectacular to happen.
Yeah.
But you know, I think, you know, I'm reading stuff on some of my social feeds here saying England are rubbish and they've picked the wrong team and it was all over at lunch and all of this, and you know, that's garbage.
Well,
you know,
it's played up to mid-on. There's no run. I mean, it may well not be garbage, but yeah, I mean, you get upset about it, but it's a game of cricket, and you've seen this happen 1,000 times. You know, England might well have got it wrong. Oh wow! Now that's an amazing take by Folkes as it spins sharply past Kohli's bat. Edge of his bat. Folkes quickly nips the bails off, doesn't really appeal. I thought his bat was lifted, but clearly it hadn't, otherwise he would have appealed. Maybe.
You know, England need to take wickets soon. They can't let this get to...
No, but if equally, if India get 300, you can't see England not losing by an innings, can you? Really? That's too flat, and Kohli's able to go back on the back foot, push it just out to cover, and there's no run. I mean, like all tours, there's a mental breaking point, and we say it about oppositions who come to England. You know, someone lower down the test rankings, they lose a couple of tests, and then the third test it starts getting, you know, kind of a little bit embarrassing, because clearly their mind's gone, they can't face the conditions. And everyone's heads down, and results go against you. That's what's so good about long series in cricket, because you kind of see that.
Yeah, but I do think there's, and if there is, there will be, because social media is social media, and you know, everything has to be an extreme. But I hope the more generous thinkers will accept that, you know, we saw 2 outstanding displays of spin bowling from Akshar and from Ashwin today. It's seldom you get 2 bowlers bowling as well as that in tandem. They just didn't bowl any bad balls. There was no get-out shots for England once they got together. Crawley hit some 4s early on. And you know, it's hard work when that's the case. I think it's also hard work in the field with a wet ball. It's not making life easy to do the ground fielding. I know Hendo was complaining earlier on about the ground fielding. The ball's like a bar of soap. It's not going to be easy to grab hold of.
I mean, I think that's my big gripe around here. I mean, I think it's. I mean, part of the reason you don't play when the outfield is wet is because the ball becomes. Fucking hell! He's put it down. Who's put that down? Is that the skipper? Anderson has got a full stroke out of Kohli. He tried to pull the bat away, and then it's pinged off the end of his bat straight at Pope. But he's put it down, and he'll be gutted about that. I mean, it's quite a sharp chance, but they've got to be taken at this level. Oh, Tony, hello. Decided to deign us with your presence, did you?
Well, that's 2 chances England have missed. Neither of them were particularly easy. That went quite fast to Pope there, but he's there for essentially that shot when Kohli reaches for the ball. It did go fast. It would have been a good catch, but you've got to catch those.
Exactly, at this level.
You really have.
That'll just that won't make Jimmy's mood any better, will it? It's defended out to the covers and there's no run or any.
Well, when people start saying England have picked the wrong 11, I hope they remember that Ben Stokes dropped a catch off the seamer, and so now has Ollie Pope.
Well, we said, didn't we, at the outset, you've got to keep your catches.
Got to catch everything.
Got to catch everything. It's true. It's true.
And I'm late. I realised we'd gone into overspill.
Yes.
Well, I wasn't paying attention. I was miles away.
Did you not? I thought you come because you saw my WhatsApp.
No, what did it say?
You're on. It's overspill.
Oh, well, I am. No, I came out of my conscience that I realised I should be without your WhatsApp.
Good.
Where did we get to on tweets? Somebody tell me.
I don't know.
Well, read from the most relevant, really, because the stories move on and we have to miss some, don't we?
Right. That's helpful.
Pick where you want to start from. Probably about 10 minutes.
Basically, yes.
The most relevant.
Okay. That's defended by Kohli. That's your side. It's no run.
Nestler says, "Oh bugger." How's that for relevance?
Yeah,
I presume that was
on the money. I would have thought.
Yeah,
that is relevant. I mean, I think if Kohli had taken that catch, I would have sort of England behind on the day, but I would have India 66% ahead, England 33% if that catch off Kohli had been taken. As it is, if Kohli and Rohit get through this last 20 minutes or so, India will be further ahead than that. But it's not disastrous this day. We haven't lost it.
Yeah, that's defended out to the onside, and there's no run. I can't think of many Test matches where you score 112 in your first dig.
Well, the last
the opposition go to the end of the day.
They were well ahead, got bowled out for 36, and Australia won at a count.
Well, so that is true. That is true.
I'm not saying that'll happen again. You don't need to be bowled out for 36, but if 12 wickets fall tomorrow, then it might be very interesting. 12 wickets have fallen today.
True. That's left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. But I do think it comes back to what you say. I think you have watched a couple of world-class spinners in conditions that they know very well, and they take advantage of it better than England spinners who don't know it very well. And there you go.
England spinner has bowled well. I don't think England spinner has bowled badly.
Not too badly, but as you say, there's not enough dot balls. There's not enough pressure, and that comes.
I think that's some of it. That's the batsman being able to find the singles where England's batsmen can't.
Well, possibly that's pressure. Kohli on the back foot just guides it down to Pope, who is at sort of gully, and there's no run.
They weren't finding the singles off Jimmy Anderson. He bowled 4 maidens in his first 6 overs.
Well,
so I mean, I just don't think you look at a Test match and you decide at the end of day one that one side have got it won and the other side are just hopeless. And I think there's a temptation to do that. I think if England keep the lead below 100, they're in with a shot. They may not be in with a good shot, but they'll be in with a shot. If they keep the lead to less than 50, then I think they're in with a decent chance. Not a great chance, but a chance for sure.
Possibly. But as I said, if India get 300, I reckon we lose.
It's done.
We lose this by an innings. England come out and they're all out for 70 or something stupid like that. It's quite possible. Stranger things have happened. Someone might come out and Root gets another double ton. He's due one. He hasn't had one for a couple of tests now. But not easy. The pitch is only going to get worse.
I don't believe that. I always hear that, and I never believe it.
Oh no, these ones.
The pitch is going to get slower. It gets slower. It's going to get easier to deal with the paces, and it's going to get easier to deal with the sharp spin.
The Harriman said, "Unholy Pope." So that must be pertaining
yes. Well,
to the drop.
Leach is around a wicket to Rohit, who defends that out into the covers, and there's no run. And of course, you can buy T-shirts. I'm just going to put one up on the screen. This one's a particular favour, but it's about me. We get on air because of the bear. And there you go. If you're on YouTube, you can see that, and you can get them from Redbubble, Gorilla Cricket, and there's plenty of other stuff there too.
Hendo not being calm or something earlier, and I just wondered if they'd ever seen Hendo attempting to get us on air, because then you see a man who was not calm.
No, definitely not calm. That was defended the last ball. The next ball, oh, now there's another appeal, and this is one of those ones that's probably going to go upstairs. It's going to be very close because Folkes is pretty good. It's beating the outside edge of Rohit. He was stumped by Folkes in the last game, if you remember rightly.
Stokes has a feel. Well, Stokes looks optimistic.
Well,
Rohit may just have been admiring the speed with which Ben Folkes did it, but not necessarily thinking England have a feeling they've done it.
Well,
struck like a cobra.
Well, he does. He's dragged his foot. Now it's very difficult to see whether he's got. Nah, he's back.
No, he's back. Oh,
unless they're saying his foot's in the air. And the thing is, there's a massive, great bloody chasm where they've been marking out. I think his foot's below ground level from the side. I think they're going to have to look at stump cam to see whether his foot is in the air, because I think that Stokes reckons his foot is in the air at that point. I've got a funny feeling it's never actually left the ground.
Only because the Mariana Trench is beneath him.
Precisely. You can't even see the end of his shot. Well, they're not even going to look at stump. Have you seen that? That's not good. This goes back to your protocol.
Not out.
I mean, it doesn't look out, but I think you've got to look from behind. You've got to look on the stump cam to see that you can clearly see that his foot is below ground level, right?
Now Joe Root is having a really interesting conversation there, and he's clearly I'm no lip reader, but you can basically think that he's probably telling the umpire
I think
he doesn't know the rules or he's not applying them right, because it's a very angry and animated, although admittedly controlled conversation that Root is having.
Well, these are the rules, isn't it? You've got to look at all the available angles. He's looked at one from the side. There's a big, as I said, right, so if you can imagine this, if you're listening to us on the radio, so they've ground out, this pitch is really flaky, so there's a massive great hole where people have obviously ground their bats in and they're standing in the crease, and it's probably an inch or two deep. And so from the side, his foot is always below that level, at the tip of his toe, but you have to look at it from behind, from the stump cam, to see whether his foot was actually in the air, and therefore he would have been out. But the third umpire has decided just looking at it from the side and not being able to see the end of his toe is good enough, and that's not out. And Root seems to be, I think, reasonably, as that one is delivered by Leach outside the off stump of Rohit's bat or wicket. He leaves it. It spins into Folkes' hands, and there's no run. So the umpire has to look at that view. I mean, it looks to me like he was probably in, but you have to check, and it's reasonable to say, why aren't you looking at all the angles? Anyway, Leach, that's another one that he shuts up outside Rohit's off stump. It was a bit shorter and flatter, and it turned sharply. Rohit went to sweep it, went under his back, kept low, well taken by Folkes, who again took the wickets.
I think the problem with the swiftness of that decision is that we see the toe is definitely in the air.
Well, this is the thing. We don't know if the toe is in the air. As that was left alone outside the off stump, there's no run. That's my point. It's below ground level because that trench is so deep.
We see the toe in the air. We see the toe grounded. And in between those two certainties of toe in air, toe grounded, we see the stumps light up. But the question that we can't quite see is, was the toe in the air on the way down to touch the ground when the stumps lit up?
Absolutely.
And as you say, you can't see that from just that one angle. Or if you can't see with certainty, it looks like it probably was, but you can't see with certainty.
Exactly.
So why not go for the other angles? They certainly used the other angles when it was Pujara's catch there, where they looked at quite a few angles to see whether the catch had been grounded or not. So why are they not choosing to look, as you say, at all the available evidence?
Well, they didn't even with that. They went very quickly.
Unclear. It was unclear as to what had happened. We could see what probably happened.
Now, people are going to think with some, maybe some Indian people think we're griping. I don't think it's not griping. As I said, I think he probably was in, but you've still got to look at the other angles. Otherwise, it is going to annoy the players on the field. I think it's one way for one and not the same for us. Having said that, Kohli steps out and meets first ball from Archer delivered in a new spell, and sweetly times it, but straight at cover, and there's no run. Let's give him a jingle.
He will break your helmet, break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart, in your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
Yeah, again, that one hops up. There's no short leg. Would have been caught, an easy catch. Instead, they're going to get 2 runs, it looks like, as they come back for a second. It landed in no man's land, a square leg, and someone had to run him for the boundary.
If you're not going to attack now, when are you going to attack? I mean, this is...
Yeah, I think...
And we've seen the ball jump, albeit it's the spot it's jumped from has been that length, but more outside off stump. Joe Root got hit on the finger. I think Pujara got one in his short innings that jumped at him. So, yeah, there isn't really an excuse this late in the day not to have a short bag.
Very full by Archer. Kohli just plays it out through the covers, get a single, not particularly well timed, but he moves on to 27 off 56, and Rohit's 53 off 78, and India are 94 for 2, and England were all out for 112. So they're 8 runs behind.
Jeff Perkins says, right, so the last thing the Indians would be expecting would be for the English pace bowlers to do another frontal charge on their trenches. Well, that's what's going to have to happen. Leah says, and with that boundary, Rohit becomes the highest scorer in the test so far. All is well with the world. Yes, she's a big Rohit fan. Tim Bajaj said, Broad doing an excellent James Herriot cleaning out a horse's hooves impression there. Clearly that's a previous incident.
That was when he was cleaning someone's shoes. Clipped nicely by Rohit out towards cow corner. There's a deep mid wicket. It's Leach. He gets around there, bends down to pick it up. It was almost stopped and missed it, and it hit the boundary. Sponge, and it was 4 runs. Jesus.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And the wheels are coming off a little.
You know that I think that that stumping may well have been out. You know why I think it's out?
Why?
Well, if you look at that little logo in the top left-hand corner of the screen, what do you see?
You mean just the Indian flag?
The BCCI badge.
Yeah.
It's a BCCI production, this, and they've chosen not to show us any of the footage they have from different cameras of that dismissal. They could have done easily.
That's very conspiracy theorist.
Yeah,
Gary.
it is.
No, it's
defended back up the track, and there's no run.
It's happened before. The BCCI control the transmission, and it's happened before where there's been tight dismissals that we haven't been shown the replays. Now, we're not paying for this, at least not directly through subscription. We are paying through the adverts. But I think as cricket fans, we deserve to see what the stump cam is showing, what some of the other angles are showing. I think that's part of what you buy when you're taking a broadcast.
Absolutely. Defended back up the track by Rohit, and
it's not for the home board to say, well, that doesn't reflect very well on our umpires or on our third umpire or on our batsman, so we're not going to show it to you. Now, you may say that's conspiracy theory, but I don't think it is. I think they've got a record for it. They're withholding information that is of interest to spectators, but works against their agenda, and I think that's pretty poor, really.
I think it is pretty. I just think it's pretty poor. I think you just got to look from that angle. You can't make a decision without looking at that angle. I said that in the commentary, and then they decided it was
they
not
showed
out.
a replay of the next ball where I think it went through to the keeper, so they can line up the replays quite quickly. But they've chosen not to show us the replay. Yeah, they may show it tomorrow, or they may show it later when things have died down.
Well,
but that's not how broadcasting works. The story at the moment is that stumping, and we should be seeing the camera angles of that stumping. It's a bloody disgrace that we're not.
Well, yeah, and if that is the case, they can never show it because it'd be like admitting cheating, and there'll be a massive uproar if that's the case. That's defended out into the leg side. That's defended off the outside half of the bat by Rohit. Sorry, Kohli even. Christ.
Why
down
not
towards
have a leg
backward point,
gully?
there's no
Why
run.
not? Sorry, have a more conventional gully. You've just got the one slip and a silly point. Let's have a gully in there as well.
Leach around the wicket. Oh, he's dragged it on. Kohli has dragged it on. He's gone back to cut. It was too close. Didn't spin as much as he thought. Didn't stand up as much as he thought. He's very upset with himself. He slams his bat onto his pad. He has to walk off. 27 or 58. The Indian fans won't be happy about that. But he has to go. Not a great shot, it has to be said. But hey ho, that's the way it goes sometimes.
Oh, look. Gloomy faces in that crowd there. Neymar Butlins, by the way, said, "Can we pause all play until the England squad get a jab to protect them from the Kohli virus?" Well, he's gone.
Again, that was another ball that didn't turn. There's another one that kind of went straight on. The straight honour is definitely the ball to bowl if you're a spinner. Kohli
it was poor shot selection and execution from Kohli. It was too close for the cut, and then in playing it, he played with that diagonal back that you see too often. If you're going to cut, you've got to have enough room or make enough room for yourself to play it with a horizontal bat. Because he didn't have enough room, the bat was coming down at kind of 5 to 7, and the inside edge is always on. I was calling it for Shubman Gill earlier, but the inside edge was actually Virat Kohli. But that Rohit stumping now looks even more critical, because had Rohit gone, and like you, Bear, I think it was probably not out, although I think we should be shown the maximum information. Had Rohit gone as well, then it's almost a coin toss of a day, I would say. Had Rohit gone as well, as it is, India are still ahead, but Rahane under a bit of pressure coming to the crease.
Well, yeah, I mean, presumably if another wicket goes now, they'll take this as the last over of the day. He's come out with the assumption that they're going to get one more over in, otherwise it should have ended there, I think. Or with lights, can they go on longer? That's a good point. With lights, there's no issue.
The concept of not getting your overs in should be redundant in a day-night test, because the lights have taken over fully anyway.
Well, yeah, I do wonder, but I still think
there should be never an excuse for a short day.
Yeah,
unless it pours with rain or something like that.
I think they'll be finishing at 10 o'clock their time. The reason why it's not the last over is that it's not the last over of the day, so you can't call it when the batsman is out, as you would in the 90th over.
There's another 6.4 remaining if they play them all, and there isn't a reason not to.
The reason not to, I think, is because there's only a half hour to add on to the day. But I agree with you, they should play them. But this is cricket, remember. Any excuse not to play cricket, and they'll not play cricket.
Well, there's 4 balls left in this over. Slip, gully, silly mid-off, and tossed up by Leach, defended, and there's no run.
Yeah, he just chopped it on, didn't he?
He did just chop it on.
Leach has got his man.
Well, Leach has done himself proud here. He's leaked probably too many runs, but he's got wickets. That one spins, takes the outside edge of Rahane's bat, propping forward, plays with soft hands into the ground.
Oh, Bear, you're a hard man. He's only gone for 26, I think.
In how many overs?
Is it 10? I'd have to look again. Let me look.
I can tell you. I can save you
very
the trouble.
hard man.
He's gone for boom. Jack Leach.
Oh,
26.
Oh my God! Is that? That's how I shall tell you, rather than screech and squeal.
Yes.
Propped forward by Rahane. Now, I'm not sure if it hit the pad. It must have come off the bat and squirted out to slip, in which case it's probably a drop at second slip. Let's have a look at the replay here. Props forward. Big out. No, it's dropped short of slip. I'm getting excited about nothing. Sorry, it looked like it. Well, for a minute I thought it hit his pad, in which case it should be appealing for LBW.
It was Joe Root, wasn't it? Anyway, it sort of flipped off Joe Root's leg, and
that's why you
Stokes to try and tidy up, and he missed it as well.
Indeed.
That's why you sometimes see them on their knees, because it's easier just to come forward and scoop.
The Tres Gothic approach.
Yeah.
Well, Leach in bowls on the back foot is Rohit, and just they got through for a bye, I think, on the last ball.
Yeah, Leach has 2 for 27 off 10 overs. I don't think that's leaking too many runs.
Maybe not. Seems to be able to rotate the strike quite freely though.
That's it.
That is it. That's stumps. 99 for 3. End of the day. India. Well, it's been an exciting day's Test cricket. There have been 14 wickets, 13 wickets. Not a lot of runs, 99, 112, 211. We didn't even get to the bottom. 211 runs. We didn't even get to the bottom of the runs predicted on the GPL. The lowest pick on the GPL was 241 by Nestle boys, so that'll be open again tomorrow. And England were skittled. At one point they were 72 for 2, or 78 for 2, weren't they? And then it all went horribly wrong. A lot of people getting out to straight balls that they thought were going to turn. A lot of LBWs. And Ashwin and Axar Patel bowled extraordinarily well. I'll take you through the scorecard. We'll give you England's first innings first, obviously. We'll just run through that because we've done it a couple of times today, but it's worth.
A few tweets as well would be worth catching up
with. We'll do that afterwards.
A couple of interesting questions in there. Yep.
Zach Crawley was LBW to Patel for 53, the only man who got any runs for England, really. Dominic Sibley was caught Sharma, bowled Sharma. That's good. For none of just 7 balls. Johnny Bairstow was LBW Patel, Axel Patel's first ball of the match. He was out for a duck as well. I think we were in a bit of trouble then. Joe Root came in, steadied the ship with Zach Crawley. He was eventually LBW to Ashwin 17. That was the one that turned, actually. It took a big chunk out of the pitch and turned and beat the inside of his bat. The umpire gave him out. He reviewed it, but unfortunately he was out. Ben Stokes, LBW to Patel for 6. Ollie Pope bowled Ashwin, one that went across him and just didn't turn again. He was playing for turn, it went straight on and beat the outside edge of his bat and took his off stump. He was out for 1. Ben Folkes then did it not too badly, stayed out there for 58 balls but only got 12 runs. He was eventually bowled by Axar Patel trying to cut one that was again went on. There wasn't there to cut, very much like Kohli's, but actually on the stumps. And went under his bat and bowled him. Jofra Archer played a wafty nothing shot, got 11. Jack Leach was caught Pujara, bowled Ashton for 3. Stuart Broad was caught in the deep by Bumrah, bowled Axar Patel for 3. Jimmy Anderson was not out, 0. Bowling figures, Ishant Sharma 5 overs, 1 for 26 with 1 maiden. Jasper 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 19. Axar Patel was the pick, 21.4 overs, 6 maidens, 6 for 38. You must think this game is bloody easy. And Ravi Ashwin bowled 16 overs with 6 maidens as well, 3 for 26. Then India came out to bat. The pink ball was in effect. It was just about to get dark, and they did all right. Rohit Sharma's not out, 57 off 82 balls. Shubman Gill batted okay. It's a bit sketchy when the ball was swinging and then the dew came along, and I think the ball just got wet and just stopped doing anything after about 10 overs. And but he tried to hook Archer at first change, but out for 11. He played 51 balls though he took. Chetrapal Pujara, the stone ball. He was LBW, bowled Leach, another one that went on, played for a bit of turn, beat the inside edge of the bat, crashed into the pads, was given out, and he faced 4 balls, duck. First time he's out to a spinner, I believe. Virat Kohli was the last man out, bowled Leach just a little time ago for 27 or 58 balls. Another one that didn't turn as much as maybe he thought it was. He went to cut it, it was too close, got an under edge and ended up being bowled. And Jinky Rahana's just joined him, he's 1 not out. Bowling figures for England are James Anderson 9 overs, 6 maidens, none for 11. Stuart Broad 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. Jofra Archer 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 24. Expensive, but got a valuable wicket. Jack Leach 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 27. And Ben Stokes bowled 3 overs of trash, no maidens, none for 19. And that brings us up to date. Give us the last tweets.
Just before you go to tweets, I think England are going to make an official protest here, because they had the incident in the last test where the third umpire did not check the glove from Rahane,
yeah, I said that earlier.
Choked off the protocol too early, and now we've seen it twice here where the decision has been made without considering all the available evidence.
Certainly the stumping. What was the other one?
The other one was the
Stokes catch.
was it Stokes catch?
Well, the
I think
Stokes
it
catch today, yeah. I mean, they didn't look at all the evidence again. They just went with the first thing, and then there was more evidence. I mean,
1.4 seconds, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Again, both of those decisions may be right, but that's not what they should be complaining about. What they should be complaining about is, what does the protocol say? It may be that the protocol, because I'm not speaking from certainty here, maybe the protocol says you look at one angle. If you can make a decision with certainty on that one angle, then you make your decision. But even if it says that, surely there should be some common sense on the part of the third umpire, which says that I will have a look because that is not absolutely certain, and I want to make sure I get it right. And certainly the stumping, because we've not been allowed by the BCCI to see any other camera angles ourselves, remember, we're the people who pay the money for this broadcast, then that raises a suspicion. And I think England, with some justification, will say, what's the protocol? Why is it not being applied? And we want it applied for the rest of the series. I don't think they can just let this go. I really don't, because there's still 9 days left.
Yeah, it's not like it's
series.
happened once. It's happened a few times now, and it's you've got to get this thing set in stone. We're used to it over here. Everything gets looked at in fucking minute detail, and you've got to do it. It's only fair. If the appeal has gone upstairs, it's the laws of the game. So if his foot's in the air, he's out. If he's on the ground, he's in. And if the one camera angle definitively defines it, you have to look at that angle. Anyway, let's get some last tweets.
Well, yeah, I can tell you Scott Hayes on YouTube doesn't agree with you, Gary. He says, quit whining about the conspiracies with the cameras. It's pretty unbecoming. It'd be moderated and reviewed by the ICC, and as such, if any foul play is involved, I'm sure it'd be punished.
Well, I'm sure it wouldn't, because there's a very good record, and the BCCI are more powerful than the ICC. The ICC is a weak body, we all know that, and there's structural reasons. Read Gideon Haig's book on why it's a weak body, and it's not a conspiracy theory, it's a fact. The fact is we have not been shown the television pictures that we are entitled to see. That's not a conspiracy, that's a fact. They may have good reason not to, but in the light of the vacuum of evidence, that is the conclusion I'm prepared to draw.
Jeff Perkins wanted to know a question on the bowling selection. If Moeen, who was always planned not to be in the country for the last 2 tests, were available, would England still have gone with just one spinner? I have a feeling that was always their intention. However, with their hand forced, it made that decision easier to take, and retrospectively looking not to be the ideal one. It may all change in the first crucial hour of the morning. We shall see. Let me just have a quick look. Warren, he's talking about the Ollie Pope catch. Did the Pope have his night vision goggles on too early? Will's disappointed. Let me just see. I think that's probably Nitin Bajar says this is just unbelievably shit umpiring, incredibly frustrating. Doesn't matter which side you support. 90s Cricket says the one behind the stumps would have been useful. Yep, this is what we've been saying. Lawrence Waters said the broadcaster hasn't even shown any other angles. That's precisely the point that Gary was expressing. Messages wants to know if Gary 999 is actually Q. Is that as in the James Bond books? I don't know. James Bond films. Gordon Tate says he lifted his foot. You could see the pressure in his boot when he put it back down after the stumps had been broken. So there is a lot of feeling out there that India did get away with one. And there's lots more, but I will call it a night probably there. Hendo.
Oh. Yeah, well, I thought I'd just come back on because I actually want to speak to the bear, but the bear's disappeared. I mean, he never reads your notes you send him when you want him to do these things. He's eventually turned back. Cool. He has. He's a busy man, the poor old bear. But we should say good night to everyone, and then I can have a chat with the bear, and hopefully we'll be off air so that you don't hear that chat. Although last time it didn't work quite that way. The Gary is just going to wave goodbye. Bye-bye to Gary. I said, I'm a weak body too. Am I the ICC? Could be. So until tomorrow, when India will resume 13 runs behind England's 112, the miserable 112 that they managed to cobble together today. But they'll have been given a little bit more hope with that late wicket of Virat Kohli. At least the drop by Ollie Pope has only cost 3 runs, and they will need to get early wickets. You know what it's going to be tomorrow, guys? It's going to be a crucial
first hour, is it?
Well, first 60 minutes, I was going to say. Crucial first 57 minutes, actually, to be completely honest. And so join us then. It'll be, 8:50 Greenwich Mean Time, and appropriate that for whatever part of the world you live in. We will be back. John Ozone tomorrow. There's a cast of many hundreds who will be bringing you commentary for the second day of this crucial, critical, wonderful third test, day-night, pink ball and all. So it's good night from all of us at Guerrilla Cricket. The only ones that are left are me, Tony and Gary, and we will be back with you tomorrow. Ta-da!
Good night.
Guerrilla Cricket.